TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing. AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. And welcome everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. The highly anticipated weekend has finally arrived. It's the 2020 TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series Championship Race at Sonoma Raceway. I'm Paul Veltum, your host this weekend, along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. This is the weekend a new series champion will be crowned. Last year it was Damson Racing who won the title at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Who will it be this year is anyone's guess, as teams in contention have journeyed to wine country for this Double Seven showdown. So let's take a look at Sonoma Raceway, courtesy of Google Earth. As we head out onto the front straightaway, the pits off to the left, and immediately it's a blazing fast, flat-out turn-in. Climbing a steep hill, the blind right-hander turn 2, so challenging to get the speed right, and doubly difficult as the sun is setting right in your eyes in the late afternoon. Whistling through 3, you're really moving when braking hard downhill for turn 4, a sharp right-hander. The drivers will sweep back to the right as they set themselves up for the long left-hand constant radius downhill carousel. From there, teams cross over the drag strip as they head to turn 7, a very slow hairpin right-hander at the extreme edge of the track, looping them back to the old tower. Rocking through the gears as they fly through these exciting series of fast sweeping corners, finally exiting onto the very fast and hair-raising turn 10, putting the car right up against the wall as they rocket down past pit in to another hairpin and final corner, turn 11, bringing them back onto the front straightaway. And that is a lap around Sonoma Raceway. 11 turns, 2.3 miles is the distance. 160 feet of elevation change, and that is what the drivers will be facing this weekend.
Ah, yes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. The time has finally come. We are at Sonoma. Doc Waldrop, Tiffany Alexander. How are we doing today, guys?
I'm doing great.
I think we lost Doc for a minute. Let's see if we got him here. There we go.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
Doc.
We didn't lose me. I know right where I am.
So let's talk about this exciting field we got lined up for the race this weekend.
So we got about 20 teams competing for the championship this year. Along with we can expect a fair amount of West Coast teams, but we've got quite a few East Coast teams that have made the journey out there. Among them, Visceral Racing Group, RVA Graphics and Wraps. I guess we could call Basilini Racing made the journey out there. We got Tuttle Motorsports with both of their Mitsubishis, and we've got 9-4 Motorsports. Now, the rest of them are all East Coast teams or West Coast teams, but those East Coast teams are set up pretty good. The cars are going to be gridded according to their points. Now, you were given credit, your best finish and your next best finish. So you had to have made 2 races. So Visceral Racing Group's going to start out with 2 points, RVA Graphics and Wraps 2 points, Basilini 2 points, and Porsche Defectors 2 points. Then we run up to 3 points, and that's Tuttle 9-4 Motorsports, Uncommon Friends, Winkler Motorsports. We've got a single team with 4 points. That's Pomona Speed Shop.
Yeah.
The rest of the teams have 5 points, and that's 9-4 Motorsports. That's the Supra, I believe. Tuttle Motorsports, the one of their cars. I believe that's the 108. Bandits, Zoom Zoom Kaboom has got 6 points. Broken 60 Seconds, 6 points. A Few Good Cylinders, 6 points. Blown My Wad, 6 points. And Silver Fern, 6 points. And then we've got Ergo Lab with 7 points, Utah Valley University with 7, and Willwood with 9 points.
Yeah.
So that's going to be your grid for the championship contenders. We've got about 33 cars entered in the race. So about 12 cars that aren't eligible for the championship. And I understand one of our cars has been moved to EC, one of our championship contenders.
Right. That's the orange. Oh shoot! Sorry, caught me off guard there. Orange pumpkin was moved to EC. I guess they got a lot of fiberglass love going on. A little too much.
I don't see them in my championship calculations, though.
So they might not be a player in that anyway. Okay, well, thanks for that rundown. If you're just joining us, folks, we're at Sonoma Raceway for a double 7 this weekend. This is the big one. This one determines the national championship for 2020 for Champ Car. So there's a lot of teams, as Doc said earlier, that have come here from the East Coast. You've got 9-4 Motorsports that was racing with us clear last year at Sebring. Okay, it was a month and a half ago. At Sebring International, and they've come all the way out here. Visceral Racing Group, they raced out to California at Laguna Seca last year and just left the car out here so they wouldn't have to bring it all the way home. A lot of East Coast teams out here. Tuttle Motorsports out here this weekend as well. Coming out here gunning for that championship title. They won it.
Now, 9-4 has raced out here before.
Oh, yeah.
At Sonoma, so.
Yeah, they won out here last year on day 2. Of course, day 1, Door Slammers took the win in their B-Class Ecotech Miata, and that's why I've got Ergo Lab picked for the win, at least for one of these days. I think their time is coming. You know, they've been through a lot of teething issues with that car. Differential issues at last year. It was at Nelson Ledges. Or maybe it was the year before. They had some issues braking at Road America as well last year. Then Laguna Seca, broken downpipe took them out. But they were looking very strong at Laguna Seca. And these guys, you know, the Jerry and Troy Trulio team, these guys, they talk about their race cars literally every day. They constantly are messaging each other, talking about their race cars, and coming up with new ways to engineer, fix, create, whatever they need to do. This isn't something they did, you know, they broke at Laguna, and they're like, we'll worry about it when we get to Sonoma. You know, we'll get there a day prior and fix it. These guys are constantly talking about their race cars. And
they're almost as bad as Bill.
No, it is crazy. I was a part of their chat session for a long time, and it is unbelievable. They're always
so sorry
every single day. Yeah, they finally kicked me out. They got wise to me, and but I don't know. I think they got a good shot at maybe winning one of these races this weekend. So keep an eye on them.
Yeah, my money's on Visceral.
Yeah, and Doc and Bill's picked Visceral. They are. The thing about Visceral is they're good everywhere. Those Porsche 944s, the car's well driven. Doesn't matter where they go.
Double stint at AMP.
Yeah.
So we know they get great gas mileage.
Yeah, I mean they bring the whole package, so they've got a great opportunity.
And they race a lot. My gosh, they do 14 races a year with us.
Huge experience.
Yeah.
By far the most of anybody. And you would like to think they'd be based in the Midwest with that kind of schedule, but they are in Connecticut.
Yeah.
So, which is hell and gone from everywhere.
So, wow.
I would say Visceral is going to be heavy competition. Also looking at 9-4. I mean,
yeah,
they tend to bring good cars, keep their racing really clean. They're coming into this with decent points, so they're right up there with the other teams. They've got two cars here. I think that they're gonna be part of this too.
Well, and Tuttle's kind of hedged his bet. We've seen Tuttle shoot himself in the foot before on strategy, and that sort of thing. Just simple mistakes. So he's got Robin Bank out there running his race.
Oh,
and
so
Robin,
the rumors are true.
Has run Mitsubishis before, so he's familiar enough with them that he should be a valuable asset to Mr. Tuttle.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean that's a good move. You can't help but go right with Robin Bank calling strategy for you,
especially in a 7-hour race.
He's a little think tank unto himself.
Oh, he is.
I'm going to have to go mentor with him and just, pick his brain, see if mine can keep up.
So if you're just joining us, thanks for signing in, everybody, and joining us this morning. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Doc Waldrop here and Tiffany Alexander, all spread out across different parts of the United States, broadcasting from Fort Wayne, Indiana. The Sonoma race that's taking place this weekend in Sonoma, California. It's wine country for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And Bill Strong is, of course, at the racetrack. He's driving pace car. So, and he's got some guests with him in the car, and they're getting ready to head out and bring the field around this 2.3-mile road circuit. And we'll get things started. We'll get things underway. It's just showing you what this track map looks like. What we found last year was a track that was dominated by Miatas last year, and it's really not a mystery when you look at it. It's a bit difficult to tell visually, but there are some significantly slow corners going through here that really require a lot of handling. So a big horsepower car may not do as well. When you look at turn 4, it's a very tight, hard braking, definitely a lot of handling characteristics for turn 4, turn 6, turn 7, turn 11, and there's just not a lot of open horsepower track there where you can really lay the power down and get away from these fantastic handling cars. So, yeah, the Porsche has a good shot at it. I think a Miata with a little more power, like the door slammers last year, that was the formula, and that's why I think we need to keep an eye on Ergolab because they have the same chemical makeup. They've got the Miata with the Ecotec engine. So keep an eye on those guys, and we'll be keeping an eye on the Tuttle group. As Doc brought up, those cars are good everywhere. They did really well, winning a race at Barber Motorsports Park, a double win at Watkins Glen last year. So their success is beginning to shine through as they still have their weak points. Still some issues with ball joints, axles, like so many other cars that have those half shafts. But look out. These guys are on a charge. We'll be keeping an eye on them. Of course, 9-4 Motorsports. They did win this race last year. So they've got a solid chance. A lot of rental drivers, so it's always a question mark who they have, lined up for them. It's always a different chemical makeup as opposed to visceral. It's pretty much always the same guys. So we'll see. We'll see how this thing plays out. And we can't count out RVA Graphics and Wraps.
No, they've won a championship before, so they know how to get it done.
They do. True. They've brought 2 cars out here. One of them is the 111 car, which is a C-Class car. Then they've got a beautiful EC car that they also brought out here that they're going to run with us as well.
Yeah, the 111 is their familiar E30, lime green with Sergeant Schultz from Hogan's Heroes graphics. So.
Yeah, and the Bandits brought their Pontiac Trans Am, their 79 Trans Am. They're out here this weekend.
That car's done really well out here, too.
Yeah, so Basil Weenie Racing is out here, too. And I'm going to have to look and see which car did they... Oh, they're not on my sheet. I don't know which car they brought. They have an E30. Basil Weenie Racing is here.
They brought the number 6.
Is it the BMW or the Miata?
The Miata.
Well, the Miata is an Ecotec engine, so that's another one that you're going to have to watch out for, and that's a very reliable race car, too. So we'll keep an eye out on them as well. So about 4 minutes till we go green here. They're going to be Bill's going to be leading them out onto the racetrack here shortly. You typically do maybe 1 lap, Bill. Is that the plan, and then pull in?
Now we do 1 full lap and then another lap because we want to have them go across the start-finish line to make sure all their transponders are working. And then I'll do another lap, and hopefully they can keep up with my awesome drivingness. And then I'll go down pit lane, and the race will commence.
Yeah, you'll have to go nice and slow so all those people can keep up with you, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I did a lot of laps yesterday. It was fun. I got yelled at too, by the way.
Well, we
know,
yell at you every day, so we don't want you to feel left out.
I doubt that breaks the norm.
Yep.
What'd you get yelled at for, Bill?
Going too fast.
Probably in the pits.
I'm like, I'm not going very fast.
Not on the racetrack, Bill. It was in the pits. They didn't want you speeding in the pits. That was the problem.
It's down the front straightaway. I opened this Nissan up.
Oh, that's what it was.
So we do have a couple of Datsuns and Nissans in this race today, so they're up for the $1,000 win today.
Yep. We've got that contingency program running now. So if you're not familiar with that, you can find out more information on the ChampCar.org website. So keep an eye on that. I don't know. Who's on point? Who's behind you? I think we had it on. It's Visceral that's leading you out because they are leading the points.
Yes.
So they are on pole.
Yeah, we lined them up according to how they finished and are in the point standings and where they sit right now.
1 minute off the road, please. 1 minute off the road.
Why don't you go ahead and go in a minute, Bill?
1 minute to go. Okay. I've got Mindy here with me in the pace car. She's never been on a racetrack before other than
we're so
standard,
sorry.
Daytona.
Try not to screw it up, Bill.
We're so sorry. Did she take her Dramamine?
She's a Army National Guard pilot. She's here with one of our drivers, and told her we'd take her out on the track. And we got about less than a minute to go, so I'm going to put this thing in super fast drive mode. Anti-skid off.
Right.
Warp power going, get that turbo spooled. And
that would be awesome.
We're getting ready to go.
Yeah, if you could lose it on the pace lap, that would be great.
We want to see that.
I know, especially with two cameras behind me.
Nose it into the wall.
I'm excited. I think everybody has a chance, but I think Visceral.
Pace car tower, you're cleared out of the course. Please take speed at 30 miles per hour. Get the whole field off pit road, and I might have you pick it up a little bit.
And there we go.
Roger.
Cars rolling off
hour.
of the grid now.
Let's see if he can follow directions.
20 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour. God, this acceleration's awesome. 28 miles an hour.
So Visceral Racing Group will lead the field of about 33 cars. Bill, please stop. Visceral Racing Group's going to lead the field of about 33 cars off the field.
I've never driven on it. I've only been in the back of a pickup.
Where is the mute button when I need it? There it is.
Right.
Thank goodness for mute.
Him.
Okay. So, as I was trying to get started and sound official here, what was it, 33 cars, Doc, is what we guesstimated start the field today.
Yep.
Many of these cars are here to compete for the national championship. Now, some of them didn't qualify for the national championship title. So Tiffany's going to do her very, very best, which is always way, way better than anything that the rest of us could do, at keeping track of where the teams are in the point standings as opposed to what you're seeing in the standings on Race Hero or Race Monitor, however you'd like to watch it. So
so we're going to pull out the non-championship cars out of the numbering, and the championship cars will be scored on their place against other championship cars.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I did not get a chance to do that sheet like that because that's a new one on me.
Yeah, it's okay. You know.
So maybe by tomorrow we'll have that, since that's going to be the really important day.
Hey, guys.
Yes, Bill.
Guys.
What is it, Bill?
Car 135 failed to put their windshield banner on, and because of that, they won't be counted until they put that banner on. So they're going to let them know that they have to have the banner on at their first start, at their first pit stop.
Oh,
so
okay.
hopefully they can get that done. That's a BMW 135.
Yeah, and they're a championship contender.
135. What's that team name, Bill? Blown my wad.
Pace car back straight.
Something.
It's blown my wad. So, so that's there's a thing about the banners and the stickers and all that stuff. It's in the rules. It's in the subs. You got to have all that stuff on your card in the right place. So that's a deal. It's all part of it.
A deal or a deal breaker, one or the other. However,
right.
You know, whatever way you go.
So cars working their way around the backside of the track. There's a look at turn 7. This is the loop out at the extreme far end of the racetrack.
Oh, that's a good look.
That takes them back towards the rest of the racetrack. They'll go through the turns 8, 9, and into 10. That takes you really close up against the tower, and then finally through turn 11 here, and that's back onto the front straight.
I don't see our race on Race Hero.
Oh, it's in there. Maybe
It is,
try
yeah.
refreshing. They have it as the national championship.
Sonoma, that's how it's listed.
Sonoma.
Yeah, I was looking for our logo.
Yeah, which is a good reminder to everybody if you're
there it is.
if you want to follow along with your favorite teams, you can do so through Race Hero if you just want to keep an eye on the scoring. On board with RVA Graphics and Wraps in their E30. And you see some of the cars swaying from side to side to scrub some heat into their tires and get ready to settle in for 7 hours of racing. We will have a 1-hour break today from 11 to noon. There's like a lunchtime thing that they do, and it's kind of unusual for Champ Car. Typically, we run straight through, but that's what they do here. And then we'll resume racing at the top of the hour. The broadcast will continue. We'll continue to...
we'll figure out something to say.
Oh, we're going to dispense so much valuable information.
I mean, if we can come up with 3 hours of dead air at Road Atlanta last weekend.
We could easily handle an hour. Yeah. I was proud of us all being able to do that. I don't know how we pulled that one off.
Because we're full of hot air.
Yeah.
There's plenty of hot air to go around.
Take the hot air and insert it in the dead air, and voila, you have BS.
You have magic.
You take the hot air and insert it into dead air, and you have the essentials of our broadcast.
You have hot dead air.
If you're just joining us, we're getting ready to start a 7-hour race today. There's going to be another 7 hours tomorrow. Welcome to Champ Car Live. It's presented by AutoZone. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series 2020 National Championship Race Weekend. This is the big one here that so many teams have been shooting for throughout the 2019 season to build up their points, to be here, to compete for the title. And so this is it. It all comes down to today. And at the end of this weekend, or tomorrow as well, at the end of this weekend, we'll be crowning a new 2020, but it'll be the national championship title going off to one of these teams. And all eyes are on Visceral Racing Group. This is a team that came here with the most points. Well, they qualified on the poll with the least points.
Yeah.
It's kind of the idea, it's kind of like golf. You want low numbers. And so they take honors because of the number of races they've attended and how well they've competed across the series in 2019. And so they're right behind our pace car with Bill Strong in the pace car right now and showing the Visceral guys where the line is.
Yeah.
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 So,
I'm sure he's out there schooling them.
Oh, yeah. So Visceral working those tires to get some heat into him so that he doesn't get freight trained on that first lap. He wants to make sure he gets a good start and get settled in quickly in that Porsche 944S that, they did win some races last year, at least one of them. They don't win a lot of races, but they're always very competitive, and it's very
Well, they won
often,
at Thompson, and then they won at AMP.
So you always seem to run into them at that VIR in the impound. It seems like they're always in the mix. So we'll see if they have what they need to get the win done today. So, Tiffany, points-wise, what position they need to finish in is probably related to where everybody else is at the end, right?
Exactly. So they're where they finished today, minus any non-championship cars, will be added to their totals that they're bringing in today, and that will determine their score. So today and tomorrow scored individually of one another. If anyone ends up with a tie between how they finish today and tomorrow with their championship points, the better placement of Sunday's race will determine that.
Gotcha. So we are green here, folks, and Visceral Racing Group is up front. We're having a little trouble with our cameras here, and that is pretty typical of Sonoma, unfortunately. So don't expect a lot of consistent in-car footage. We'll do the best we can with what we have, and that's the same with any racetrack, any event. Yeah. And we're just privileged to be able to see any of it, really. So thanks for joining us, and we look forward to seeing your comments over here on our YouTube feed at ChampCar.Live, which this is recorded on ChampCar.Live, so you can always go back and watch it later if you like.
Or you can watch it live right with us.
Yeah, and if you have anybody that you know of that's broadcasting from the race, let me know on our feed here, and I'll see if we can bring it into the show.
I'm excited. Are y'all excited?
Yeah, I mean, this is huge. These guys have worked so hard to get here. You know, this is a big deal. And as we were saying, I think earlier, I don't know if we were live when we mentioned it, but you got so many teams that have come here from the other side of the United States to be here. So this is big.
I mean, it really is. And there's a lot of teams that worked really hard to get here, and then a lot of really, tough teams to beat that couldn't make such a long journey. So the ones that are here really, they came here for a reason, right? They want to go home with this title in their pocket, and it only goes to one team.
Yeah, and this is your one and only shot to get that title for the year, so it's a big deal.
It's bragging rights for the whole year.
And you can see the cars diving down into turn one here very fast through that section of the racetrack. And right now, Visceral Racing Group enjoying the lead of this race as they come by the start-finish line for the first time. Looks like Uncommon Friends is right on their tail in second place. Then it's Winkler Motorsports, Tuttle Motorsports, Basilwini Racing, RVA Graphics and Wraps, Tuttle Motorsports, 9-4 Motorsports, Pomona Speed Shop, and a few good cylinders. Now, as I read off these standings, and you'll hear me doing this frequently during the show, this is not relative to the point standings of those teams that are gunning for that championship title. That information you'll get from either Doc or Tiffany. You're not going to get that from the standings that I read off to you, okay? So just keep that in mind if you're, just to help avoid confusion. We'll occasionally break in about every 15 minutes or 30 minutes or so and give you a current point standings for those championship racers. It also should be noted, if you're at the racetrack, we've got a special placard that was given to all of the cars, which is typical. It's like a sticker that goes on the cars and shows that they're running for the championship race.
They're really nice. Do we have a picture of that?
Yeah, we do.
Somewhere?
Yeah,
Okay.
we do have one. I'll work to bring that up here in a few minutes.
So they like to put those stickers on the front and the back of the cars. So just where the folks that are not competing for the championship know who is. And so we can, the gentleman driving type of style, you wouldn't want to hurt someone's championship contention over driving with them. So it just kind of helps for a visual for some of the drivers. And it's a really cool sticker. And, just to be there and be competing for this championship is quite the honor. There's lots of cars that would like to be there.
Yeah, a lot of people ask me for background noise. It's something I've been doing a lot of work on to try to get more and more of that into the show. I have to do a lot of audio balancing so that the commentators don't get drowned out, which is really easy. So, just understand this isn't NASCAR. I can't do what they can do, but I can get some of it.
We don't have a truck sitting out there.
Or their budget.
And a lot of the mics they're in the microphones in the cars.
We'll start a GoFundMe page, and y'all can contribute to that.
Y'all can contribute.
We'll get a truck.
This sounds pretty good, though. Not much wind noise, so you can hear the engine in the background there a little bit.
All us car nuts like to hear those sounds. I was working on my car last night. That's what I chose for Valentine's Day. My husband asked me, "What do you want for Valentine's?" And I was like, "Can we pull the motor in my car?" And he was like, "Crap, I should have just got flowers."
So Visceral's in a fight. They've got a car that they're in battle with right now. They passed them, and Visceral just passed them back. So they've got themselves in a battle. It kind of looked like a BMW. It might have been Winkler Motorsports that they're in a fight with right now. Again, these Miatas are viciously quick at this racetrack. Really suits those cars. You can see him powering by there, which is really surprising.
Then that Miata gets back by him. See how well suited that car is for this course, yeah.
Coming down into 11 now.
Can't quite.
There you can see Tuttle Motorsports right in the mix there as they come by the start-finish line. It's Winkler leading with Visceral in second, Tuttle in third. Uncommon Friends is dropped to fourth. Basil Weenie Racing is in fifth place. You can see just how fast this is coming up hill here to turn 2, and this is blinding right here at the end of the day with the sun coming down. Almost loses the front end there. He's going to lose a little bit more ground to the Miata as they head up here to turn 4. Hard braking as they line up for 4 here. You can see the huge undulation here, 160 feet of elevation change here at Sonoma Raceway. A curve back to the right here, and then set up for this carousel, really constant radius, kind of downhill. It's a little slippery. And of course, again, the Miatas are going to do really well through here. You can see him pulling away. Loses the front end right there, loses the back end as well. Losing lots of ground here to the leader.
Yeah, the 944 is just going to have a hard time keeping up with that Miata. It's just set up. I mean, that Miata is just getting it on.
Yeah, but Visceral's, he's got, they can double stint that car.
Right.
We saw him do it at AMP. And, I mean, Sonoma's a little bit like AMP.
Yeah, it is.
In
and
some respects, a little faster.
Well, and last year we had teams struggling, the Miatas struggling with fuel conservation. It was not easy for them. So,
yeah.
Again, Visceral isn't successful because they're a one-trick pony. They've got a lot of the boxes ticked, and they seem to always end up there. So
it's not always about who's the fastest on the track. I mean, there's lots of other things that factor into who wins the race. So they have a lot of those boxes ticked too, with strategy and good fuel. They have a good fuel strategy, and they're not known to have problems in the pits. They usually have their stuff together. So just lots of things come into this.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much that goes into it. Don't forget Lady Luck. There's so much that has to happen. As we're on board here with the Zoom Zoom Kaboom Miata, another team that's been successful in the series. Wow, big rev on the downshift there. Maybe a little too high, higher than he wanted to. It's easy to get excited when you're in close quarters with somebody there and make a mistake.
He still that other car stayed right on his quarter panel with him all through that turn.
Yeah, you can see he left some room there. Now there he's taken the line away. So looking in the rearview mirror there, you can see that other car just behind him as he heads up towards the top of the hill, turn 2. As we go back on board with Visceral Racing Group, still scored in second place. And Winkler Motorsports has captured the FTD. There's Tuttle Motorsports also getting by. And Visceral gets held up by another competitor. That allows Tuttle to get away. FTD held by Winkler right now with that 154.
And they're coming in, Winkler is coming into this with only 3 points. So they're, as Visceral has 2, all they would need would be to place, 1 place higher, the Visceral, to tie them for the championship.
Coming down into turn 11, there's Tuttle Motorsports.
Or 1 point lower, actually, would be the right way to say that.
Visceral in tow.
Place higher, point lower, yes. Okay. Sorry, I had to get my math right.
So many historic races here at Sonoma Raceway, a lot of IndyCar, NASCAR. There's so much that goes on out here and has happened out here at Sonoma. And just one of the many historic racetracks that the ChampCar Endurance Series will tour in 2020. This is just the beginning, folks.
And Tuttle has taken away the FTD from Winkler with a 154.
Yeah, you can bet Tuttle's just getting warmed up. You know, they're in the pursuit to show what they can do. And I'm seeing a lot of teams across Race Hero right now setting their fastest lap times as those tires come in and the drivers get acclimated, knocking off that ring rust. On board with another one of those vicious competitors. It's RVA Graphics and Wraps and that relentless E30, but haven't seen a lot of dominance in the E30s at this kind of a racetrack. They just don't seem to quite be able to put everything together, but boy, if there's anybody that can, it's going to be RVA in this car.
Yeah,
Heading through the carousel
this is our
here.
second race of 2020. So a lot of these teams did not go to the Road Atlanta race because it was just last weekend. So many of these teams haven't raced since towards the end of last year. So I don't know what they've done in their spare time to, keep their skills warm, but
they missed a hell of a race at Road Atlanta.
That was crazy. I've never seen anything like that. And I learned a new term, freezing fog.
Yeah.
Kind of like frozen yogurt. It's about as easy to see through. That was, yeah.
So, kind of wondering out here at Sonoma, I mean, a plague of locusts, perhaps a flood of biblical proportions, maybe an earthquake. Who knows what this race will throw at us?
Yeah, cars heading down the front straightaway here. You can see started the race with probably over 30 cars. We had a couple EC cars. Looks like we had one car that canceled. District Motor Club hasn't started the race. But yeah, we got a handful of CC cars or EC cars out here this weekend. 6 laps in the book so far.
Orange Pumpkin in 14th is our top EC car right now. So everybody above that is all clear within their points. Yeah.
Back on board with the Porsche, our points series champion or leader rather, coming into this championship fight. Currently down into third place now with Winkler tumbling to second. Tuttle Motorsports has assumed the lead in their C-Class Mitsubishi.
Well, Michael Tuttle is like jumping for joy right now, but you got to hold on to it for the next, 6.5 hours-ish.
Yeah, he is, but he's got his key strategist calling the race this weekend, Robin Bank of R-Bank Racing, 90racing.com, who is in the pits making the call for everything they do this weekend. So it couldn't be in better hands as far as race strategy and keeping a cool head.
Absolutely.
There's a man who knows how to win races.
Now they just have to follow the given, instructions.
Oh, I assure you, they're going to do what he tells them to do. There's not going to be any wobble room there. They'll do what he tells them to do.
Is Robin really good at getting his point across, or they just?
He's been known to be able to get his point across. Yeah.
Okay. That's funny.
Well, I mean, if you hire somebody, you listen to them.
You would hope, yes.
So
I didn't know if they had any Bills on their team.
Well, Bill says that the number 108 car was absolutely sideways as he was fighting with the second place car, that Miata. So they're hanging that car out there, and they are on the charge. There's no taking it easy at the beginning of this race for that team. They're pushing. And
I understand why you want to get to the lead.
Visceral might be pushing a little too hard, Tiffany. Right. He's taken the car off the racetrack and brought it back up onto the racetrack again.
And if you're pushing too hard, though, and you end up off course or breaking things, you're not going to make it to the end of Sunday. So you gotta balance that.
He's losing ground, of course, every time he does that. On board with the Mazda Miata of Zoom Zoom. See if he can go around the outside, heading up through turn 1 here. Overtakes. on board with 9-4 Motorsports and their Lexus SC300, a car that won the race here on Sunday last year. Back on board with the BMW of RVA Graphics and Wraps. Got a report there is some oil that's been laid down on the racetrack. Now that might account for why Visceral slid off the track a little bit earlier.
Yeah, oil doesn't have good grip. Even just a tiny little bit of it can really make a difference.
Now missed his rev match on that last downshift. Coming up through the gears here as he heads in through this final kink that'll take him across the start-finish line again to start another lap here at Sonoma and up turn 1. You can see just how fast this is. Then you got a brake hard downshift into 2 here. This is really challenging through here. It's blind, and the car just ends up at the end of the racetrack. You don't know how hard you can push through there. Look at the elevation change as he's heading up through 3 here.
It's like a roller coaster.
Lines up for 4.
So one of the cars that's moving up nicely is Utah Valley University. Moved up to 6th place.
Winkler Motorsports just a half a second ahead of Tuttle Motorsports, leading the race. Visceral Racing Group back about 5 seconds. They're falling behind Uncommon Friends, 12 seconds in the rears of Visceral. Basil Weenie Racing still in 5th place with Utah Valley, as Doc said, up to 6th place.
Ergo Labs not having all that great a run. Their last lap was a 2:03, which is considerably off the pace.
Yeah, they're going to need to get up to speed here. They're back in about 16th spot right now. If you pull out the EC cars, which are the exception cars, you're allowed to run in with us in Champ Car, but they're not eligible for a podium or championship points.
So was that the car that had the last-minute alignment change?
Oh, the Ergo Lab car did, yeah.
Yep.
Looks like we got
that's affecting them.
Well, it looks like we've got a local yellow being reported in turn 6. So that's coming out of the carousel there. It's in the carousel area. That might be an area where there's some oil now. Visceral Racing Group, again, just 2 tires off track, really pushing that Porsche. Just trying to get everything out of it and more. Having a hard time with these leading cars. Heading into the carousel, gave a thumbs up to the corner worker, no doubt displaying a local yellow. Car should be off driver's right. Just acknowledging, yep, I see ya.
Excellent driver etiquette.
Yeah, that's always something to give a little bit of a signal. I usually just do a head nod. You wouldn't think that you wouldn't think that somebody in the tower would see that, but they do.
Yeah, and a lot of times the corner workers will radio the tower and let them know that car so-and-so has acknowledged, especially if they're the first car through on a yellow, or say you got you're flagging them with like a meatball flag, the black with the orange dot. That's one of the first things they're going to let race control know is that, okay, I've shown this car the flag, and they have, gave me the thumbs up or something like that and acknowledged the flag. So it's kind of a completion of that communication between, the track staff and the drivers.
Looks like we got a notification. It's the Trans Am that might be off track. That's the Bandits Racing Team.
Oh, no.
They're in turn 6.
And they were coming into this with 5 points, so still very high in there.
And can you boost your microphone a little bit, Tiffany?
Absolutely.
Got a little bit of...
How's that?
That's better, thank you.
Okay.
On board with Zoom Zoom, who's seeing what they can do out here this weekend with this team. Indeed, Bandits shown not turning laps right now. They're the only team that started this race that is not turning laps right now. 10 laps in so far. Again, Tuttle Motorsports leading the race now over Winkler by 0.4 seconds. These guys are in fisticuffs up there. It's back and forth between the two. Bless you, Doc.
Yeah, sorry guys. I'm sick as a dog, so
Oh, no.
I haven't felt good since I quit smoking,
Yeah.
which seems like some sort of cruel joke.
Your body is adjusting.
Yeah, exactly. And
Actually,
it's not
that's-
adjusting well.
Well, it's fairly normal, actually. Just stick with it.
Yeah.
You probably have sinus cavities you didn't even know existed. It's just not being used. You know, they weren't being used to being used.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
On board with Vissel Racing Group here as they're trying not to fall too far behind. They just turned a 157. Now that's quicker than the guys that are around them, so they're starting to step their pace up a little bit. A 155 that time by for Tuttle, though, as he begins to try to open up the gap between themselves and the Winkler Motorsports, who were close behind. There it is, 9 seconds the gap. A big mistake by the Winkler team. They've fallen behind Visceral. Visceral's moved into second. Something's happened to Winkler Motorsports, guys. Something has happened indeed to that Miata. They were so close on that last lap together, and they may have had an off and gotten back on the track. We're not sure.
Oh. Someone's giving us saying that the car didn't sound quite right as it went by, the Winkler Miata.
That would
Some
explain
kind of
it.
ignition issue, maybe? Or fuel, maybe? Something didn't sound right as they went by, so they're having some kind of mechanical issue going on. That's early in the race for that. Oh, that's frustrating.
Also got a message here that Basilini Racing might not have brake lights, and so that means they're going to be looking at that. Of course,
That'll
if they
get them meatballed.
they'll get them. Yeah, they'll get a meatball and be brought in. They'll have to fix that before they can return to the track.
And for any of you who are not familiar with, that is a black flag with a orange circle in the middle, and it's letting the driver know that they are having some kind of mechanical issue they need to come in and check on, just in case. They're not getting spaghetti.
The 9-4 Motorsports cars nose to tail here, working their way around the racetrack. Another one of the rental teams in Champ Car that you can drive with.
And that's the sister car up ahead, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Supra?
Yeah, they were right together there.
Maybe they can keep out of trouble together.
Is this Winkler right in front?
Well, it could be. It could be. They've already passed them once. Maybe they're passing them again here, or they've gotten by and come back. I don't know. Basilini's still out on the racetrack right now. So no change there so far.
Oh, that probably wasn't Winkler.
And here's a look from inside Basilini, yes, right now. So they're on the racetrack right now. And as Bill alluded to earlier, they may be brought in for brake lights that aren't working. Now, they may be functioning. We don't know for sure. We'll keep an eye on them. We've reached the bottom of the hour, so we're going to have to break for commercial. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, everybody, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone. Tuttle Motorsports is your leader. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back to Sonoma Raceway here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander. And we're just getting underway here for 7 hours of racing this weekend for the National Championship title, as we're on board with the Zoom Zoom Kaboom Miata.
So one of the things to keep in mind is the Tuttle 108 car that is leading this race is the car that started today's race with 5 points. The 107 is the car that started the race with 3 points.
And, of course, in Champ Car, it's the low points that count. So that's going to – boy, Tiffany's going to have her work cut out for her today trying to keep track of all this stuff. But
just remember, math is hard.
But, yeah, Tiffany, as things kind of settle in here a little bit, feel free to let us know as you can figure out how things look so far in the points running, if things were to end at this time, that kind of thing.
Will do.
And
well, I mean, one of the things you can kind of play this game at home. Visceral started out with 2 points. They're in second place. They're good.
That means that would be 4 points if it ended today, right now.
Right, exactly. So
just add those together.
Yeah, so you can kind of kind of get an idea of
You can
where.
play this game at home too.
Yes, you can play this game at home as well. They have to. Visceral has to keep RVA Graphics behind them, Basilini behind them, and Porsche Defectors behind them.
And Tuttle came in with 3 points, so they're in first, so they would also have 4 points. So right now, as the standings are, they would be tied. But we will also be adding in tomorrow's race too. So they'll have to end up with the least amount of points with today's, the ending of today and tomorrow.
Right. So Tuttle right now would have 4 points. Visceral would have 3 points. So.
Oh, they came in with 2. I'm sorry. Yeah, 3. So they would be leading, even though they're behind them.
Clear as mud. I get it.
Visceral just
I don't.
needs to run where they're running.
So Visceral's in good shape here, as long as the people ahead of them stay where they are, and we don't have more people passing him, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. And of course, we're just
They're
getting started.
In the proverbial catbird seat.
So the points today will play into the points tomorrow.
Yes.
So we could be in a completely different. It could be a different playbook tomorrow from what we have today. Most likely, it will be.
Absolutely.
So.
And if you do really well today, then, that puts you in a good spot for tomorrow. If today doesn't work out that well, you'll have to really make it up tomorrow. And there's only so much making it up you can do, right?
Yeah, there's that. And of course, if you win the race today, you get to start a lap down tomorrow. So there's so much to be thought about.
You want it.
Lots of strategy at play here. And so for RVA to win the race, as far as the race itself is concerned, for Visceral to win the race today may not be in their best interest, points-wise, going into tomorrow.
Yeah, you'd really probably, because these are tied together, you'd want to kind of be in second.
I think second place is what you want today and first tomorrow, if depending on what's happening behind you.
Absolutely.
It could be a gamble.
Math is hard.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and Visceral's coming in with the least amount of points possible with 2, so they've got a good, start on playing that strategy the best. They don't have any points to overcome. Nobody has less points because we take the top 2 finishes out of 2019, add them together. So they had 2 first-place finishes, which is how they ended up with 2 points.
Now, Matt is saying there's no MOV this race weekend.
There's not? Okay.
There's not?
It's what this person is saying on our feed. I don't know.
I did not get clarification on that one way or the other. We could double check with the powers that be.
I could see why there wouldn't be.
Yeah.
But that's the first I've heard of it. It's not something I really check on because I'm not anywhere close to being able to compete for it. But, yeah. We've got Tuttle Motorsports leading up front, folks. 27 seconds over Visceral, who's continuing to fall back with 156 on their last lap time. Tuttle 153 also holds Tuttle the fastest lap time of the day to 152. And we've got orange yeller, an EC car. Excuse me, orange yeller, not an EC car, an A-class car in third. Tuttle Motorsports, the 107 car, is in fourth. Uncommon Friends is fifth. And it's RVA Graphics and Wraps. Basilini Racing, a few good cylinders. And Porsche Deflectors is an EC car, so we pull them out. So it's 9-4 Motorsports in ninth. And then Ergolab is rounding out the top 10 when you remove those EC cars. So that's where things stand right now. Okay, so Matt is saying that confirmed by Jerry that the MOV is not in play this weekend. So.
Okay, so take that out of the strategy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put all these in our nifty little spreadsheet and update. I've got to put the car numbers because we have a couple of teams that have both cars are qualified, but they may have different points. So let me just.
Yeah, 107 is the Tuttle car with 3 points. 108 is 5 points.
Okay, so that's 108.
Silver Fern is the 57 car that's in the championship.
I'm going to just update this with their car numbers then. So we have that. So I'm not getting confused. It's easy to do. So 107 is the one with the 3 points.
On board with Visceral Racing Group here, folks. Visceral comes into the race weekend with the lowest points in the series, having competed at the most events, along with having 2 race wins.
Visceral, RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 111, Porsche Defectors, and Basil Weenie are all coming in with 2 points. They're all coming into this with the same advantage, so to speak, on points. Yep.
Yep. Now next year, the championship is going to be a winner take all. It doesn't matter what you did during the year.
We're going to take the math out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the whole reason. No.
They realize that the broadcast crew can't do math.
RVA Graphics and Wraps just trying to chase down the Uncommon Friends Z car that's just up in front here. Trying to get a pass on them as our camera decides it's lost interest, so we'll come back to that, as most of our readers and listeners and viewers have as well.
That is so not true.
Hey, when it wasn't looking, it came. When we weren't looking, it came back up. Nice battle going on here with that beautiful Z car owned by one of our board members, Bruce.
Yep. Driven by a rather stellar cadre of drivers.
Yes,
He's got
it is.
John Morton on board, Troy Ermish.
Actually,
Steve Nichols.
Troy's not running this weekend with him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a nice group of individuals that...
I got the update about the orange pumpkin going EC, but I'm just now noticing that the Porsche Defectors, they've got them classed as EC. Do we know if that's correct? Because they're in the championship hunt, or they were.
I don't know about that.
I'll be danged.
We'll, we can ask about that and see if we can get confirmation on that.
Yeah.
Of course, you're talking about what you're seeing in Race Hero.
Hero, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the first we've heard about Porsche Defectors being moved to EC.
So I'll go ahead and just
it's
maybe
deflectors.
add their points.
And that's a 2004 330, so I don't know. Porsche Deflectors won back-to-back races last year. RVA Graphics and Wraps here in the 111 car in 6th place right now. They are in the hunt for the championship. 20 laps completed so far, as it's 15 minutes before 9 o'clock local time Pacific in Sonoma. It's cool with fog hanging over the racetrack. And we're hoping it just stays up above there. As you can see, it's hanging above the some of the higher parts of the racetrack. This track, 160 feet of elevation change. It's pretty crazy. 94 Motorsports, who brought a couple cars out here this weekend. Looking for another win. We look at turn 1 here. We'll be trying throughout the race weekend to keep tabs on the point standings, so we can keep you folks in the loop.
In fact, we intend to be very trying.
I'm working on it as we speak.
We've been accused of that many, many times. RVA Graphics really hustling that car around the racetrack. Again, as I said earlier, there's some There's a lot of signal dropouts whenever we come to Sonoma, so we'll see some camera footage will be a little bit sketchy, but we'll be able to see some of what's going on. Orange Yeller and Uncommon Friends both setting their fastest lap times. Uncommon really trying to get away from RVA. RVA really on the chase, though. Another Porsche Deflector's just 0.3 seconds ahead of Basilwini, so Basilwini also in a big fight trying to get by a car for position. Ergo Lab just about 2 seconds behind the RVA Graphics EC car. They'd like to get by them so they can move forward. Nine4 Motorsports has been running pretty much right together since the start of the race. We're just getting underway, just 45 minutes in. Looks like the Toyota Supra is in 12th place right now. Bandits Racing is still not turning laps, so they're having some trouble with that car. They were pulled off the track a little bit earlier from around the carousel area. Uncommon Friends crosses the start-finish line again, setting their fastest lap time for the race, a 1:57 that time by. RVA about almost 3 seconds back now as the Z car begins to pull away. Visceral Racing Group finds themselves in second place right now, 36 seconds behind Tuttle Motorsports, who's beginning to run away with this thing. The 108 car, their sister car, turning similar, very similar lap times. A 156.06 with a 156.09 between the two cars on that last lap. Positions first and fourth. But Old Yeller and their Miata in that A-Class car are turned to 154. So they are on the hunt to get by Visceral Racing Group and move into second place. About 8 seconds behind right now. Visceral's rearview mirror is about to be filled by a yellow Miata. They're in the fight with a Mustang that's out here this weekend. This is a 7-hour race. We'll have a quiet hour from 11 to noon. So that's why you see 7 hours and 10 minutes remaining on the clock.
So did Broken 60 Seconds not make it to this race? Does anybody know anything about them? They were in the championship points and expected, I guess, to be here. Just wondered if anybody had heard anything. I'm adding things together.
I don't see them listed on their start.
I don't either.
Zoom Zoom Kaboom almost had a really bad misshift going into turn one. And that's a good way to blow up a car.
Mm.
But Zoom Zoom is a tough competitor. They're always really strong out here at this racetrack, so we'll be keeping an eye on them as we go back to Visceral. They've got their hands full right now, trying to get by some of this other traffic and not let themselves get overtaken in the process. Orange Yeller now just 5 seconds behind them, trying to gun for them to get to second place.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about Orange Yellow so much because they aren't in the championship. What Visceral's got to look out for is Tuttle Motorsports in the 107 car, our fourth place car.
Yeah, he's about 18 seconds back from Orange Yeller. And as Visceral continues to fall behind the leader now, 44 seconds. But Tuttle, both those Tuttle cars have been turning lap times consistently a little bit quicker than what Visceral can do. So we can expect as the race wears on, if they can't match that fuel consumption advantage.
Yeah. Visceral may be playing a fuel game, though.
Well, they certainly have as you said earlier, they have the ability to just do a driver swap at the top of the 2 hours and send another guy out without having to take gas. So if they're playing that game with them, I got a feeling that, but looking by the way he's driving, they're not playing any games. They're flat out. They're doing everything they can, and they're not as they've been accused of before, loafing.
Who would say that?
I don't know. They're not loafing around the track today. There's Tuttle Motorsports going by, the team that's leading the race this weekend. Visceral Racing Group shown in second place right now. There's the 9-4 Motorsports cars going by.
Sometimes I get their points in here, and then they move around. Okay.
So we've got a car being black flagged for not having brake lights. I have a number 6, but I don't know what that car is, so I don't have that on my list. I'll look through the sheets here.
Basil Weenie. I think they normally run 600, and I think they're changed over to 6 for the weekend.
You're right. They're in the 8th place, so they're going to be brought in for taillights, brake light infraction. You can really see the driver leaning into that corner. So much grip going through there. Here's Basil Weenie. They're going to be brought in. Using all the racetrack and more is Visceral Racing Group. Boy, they're not holding back at all. '85 Lucky Kid telling us on YouTube, for us the championship is a 40-hour tow, one way. And he said, I think a lot of contenders are in that boat. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Pit lane is quiet right now. Looks like Basil Weenie coming into the pits. They're going to get that car looked at and hopefully be able to get things fixed so they can get back out there.
Okay, if they didn't change, that's the last time I entered them. I can run through them now, I believe. Fingers crossed. It's hard to remember, like, to add all the ones to move them about that are either not in the championship or EC or something like that.
Yeah, I
Get
mean,
the correct number in there.
It gives me a headache just thinking about it. Trying to stay on top of all that math.
Well, then they move her back out, right? And then somebody passes somebody, and then I have to undo my math.
So Basil Weenie
okay,
Racing,
so what I got right now so far is Visceral Racing. If everything finished like it would, they would have 4 points. RVA with a 111 car would have 7. Basil Weenie would have 8. I'm going to skip Porsche Defectors because I'm not sure if they got moved to EC. Tuttle the 107. They did? Okay. So they're at 6. The Tuttle the 107, 9-4, and then number 840 would be 13 points. Uncommon Friends would be at 7 points. Winkler would be at 26 points. Pomona would be at 21 points. 9-4 in the Celica would be at 14. Tuttle in the 108 would be at 6. Bandits would be at 30 because they've fallen. That might need may need to re-add that. Zoom Kaboom would be at 19. Few Good Cylinders would be at 13. Blow My Wad would be at 20. Silver Fern is at 21 points. Virgo Lab at 15 points. Utah Valley at 20, and Willwood at 9. And then I'll go back and check one of those 2. I've got like 4 different devices I'm trying to count through.
Yeah, you got Orange Yeller moving up into second now. They have passed Visceral for the race, putting Visceral back in third place. Tuttle Motorsports continuing to turn these faster lap times. This time by, we got Tuttle turning the same lap time as Visceral. Just 3 seconds the gap to second place, but Tuttle Motorsports behind Visceral, and that is, as Doc said, something going to be more concerning to the Visceral team. They really don't want to see Visceral. They don't want to see themselves behind both Tuttle cars. Tuttle turns another 156, actually just a tick slower that time than the Visceral Porsche. Back 22 seconds behind them as we reach the top of the hour. We'll break for a commercial and be back in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Tuttle Motorsports is leading this race. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hey guys, this is Chad Thornton, and on behalf of Racing Radios, welcome to the 2020 Champ Car Endurance Series. Since 1979, Racing Radios has pioneered communication systems for the sport of racing. With a long-running history and passion for motorsports, Racing Radios supports those who build it, run it, break it, fix it, and run it again, pushing the limits of what's possible with the resources available. We built Racing Radios on these same values. As a 2020 Champ Car sponsor, Racing Radios will provide our experienced support team and trailer at select Champ Car events throughout the year. Free gear and exclusive discounts for the winners of the Racing Radios 14 Hours of Charlotte event. And most importantly, 15% off orders for all Champ Car teams. It's time to kick off 2020 right. Build it, bring it, race it, get out there and go racing. Visit racingradios.com and click on the Champ Car registration button to get your 2020 team discount code.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
And welcome back, everyone, to Sonoma Raceway here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Doc Waldrop, and we're counting down 7 hours of endurance road racing today and again tomorrow to determine the national championship for 2020 here in Champ Car. 29 laps completed. Tuttle Motorsports leads by about 37 seconds, and looks like we're going to red flag.
Red flag.
Indeed, I see a red flag is being waved from the tower.
Wow.
So we are under full course, not just caution, but red flag. The cars have been brought to a stop on this racetrack. Now, this is typically done for safety reasons. If we've got a competitor that's in trouble, they'll...
It's like a car fire, from what I understand.
All right, looks like somewhere around turn number 2.
2, yep.
So cars have been brought to a stop safely on the racetrack. And this is one of those things you got to be careful of as a driver, especially if it's a new driver for your team. If you don't have adequate cooling to stay on top of the drivers who leave their cars running. Now, the visceral guys are going to want to leave that car running because Porsches are known for having starter failures due to heat. And if he shuts that car off and he can't restart it, then he's going to have to be towed back in.
Looks like he's on a slight hill. He could bump start it, right, in reverse.
That could get him kicked off the track, too, though. He'd be traveling the wrong direction on the racetrack.
Yeah.
Do they frown on that sort of thing? I mean...
Yeah, they do. They're narrow-minded.
Pace car is getting ready to go here, just in case they want to bring him out.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Bill.
Hi.
Hey, can you tell me where the leader is?
No, I don't know where the leader is. I can see where Visceral is, but it's hard to tell. I kind of think Visceral's in turn 2. So the leader's probably somewhere around turn 4 or the carousel.
All right, that makes sense. Okay, I just needed to... Mike is working the incident. We have a fire turn 2.
Yeah, I don't see him.
So he's not talking to me.
I don't see him over around turn 7. So I would imagine he's somewhere in the carousel area, somewhere over in that area. But I'm looking at Visceral, and I can see that he's looking off to the right. So I'm assuming Visceral's in 2, but I don't know for sure.
We have an oil line between turn 1 and turn 2. They've got some equipment coming out. They expect to be back and have that fixed within about 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're getting a message from Andrea. She's jumped in to the feed for us.
Okay,
so
cool.
Thanks for that, Andrea. And thanks, Bill, too, for that update. They're trying to keep everybody up to date here as well as they can as information comes in. So oil expected to be on the racetrack right now. They're projecting about 10 minutes of cleanup, and that's from turns 1 up to 2.
Do we know what car it is?
It hasn't been disclosed, no.
Is that your car? Oh, it might be the RVA Graphics M3. Justin's in the car, so we're going to say it's Justin's fault. That's per Jack, who owns the car.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get that, Paul?
Yeah, I caught that.
Yeah, we've got you.
We just
Bill.
can't confirm anything.
Oh, okay, cool.
Since we're not circulating, we can't really tell you much. We've got, our track cameras are up. We can see cars are stopped around the racetrack.
Yeah, Jack just came up, the owner of the RVA Graphics and Wraps EC car, the M3. He said that Justin's in the car, and he thinks that, or he's pretty certain that it was Justin whose engine just blowed up.
Well, that's a shame.
This looks like Visceral looks like they are up in turn 2.
I think they are too.
Because there's the seating banking up there.
Yeah.
Because turn 2 is a great place to watch cars. You can see them accelerate coming up the hill. You can see them trailing down into 3 and 4. And plus you can see the S's on the other side of the course. So it's a great place to watch a race.
I noticed the driver's also looking to the right intently, and that's right where the incident would be. So it sort of all adds up that that's where he is. That's why I told Bill I think the leader's going to be somewhere around that turn 4 carousel area.
Yeah. There was a pretty the Tuttle car had a pretty good lead on everybody. That's Shane Lewis in the car. I don't know much about him. He's kind of famous. That's all I know. We were told that he's won a lot of 24-hour races, maybe the most. I don't know. I think we would know if he's won the most, right? But he does Baja racing too.
Right. So actually, the leader might be out past that, Bill. He may be past turn 7. I'm seeing.
Maybe in the carousel. That's what I'm thinking.
He might be past that because 37 seconds. That's almost the other side of the racetrack.
See, once we get Flagtronics, we'll be able to tell.
Yeah, that's right.
You'll find him. Look for the orange car with 108 on the side.
Yeah, we I see the 107 sitting right beside me here. Yeah, it's been really boring on pit lane. It's just the biggest issue was the number 6 car losing its taillights, and so they did a really quick repair on that car. And I was wondering, I was talking to Chiswick on pit lane. I said, you wonder if they pit, if they fuel when they pit and do that. But Mike said, no, that's, if they pit now, they may not have enough. That would make them a two stop first half of this race, which I think would be bad. Or at least Mike said it would be bad. So, yeah, that's,
yeah, there's a look at
we have a safety vehicle coming counter course into pit in, so everybody's being told to be careful.
Well, they're under red flag. They better be careful. They better not be doing anything.
Well, people on pit
much
lane
like us
are employees. Oh, they're taking lunch orders now. What do you guys want for lunch?
I'd probably get cold by the time it got to me.
I'll take a Braunschweiger sandwich with, I don't know, beer. I guess that's all you drink with that.
Sounds good to me.
Really? You like Braunschweiger? Most people don't.
The beer was winning me over. I mean, if it goes with beer, it's
all I
gotta be
heard
good,
was
right?
beer. So I raised my hand.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's RVA Graphics. He's on the back of the truck. And being towed down. It looks okay. It may have been more one of those bottom end fires if they're,
So
the wrap is still good.
Update some things though.
So I'll go ahead and give a quick standings rundown by the race. And of course, there's the EC car being towed back. RVA is one of the heavy equipment vehicles, moves down the front straightaway simultaneously there on camera. We've got Tuttle Motorsports leading in the 108 car. Orange Yeller is in second. Visceral Racing Group scored in third. Then it's Tuttle Motorsports in the 107 in fourth place. Behind them it is Uncommon Friends. Porsche Deflectors is an EC car, so we pull them out. Then it's RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 111 car in sixth. A Few Good Cylinders, Ergo Lab, 9-4 Motorsports, and the Flying Hawaiians. Looks to be your top 10 after the adjustment of having the EC cars plus the other RVA car pulled out of there, which is also an EC car. There's a look at Race Hero there. By the way, you can always look at this on the web or find the app in the App Store if you want to follow along with your favorite team. Looking at Class A, it's Orange Yeller leading that class right now. For the championship title, Class A is being led by A Few Good Cylinders. For the championship title in Class B, it is Ergo Lab, sponsored by Money Shift Race. B class is sponsored by DiscoveryParts.com. C class sponsored by Money Shift Racing and Flying Hawaiians outside of the championship. Inside the championship title, it's Tuttle Motorsports in the 108 car. For D class, Bandits is the only entry, and they were out early with some kind of an issue with that car and were towed in. And then for EC, it's Porsche Deflectors. So that's your current standings as we're under red flag. If you're just joining us right now, we had a car fire. One of the RVA graphics machines, the EC, their EC entry caught fire and was just towed back in. So they got that car off the track. Looks like they might have dropped some oil down on the racetrack between 1 and 2, so they're looking at that too.
Hey Doc, will you check your records on Race Hero or Race Monitor, which one? Roto Pluker Racing, Mazda.
You want me to keep the lights on until you go to yellow?
It's shown in the championship on here, but I don't have it on my.
It's kind of the official way.
Can we mute Bill?
God, I wish.
I just, yeah, I muted him. We've got, you can hear the cleaning truck, the brush truck coming up by Visceral as they're up towards the top of turn 2 there. Nine 4 shut their car down.
Everybody, unfortunately, I'm the only one down here in the pits. They all took off to go beat M3 and Justin.
So RVA discussing tactics about what they're going to do here.
See Roto Palooka.
So cars stopped on track. Red flag condition due to a car fire that took place somewhere, perhaps over around the carousel area, or turn 2 rather.
Oh wait, Team Roto Palooka. Yeah, they're in the championship.
Early on, we had a huge battle take place between Tuttle Motorsports and Winkler Racing before
They're
they
in the championship with 4 points.
Before they fell back with apparent ignition issues. And since then, it's been between really Visceral Racing Group and Tuttle Motorsports. That's where most of our attention has been due to the championship standings. Car's beginning to roll now. They've lifted the red flag and went to full course caution.
So what was your question, Tiffany, about Roto Palookas? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Tiff. Sorry.
Okay.
I had you muted by mistake for some reason, so go ahead.
Oh.
Yeah,
But I
what
was
was your
wondering
question
about
about Roto Palooka?
You answered it. I just needed to know that they were in the championship, and then I added them in on our little calculator thing here.
Yeah, they're Team Rotopalooka, which is why it took me a little bit to find them. Did I leave them off?
Yeah, I just added them in, and with their points. So I just needed to know to pull them out of the number-wise when I'm...
Yeah, no, I screwed up.
It's okay.
I had too many Excel files open.
And that will make your brain scramble.
Yes, it will. And it did.
I'm just reformatting your spreadsheet a little bit. Make it easy to follow along with. Or maybe easier. Can you see my updates on your end, Doc, as I'm changing things?
On where?
Is the spreadsheet live?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, the spreadsheet's not live.
Looks like we got 30 laps turned so far. Tuttle Motorsports is your leader. Still under full course caution. Be going back to green here shortly.
Can we do a run through in the points?
Yeah, we can do that if you like.
Okie dokie. There's a little bit of change since the last time I did it, and I identified a few cars that needed to be pulled out. So now these are not in order of points; they're just in order of the way I have them. So Visceral currently would have 4 points total. RVA Graphics, the 111 would have 7 if it ended right now. Basil Weenie, number 6, would have 16. Tuttle with the 107 would have 6 points. 9-4 in the number 840 car, the Lexus, would have 12 points. Uncommon Friends, number 48 car, would have 7 points. Winkler, as they sit at the number 910 car, would have 18 points. Pomona Speed Shop with my good buddy Roger in the car with his cousin, they're sitting at 16 points. 9-4 in that Supra, the number 83 would have 13 points. Tuttle in the 108 car would have 6. Bandits is looking at 30 points right now. Zoom Zoom Kaboom would be 16. A Few Good Cylinders is at 12 points. Blow My Wad, the number 135 is at 17 points. Silver Fern, number 57, is sitting at 22 points. Ergo Lab at 14 points. Utah Valley at 25 points. And Willwood at 22.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, Willwood's out here racing with us this weekend as we go back to Green Flag Racing.
And
Thanks
I'll
for
put
that.
Rotopalooka in there. That now that we have them, I'll just have to figure out where they're actually standing.
Okay.
You've got them at 22nd, but there are several cars not in the championship, so I need to just pull those out of their numbers.
Right. As you look at the Race Hero standings, you'll see a C represented. You see a CC represented behind the class number, and that'll indicate if that car is in contention for the championship. So folks following along on Race Hero, there's a little update for you that might help you make heads or tails of what you're seeing there.
Okay, Rotopalooka would be at 20 points right now. Got them in. Just wanted to try to give as accurate as humanly possible, which is maybe halfway.
There you go. Well, thanks for doing that, Tiffany.
No problem. I reformatted it so I think it'll be a little easier for me to update, maybe, but
All right.
maybe.
Back on board with 9-4, trying to get down the inside here. Looks like heading into 4. You can see how the track really drops downhill here. They come off that high point of the racetrack between 2 and 4. They come back up here as they dip into the carousel. And really an unusual sight that I really enjoy about racing here with Champ Car is we get to see everything in green. And
That is it's different, isn't it? Beautiful.
Yeah, that's Photoshop.
We don't have that kind of technology or budget.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and do that, no.
It's chroma key then.
It's
just the way, you know,
just race cars on a green screen?
It's the same, yeah, it's the same thing that my car shows up in Paulie's garage.
Right.
I'm hoping my car shows up in Polly's garage. That's my plan.
Yeah, see? It's lies, slander, delusions, and half-truths.
Whoa, losing control. The SC300 just hangs on to it, and that's one of those places where you can write a car off. So
that's an exciting portion of this course, yes, because that wall comes up quick.
Yeah, if you haven't,
there's not much runoff there at all, and it's kind of like that turn at Watkins Glen when you ignore the boot.
Yeah,
that it shoots you back out of the track should you hit it.
Right, and if you haven't spent any time in iRacing with us, you sure can, and you get to experience that firsthand.
Yeah.
That's pretty intense coming on to turn 10 there.
We had 31 cars participated in the championship round last Wednesday night.
Cool.
I did not see who won the race, though. But we had a good turnout. That was the championship round at Sonoma. Next, we're on to VIR.
Yep, VIR coming up here first weekend of March, the 7th.
Yep, so let's see, VIR, the practice round will be February 26th, and then the championship round will be March 4th. So there you have it.
Yeah, David says every iRacer doesn't recognize Sonoma when it's green. I totally agree. It's never green. Why is it, it's just so weird when we came out. It's like, wait a minute. What's all this grass all about?
Yeah, I've never seen it green. I mean, the Camel GT race was always in like August, I believe, and it was always brown.
So, yeah, David, you guys got to work on that iRacing commercial and get that to me so we can get that into the commercial run, too. I'm looking forward to your 2020 version. On board with the Lexus SC300.
I thought he had it done for some reason.
Oh, maybe he does. I just need to... Someone needs to send it to me. You guys feel free to fill in some airtime. I'm trying to make some adjustments here.
I'm playing with Excel.
Gotcha. We're all busy.
Not to cough up a lung.
Oh, goodness. So they're back to green now. Okay, completely.
Yep.
Zoom, zoom, kaboom card. I'm going to look at... So they came into this race with 6 points. Currently, I think I've got... they're sitting around... Yeah, I've got it at 10 points. They're sitting at 14th, minus the cars that are not involved. So they're sitting at 16 points total. They could get up a couple of spots. That could really be beneficial if they have a good finish today and tomorrow. They could overcome that 6 points. Maybe.
The forecast for today in Sonoma is partly cloudy. High of about 69 degrees. Tomorrow the same. No chance of precipitation is expected.
No chance of that either.
So it's going to be tough. These guys won't know what to think of racing in Champ Car without rain or something coming on.
I know, right? I thought all holy hell raining down on them.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the plague of locusts.
Right?
It's about the only thing we haven't been hit with. It was insane last week.
I mean, we've had some interesting weather in the last couple of races. I don't remember ending under yellow in very many races ever, and then we had several in a row. Just really interesting. It's probably all that heating up the planet thing. Sorry, I had to go there.
All that heating up the planet thing.
Mm-hmm.
So Tuttle Motorsports still enjoying the lead of the race right now. We've got Orange Yeller in second, Visceral Racing Group in third, Tuttle in fourth, trying to chase down Visceral and make the pass. Looks like there's an 11-second gap there the last time through. Uncommon Friends just sets their FTD Back in fifth
Now
place
it's down
right
to
now.
9 seconds between Tuttle and Visceral.
And I'm trying to get you a camera here, folks, on Tuttle.
Moving some things around. So Pomona's moving up. Really wishing those guys luck. That's our buddy Roger that runs with Birmingham, and that's Roger's cousin's team. He lives on the West Coast. He's driving with them. We couldn't get, after last week's adventure at Red Atlanta, there was just, getting that car ready and getting it all the way across the country just wasn't going to happen. So Roger's going to be driving with Pomona instead. They brought the big guns, right?
Looks like Willwood's in for fuel. All right, I got a picture here from inside the Tuttle 108 car. This is your leader. Let's see if I can get any audio on it. Doesn't look like it.
We can make Doc do the audio.
Vroom, vroom. I can do vroom, vroom sounds.
Okay, you do that. I'll let you know every time I go to Tuttle. And you can make the car noises.
I got stuffs to do. Yeah, I'm not good at this. My chest is killing me, folks.
You just congested.
It's all I can do is to breathe.
Oh, it stinks.
So, vroom vroom sounds are not going to happen for us.
Right.
It was worth a shot.
Anyway.
Wait
So
until the car gets wiggly and make a screaming sound,
I can scream.
So Tuttle Motorsports, looks like no audio coming off that car, but on board with your leader right now as they're working their way around the racetrack, and they've really got command of the lead. Now you've got their sister car back in fourth place right now, and they too doing really well. Looks like they're turning very similar lap times right now. Now.
And that's fourth place, but only third place in the championship because we're going to pull that number 2 car out.
Right, the number 2, the 214 of Orange Yeller, not in contention for the championship title.
Doesn't look like on your screen it's showing all the CCs like it is on my screen.
Well, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it in. Yeah, I'm not.
You are.
It's a compressed version of what you see there. That feed that you get there. That's if you're actually looking at Race Hero, you get to see. On the web, you get to see all of that CC stuff.
Right, so you can look at Race Hero on your phone or on the web. They have a live web launch, and it's racehero.io or the Race Monitor app as well. And you'll see the first letter you'll see after the team's name is saying what class they are: A class, B class, C class, etc. EC means they're a little outside of our point range. And then when you see the double C's after it, that means they're championship contenders. That helps us kind of differentiate which is, who we're counting up for points, because we're pulling the ones that are not championship contenders out on those overall points, which makes for really fun math.
There's the Uncommon Friend Z right
there. Oh, yeah, they're really getting busy over there.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Things really getting busy, and the Tuttle driver really trying to saw through the field and keep that momentum up so they don't fall back into the clutches of the Visceral machine. They want that lead. They need to have low points.
Got to keep the other Tuttle car behind him, the 107. Because the 108 car can influence this race by letting the 107 by him.
Well, the 107 comes in with less points than the 108.
Yes,
so
3 points versus 5 points. So
correct. So where they're sitting right now, they're both at 6. So they're first and actually third in the championship, but with their points, they're both sitting at 6 points if it finished like it is right this moment.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. But they would be first and third or first and third is kind of the way it works over there, and that they're equal in points though. So that would be, let's say it finished in that kind of fashion and 6 points was the lowest, which actually Visceral has only 4 points right now to where they're sitting, so they would actually win. Say that wasn't the case, it was just the 6 points was the lowest in the total, then whoever finished the best on Sunday would actually win.
Right.
So just to explain how we're doing this craziness. And then next year it will be winner take all. They'll line up to start the race by their points. And then after that, it's just by the finishes, no addition or subtraction necessary.
Ah, okay. So it's going to be a little different.
Mm-hmm. Everybody seemed to be in favor of that. I'll have to find something else to play math with. Sure I can.
And it looks like I got a camera here for the 107 car, who's in pursuit now for that. Turn back for you guys so you can actually hear us. So this is the 107 car in pursuit of Visceral Racing Group. They're looking to chase them down and get themselves up into second place.
What is this car we see up ahead? What is that? Is that a Scirocco or something?
it kind of looks like a Scirocco, yeah.
Oh, there is a Scirocco in the field, Bunny Boys.
How about that?
And that's an interesting color.
Why, yes, it is. Kind of a Tiffany blue.
Oh, I like that. People will often mess up my name and call me Stephanie all the time, which is, I don't quite see it, but so I'll be like, no, like Tiffany, like the diamonds and the lamps. I usually get it then. Not like the singer from the 80s. We're going to stick with the diamonds and the lamps.
I don't know. Did you guys bring up this thing about what Bill mentioned over here on Slack, car number 35?
We have not. Go ahead.
The Camaro, the Huffman Motorsports guys going really slow, having a hard time getting off pit lane with the clutch. Looked like a young guy, so they're a new team. They might be having a little trouble learning how to drive a stick shift out here this weekend. But Huffman Motorsports won the $400 tire rack credit. So congratulations, guys. It's cool.
Awesome. It's always fun to watch a new team with their teething of getting used to the whole thing, you know, how everything works.
Yeah.
I remember when we were there. Some painful races.
Yeah, fewer points is better. So the way Champ Car works is if you win a race, you get 1 point. So the further back you finish, the more points you get. So you want as few points as possible through the events that you attend, and that's how you score well.
Yep, and we take the best 2 finishes over all of 2019 and add those together, and that's the points that all the teams come in with. And then we'll add them to their finish for today and then to their finish for tomorrow. And we'll add all that up, and that gives you your total. And lowest points wins. Just like Mr. Hurley is saying, hey, John. That his looks like his water tube maybe attached to the roof there.
Yeah.
Just where he can get a nice drink of water as he's going along. Probably
Yep.
got some Velcro up there or something. Probably don't want it flopping around in the passenger side. Be kind of gross when I went to get a sip.
Yeah. All right, we got a break for commercial. A little bit past the hour here, so we'll do that, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Tuttle Motorsports is your leader. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're here at Sonoma Raceway for the 2020 National Championship title race. Tuttle Motorsports in pursuit of Visceral Racing Group, who's about 6.5 seconds up ahead. So Tuttle's on the charge, trying to get themselves up into second place. I want to thank everybody for joining us here. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Doc Waldrop and Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander. Bill's actually roaming about the pits and giving us updates. So we're not hearing from him too much, but we've got Tiffany and Doc here, and Tiffany's trying to keep track of where the points are at with the different teams and giving us updates there. And Doc's just not feeling well today, so he's doing best he can. Thanks for messaging us and keeping us up to date with your information as you get it too, folks, over on our YouTube channel. Great to hear from everybody. On board with the Visceral Racing Group the Porsche Visceral Racing Group, as Tuttle is in pursuit. Looks like we got cars coming into the pits now, getting fuel and driver. Car number 445 is one of those. That's the Polish Hammer Racing in their Acura RSX.
So this is the 107 we're in, and I believe that's the 108 in front of us. Right? Kind of looks that way. Can't think of too many other orange cars.
Yeah, it could be. We're in the 107, so he might be.
Yeah, that's the 108 in front of him.
He may have passed. If that's the 108 in front of him, then he may have passed Visceral and we didn't see it, or I didn't see it.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so he's a lap down.
I don't think 108's put Visceral down a lap yet.
Right.
We'll have to see. Wait till it updates.
That orange yellow car went from 2nd to 9th. And they're not in a championship, but that was stopped.
He's pitted.
He's falling through the standings right now. Also, the 559 car in the pits taking fuel. That's the Subaru WRX of 559 Racing. Mustang driver going really slow on the racetrack. I guess the race director is talking to him right now just to make sure everything's okay there.
Yeah, 108 has just gotten past Visceral, I believe.
Well, the 108 car was our leader.
Yes.
So he's been past Visceral for some time. It's Tuttle it's the 107 car that's been in pursuit.
It doesn't make sense.
Right.
We should be able to see Visceral then.
Right. We'll go back to the what we were told was the 108 car and see what we see there. So this is the view from inside. What I was told is the 108 car, but that might be Visceral right there. So maybe these labels are backwards.
Flip-flopped?
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
Yep.
Well, Bill's lied to us before.
Certainly wouldn't be the first time.
It certainly wouldn't.
It's easy to get him confused.
Yeah, numbers are hard. That is Visceral.
Yep. And you can see this is the battle for second place here. Visceral driving him clean, of course. As they come by, and Visceral has to let him go.
I can go through and tell you all the points that someone was asking about who came in with points, who came in with what points. Visceral, number 918, RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 111, Basil Weenie, number 6, all came in with just 2 points. After there, it kind of goes up. Their total, the 107 came in with 3 points, as well as the 94 Motorsports 840. And Uncommon Friends, number 46, also came in with 3 points. And Winkler, number 910, came in with 3 points.
All right, thanks for that, Tiffany. Car number 10, Bunny Boys have pitted. Looks like they're taking on fuel. Looks like we got a team that came into the pits because their window net was down as well. That's against the rules. So Jay's working with that team to get that resolved so they can get back out there. That's the APT Racing team. If you're just joining us, everyone, we're at Sonoma Raceway for the season championship race. This is the big one. It's a double 7 this weekend, so the points that are accumulated here will be added to tomorrow's points to determine the series championship for 2020.
So, Paulie.
Yeah.
Can you go to the other Tuttle Motorsports camera?
Yeah, we can do that. I think this is the 107 car here.
Visceral should be in sight.
Well, they just passed them, so I think we're going to see them swap spots here next time through.
Okay.
Could be mistaken, but we saw them pass earlier.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which.
Unless let me look at race monitor and make sure that it's updating properly, because that might be part of the confusion there. If we have a race monitor, let's see. Yes, we do.
It seems to be updated,
and it looks to be current with what we have in Race Hero. 46 laps turned, and it's Tuttle, Visceral, and Tuttle. Coming around to the start-finish line here. We'll see what they see what it shows this time by.
300 there.
And we should have clocked through already, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Yeah, that's kind of confusing. I'm with you on that.
Well, I'm pretty much perpetually confused. I mean, we all realize that. It's just a question of what I'm confused about.
I'm sending a note upstairs.
Because we're seeing Tuttle's 107 1.4 seconds behind Visceral. So they should easily be in view. And they are not.
Sorry for all the quiet, folks. I'm trying to do too many things at once here. We're on board with Tuttle Motorsports in the 107 car, currently shown in second place. We're not quite sure officially where they are. I've sent a message out to Timing and Scoring to see if they have a minute they could update me on the status of those front runners. But right now, the standings we have is Tuttle Motorsports running in first place in the 108 car. There's the change. It's just taken place. The 107 car now shown in second with Visceral in third. Uncommon is fourth. Porsche Deflectors is fifth. RVA Graphics is sixth in the 111 car. Ergolab has moved into seventh place with Flying Hawaiians in eighth. 94 Motorsports in the number 83 Toyota Supra is ninth. And their sister car in the number 840 Lexus SC300 is 10th.
All right, all is right in our world.
Looks like the number 57 also reported coming in for fuel and drivers. The number 57 is the Silver Fern team and their Mazda Miata. The Miatas that do so well at this racetrack. Here you can see Visceral really in a fight to hang on to their spot in second place. They did make a little bit of ground there on that lap and that exchange there through that complex of the racetrack, but Tuttle getting away from them.
Well, now see, here's where the 108 car comes into play, because they let their teammate by the 107. That puts the 107 with 4 points.
Oh,
Visceral goes down to third place.
We've got a car sideways on the racetrack. Drivers left as they're sweeping through 8 and 9 here. But
and that puts Visceral down to 5 points.
Yeah, continuing your point there, Doc. certainly some team orders that could come through to kind of play things into their advantage here, being that these cars are so closely matched. And really, Tuttle, both of those cars seem to have the better of the Visceral car, so they could completely control this race if they wanted to.
I'm still holding out for Visceral on a fuel strategy. We've seen him play it before, so it doesn't appear he's holding anything back, but
yeah, I've swapped the camera labels for the two Tuttle cars, so I think I got them right now based upon what we were seeing on screen. Uncommon Friends not turning laps now, shown down in 10th place. They might be in the pits for a driver. We got a car into the wall at turn 7.
Turn 7? That takes quite a ways to get to the wall. You got to really commit to that.
Yeah, I don't know what that's. He might be out in the water.
Yeah.
Hope he bought his scuba gear.
I don't see anybody out there, but that's what I don't know. You're saying the 108 lapped the 107? Really? Okay. Well, maybe that's what's going on. He's showing. Yeah, I didn't notice that the gap there shows a lap. Okay. Huh.
Yeah, the 108's got a lap on this whole field.
I wonder how he pulled that off. They're turning the same lap times, roughly. Huh. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Yeah, thanks for making that point. I didn't even notice that until just now. Oh, Visceral Racing Group as Tuttle dives into the pits. So one of the cars coming into the pits right now. I wonder if I had those labeled properly the first time. Yeah. And then I switched them because we thought we were looking at something we weren't. So you tell me, Racer Fink, did I go, should I have left them alone or did I swap them in the right direction? I'm not sure. This might be the 107 that's coming in the pits here now. I'll just take the car numbers off, then I don't have to worry about it.
There you go.
Let's see.
You know, it'd help if these teams, kind of labeled their cars.
Yeah,
we know this is Visceral because you can see the red and white stripes on that cut down door on the side, but Tuttle's cars, both of them the same.
Yeah, inside
we'll see. The hood goes up. Usually I know. Lift the trunk. Driver trying to get out of the car.
Okay, this is going to be an excellent chance to get it right. because the transponder is going to tell us.
Oh, okay.
So the 107, car is the one on pit road.
Okay, so I do need to switch them back.
Yes.
All right.
Yay for transponders.
I'll get my best man on it for you. It was fine the way it was. Don't tell Bill. Please don't tell anybody. Tell Bill he was right the first time. Please don't do that.
No. Please, never. We'd never hear the end of it.
All right. We got it sorted here, folks. So the 108 still out on track, turning laps, and scored as the leader of this race with 50 laps completed. Their sister car, the number 107, is in the pits with Porsche deflectors and 94 Motorsports in the Lexus Coupe.
And the 108 came into this with more points than the 107 because they came in with 5 points. So they're sitting at 6 points right now, and the 107 came in with 3 points. So we'll see where they come back out. Is this relatively early for them, or is a 108 on their way in soon too?
Well, aren't we about 2 hours into this thing?
I was trying to do math on that
Yep.
at the same time.
Yep, because we're coming up to the top of the hour. We've got the number 46 in for fuel and driver. That's Uncommon Friends. We've got the number 37.
Visceral will has to come in soon, and we'll see if they take fuel.
Yep. Roto Paluker and Huffman Motorsports. Looks like they're in for driver and fuel. And the car that did have impact, that was in turn 7, was a low impact for car number 35, the Huffman Motorsports Camaro.
That's good for your joints, low impact.
Yeah, I've heard that. The 169 is in for, and the 211 also, those cars in for driver changes and fuel. The 211, I don't have them on my sheet, but the 169 is Silver Fern Racing.
Mm-hmm.
So
so all of our drivers have to stop after 2 hours. That's a max stint for
So the
driver.
question will be, will Visceral take fuel?
Right. If we do a fuel stop while they're doing a driver change, that's
Because aren't they going to go quiet in another hour?
Yeah, exactly. So here comes Visceral
so
right
here's
now.
Visceral.
So I think technically, you know how these Porsches, they have those issues with the starters. If they don't take fuel, I think they can actually leave the car running when they come to the stop.
Yes, they can.
And then they can just do a driver change and send the next guy out.
So the quiet hour is 11 to 12 or 12 to 1?
Well, I read it as 11 to 12.
Okay.
I've got that's what I printed off on the subs. Unless it may have changed at the driver's meeting and I don't know about it.
I didn't read this up. Sorry.
Okay. I only read it because I have to know because I do the show. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother either.
What show?
I typically read them.
I'm just kidding.
This fiasco we call a broadcast.
I see. So I didn't see any fuel jugs up on the wall.
Yeah, his visor's still up. He's climbing out of the car as soon as he can get his belts out of the way.
Looks like they're jacking the car up. Is that what I saw?
I mean,
something's up.
Yeah.
Now we know he's been off the track a few times with this car.
So we can't see if he's taking fuel.
Okay, that looks like one of the Tuttle cars is rolling down the pits. It looks like he's heading out.
So after we get through with this 2 hour mandatory stop, we'll see how the field
Okay,
shakes
his
out.
visor's up, so that
Yeah, he's not.
tells
They're
you
not taking
he's
fuel.
Not taking fuel,
Right.
or at least he hasn't been warned by the pit road marshal.
I would think that they wouldn't be taking this much time to get their driver in the car if they weren't taking fuel, though. He's
Good point.
definitely
Could be
taking
they
his
just
time.
reversing the order a little bit. He's put his visor down, so once he got in, and so I would imagine that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, they may have jacked the car up and done something to the car while the driver was getting ready and then went to fuel mode afterwards.
Oh, there's the fuel going in right now, and actually they have the car. It looks like they have the car elevated on that side.
They do, and
As they're putting
several
fuel in.
teams do that to really pack that fuel in.
So Visceral is taking gas right now.
Is that Bill out there all in the middle of everything?
Very, very well could be.
I thought he was supposed to be in the pit car.
Well, it's a shame we don't have a camera we could put in his hands. Maybe he could get this on
it's
camera.
a shame, isn't it?
Oh, well.
If only there was somebody on pit road that we could rely on to have a camera and like a microphone.
Here you go. Don't
Oh,
say
well.
his name 3 times.
A girl can dream. All right,
Yeah.
speaking of dreaming, we're going to go off to commercial and be back here in a couple of minutes. Stay with us. Champ Car Live, back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hey guys, this is Chad Thornton, and on behalf of Racing Radios, welcome to the 2020 Champ Car Endurance Series. Since 1979, Racing Radios has pioneered communication systems for the sport of racing. With a long-running history and passion for motorsports, Racing Radios supports those who build it, run it, break it, fix it, and run it again, pushing the limits of what's possible with the resources available. We built Racing Radios on these same values. As a 2020 Champ Car sponsor, Racing Radios will provide our experienced support team and trailer at select Champ Car events throughout the year. Free gear and exclusive discounts for the winners of the Racing Radios 14 Hours of Charlotte event. And most importantly, 15% off orders for all Champ Car teams. It's time to kick off 2020 right. Build it, bring it, race it, get out there and go racing. Visit racingradios.com and click on the Champ Car registration button to get your 2020 team discount code.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
All right, and welcome back to the Sonoma Raceway here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander back here for the Series season championship title race in Sonoma, California. Yes, it is Sonoma Raceway. Welcome back, everyone. Great to have everybody tuning in and watching with us today as this race unfolds. Sorry about that.
So all that great work that Tuttle put in on the track on the 107 car, they kind of gave it back. They had a rather slow pit stop, a 7:21, and their outlap was a 2:18. Gotcha. Whereas Visceral had a 7:02, and their out lap was a
I'm down here with Ron from
2:24.
Okay, go ahead, Bill. We can hear you.
A little lengthy pit stop there. You had to put some air in that tire.
Yeah, we because it was so cold this morning, we didn't get it quite to where we wanted to, so the temperatures just have to come up to where they normally would. So we put a little bit of air in there, a little bit extra time, but it should be good.
So how's it going out there for you guys right now? Is it going to plan?
Right now, yes. The Tuttle cars are a little quicker than we expected, but right now we're still exactly where we want to be, and we're pretty much just running our race. Regardless of what they're doing, we can only go so fast, and it's not just a one-day race. It's a two-day race. So we need the car to be good today and tomorrow, not just today. So we're trying to play smart, keep it safe. I'm pointing by contenders. Tuttles, I'm pointing them by. Let me go by. I don't care. Do my race, and let's see what happens at the end.
All right, good luck.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, back to you guys.
Okay, that's interesting. It's good to hear. Thanks, Bill, for talking to Ron there a little bit. That was Ron with the Visceral Racing Group Porsche team. And, of course, those guys are, they've cycled back. They're in second place in the standings right now, third overall in the running of the race. I know it's confusing.
That still leaves them with the lowest points total right now.
More important, yeah, they're in front of the 107.
They're 2 points ahead of everyone else. I mean, 2 points below. Well, same difference. Let's see. RVA's fourth. Yeah. The next closest points is RVA Graphics. They're sitting at 6 points. They came in with 2, and then they're in fourth right now overall.
All right.
You got to remember, RVA Graphics, they've won a championship before, so they certainly know how to do it.
And Uncommon Friends has moved up too. They're sitting in 6th place at this race, but it's 5th in the points overall. So that puts them with 3 coming in. That puts them at 8 total right now. So just, kind of right back there, we've got 1 at 4, 1 at 6, and 1 at 8. After this cycle is completely through, see where everybody's at, and then I'll update all of the standings and the points for you.
Okay, thanks for doing that, Tiffany.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't understand what Bill's saying either.
Yeah, well, you can really see Tuttle and Visceral there going toe-to-toe out there on the racetrack as they come down through 11 and back out onto that front straightaway.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
I'm down here with Farron from the RVA Graphics and Wraps, number 111 BMW. So that was a pretty tough stint out there for you guys.
Yeah, that was everything went pretty good. The goal was to keep it going to the second stint, and it took a little while to figure out where to turn. And the guys that are here and run on a regular basis paved the path.
Yeah. And they, because you guys did a little bit of the practice yesterday, right? But not really under race speed, because today's race speed is just insane compared to what it was yesterday during the practice.
It was. My stint was about 4 seconds faster, my fastest lap than we were yesterday. But I would have never, everybody flies by me, and then you're like, oh, that's where you're supposed to turn. And that was significantly helpful.
So who's in the car now?
Now Jack is in the car, and we're going to run it, try to just keep it in the hunt, hopefully stick around till the end.
All right, that's fair from RVA Graphics and Wrap.
Thanks, bro.
So what's happening is the 302 Mustang is actually replacing the blown-up M3. So we allow teams to bring a spare car, but it has to go through tech, and if they blow up, then they can at least get on track. If they don't count, they can just put in good laps.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, we don't have too many teams that can pull something like that off, but it's nice they could do that. So if you're just tuning in, we're at Sonoma Raceway for the 2020 Series Championship title race. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Endurance racing for 7 hours today, 7 tomorrow. We got a quiet hour from 11 to noon. Last time that I heard, so that means they'll bring the field in order at 11 o'clock. Red flag, the track, and they'll do lunch and then head back out at noon. A little bit of tire spin heading back out onto the front straightaway there for the 107 car, shown in third place right now.
Yeah, it says mandatory red flag 12 to 1.
Oh, it's 12 to 1. Excuse me. Okay.
Yep.
So there you have it.
So that makes it we started at 8, right?
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. So that makes it 4 hours in the morning. And then we're going till
3
4?
hours.
8 to.
They're going
to go until 1 to 4.
Yeah.
4 hours. 3.
So this afternoon is the 3-hour stint.
It's like number 68, the District Motor Club. Andrea's saying they had unfortunate contact with the wall. So they're doing some cosmetic work, and then they'll be back out in a few minutes. Okay. Thanks, Rachel. I'll see if I can find that stream for Uncommon Friends. So right now your standings, trying to get, got a lot of information coming at me here, folks, so bear with me here. You guys feel free to jump in if you want to add any of your comments here.
I'm guzzling chloroseptic.
So with Tuttle, the number 108, sitting in first place right now, that gives them, they came into this championship with 5 points. So that actually puts them at 6 points. So they're still below the 107 car at 5 points and Visceral at 5 points. So right now, the 107 and the Visceral car are leading in the points.
Yeah, they're really
both having 5 points total.
Well, granted, we're 2 hours in. We haven't really had that much of a positional change on the racetrack. You're looking at the standings right now. They're not very different from what we had about an hour, 2 hour, or hour and ago, hour and a half ago.
Haven't changed a whole lot.
No. So I'm just looking over my race notes. It kind of started out pretty much the same way it is right now, except we had the Winkler team up there at the front battling for the lead with Tuttle. And once they dropped out with apparent electrical ignition issues, it's just been the Tuttle guys with Visceral and Orange Yeller kind of in the mix of it there, who is not in contention for the championship of the
yeah, something must have happened at Utah Valley University, too, because they were doing really well, and now they've dropped back to 25th.
9-4 Motorsports are still together there in 7th and 8th, and then we've got Ergo Lab moved up to 7th place behind RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 111 car. They turned to 158 on their last lap, so those lap times are a little bit more in tune with the kind of lap times they need to turn. Their fastest lap time for Ergo Labs at 154, so they're turning very respectable lap times. So
yeah, unfortunately, Ergo Labs, they started this race with 7 points, so they've got that to make up.
Yeah, they haven't been.
They've got to rely on other teams having problems.
Right, they haven't. As far as racing for the championship, they need some help from other teams. Yeah. Absolutely. Back on board with Visceral Racing Group. Heard from Ron some issues with tire pressures. It just goes to show you it doesn't matter where you're at. Every team has some kind of struggle that they're dealing with in each race.
Yeah, he said the tires didn't get as much pressure in here. He says they figured they would. So
coming up to 2 here, you can see just how steep it is at the top of the hill and how blind it is as you come flying up over that hill.
It's a fun place to watch. I used to go out there for the NASCAR race, and it was a blast to watch because the cars would get a good foot and a half off the ground there with their right fronts. It's like, curbs? What curbs? And the same thing with Riverside. It's like, S's? What S's?
Right. So just about 20 minutes after 10 Pacific time at the racetrack. Started out with a little bit of fog hanging over the racetrack. It still looks a little bit misty out there as we look across turn 7.
Tiffany, I can tell you about fog.
Supposed to be partly cloudy today, high of about 68. Same for tomorrow. Precipitation not expected, so should be pretty clear, clean racing throughout this weekend in California.
Well, they've got good weathermen out there.
Yeah, and it's really unprecedented and unusual that we've finished the last 3 races. We've finished with full course cautions in each of those events. So, not expecting that at any of our events. Really, it's really unusual. But hope to break that streak today.
Yeah, well, I mean, last week I think I haven't read a single comment about the Road Atlanta round that says, no, they should have left us out there. Every person was like, hell yes, I've never been so scared in my life.
Rightfully so. I mean, we're sitting in the tower, right, with all, beautiful tower on the 4th floor, looking out, as cars come down the hill, coming into 12 to make the front straightaway. You can see the bridge in the background. I'm like, it's just a lovely view, right? And that bridge started disappearing. And it wasn't that long until we couldn't even see the bridge. And then we couldn't see the cars
up there.
Yeah, we couldn't see the cars coming into 12 really even until they kind of got down into the turn. It was quite interesting to try to follow.
So it looks like the number 236 just went behind the wall. The number 236 is Pomona Speed Shop.
Oh, no. That's our teammate Roger is driving with his cousin.
Back on board with Visceral. As Ron said, just driving their own race. Go ahead, Bill.
Zoom, kaboom.
Yeah.
How's the car doing out there, Scott?
Well, it's doing pretty good. This is kind of a not tried and true car. This is Zoom Zoom Kaboom 2.0 because for those people that were watching the live broadcast over at Laguna Seca back in December, the end of last year, we unfortunately decided that the car looked better.
I gotta go, guys.
Down.
Sorry.
All right.
This is Bill.
All right, so Bill got pulled away. He might be having to go jump in the pace car for something, but...
Sorry, I got interrupted. I thought I was have to go somewhere, but back to Scott.
So back in December, we flipped the car. So this is a new car. So not tried, not true, never done a 24-hour race. So it's got a few growing pains. But this one's a little bit faster. It's a little bit tighter, a little younger, and we're just really, really happy to be here.
So you think you guys have a chance of getting this thing this weekend?
Let's put it this way. If we make it to the end of both races, we'll be really happy. And I always say above the fold racing or above the crease, that means we've formed a victory on a brand new car, because that to us is the most important thing. So we're having fun this weekend, a little less competitive, I think. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. There's a lot of attrition already that's starting to occur. So we're hoping we're not going to be a part of that.
You're talking about competitive. Now, you got a lot of really fast cars out here compared to yesterday. How does the Miata handle, the Miatas do really well at this track, but we just have a lot of horsepower here this week.
I agree. This track is one of those hybrid tracks where it's a lot of horsepower, but also a lot of handling. You got to have both, and we actually think we have a pretty good combination because we're a little bit more up on horsepower with the Mega Squirt that we upgraded it with. Haven't done much of anything else with regards to handling or anything along those lines, but the Miatas inherently handle really, really well. So we think it's a really good combination for this particular track. Laguna Seca would be another kind of a combination, both handling as well as horsepower track. Now, when we go to Fontana, which ironically we did so well in our last car, that's obviously all a horsepower track, and it was really funny that we did so well. But we beat that racer. We definitely made the strategy of that race all about fuel economy, because we knew that that was the only way that we could take a podium. We did. We took a third. We took a couple thirds. So it's a strategy. Every track is different. We think that the Miata is a great platform. It works really well for us.
Thanks, Scott. All right, thanks, Scott Man from Zoom Zoom Kaboom.
So we've got an emergency vehicle out on track. So there's something's transpiring out on the racetrack right now. Thanks for doing that, Bill. Appreciate that. It's always great to hear from him. So we may have a local yellow out there on the racetrack right now. I see my cameras passing by a car that's stranded track right. So officials, the track's out there. They're working on the situation. I'm not sure who it is just yet. But we know we got the Bunny Boys and their Volkswagen Scirocco not turning laps. Pomona Speed's already behind the wall, so it's not going to be them. Here's your leader right now.
Who can it be now?
60 laps turned so far. Tuttle Motorsports, not only with the FTD, but also leading the race. They've got R Bank Racing's Robin Bank in the pits calling the strategy for them.
Whoa, what's happened to Visceral?
Oh, good point.
Dropped way down.
Yeah, they really have. Good point.
Is that possibly them sitting on the side?
No.
I didn't see the car. No? Okay.
We're on camera with them, but there it is. It's off track left.
Okay.
There's an incident as well.
They're in 7th, 6th overall.
Yeah, they've really...
Visceral's, their times have really dropped off.
And, of course, we were just talking to Ron a little bit ago in the pits with Bill. He said, we just wanted to drive our own race. We need to finish well both days. So he understands that he has a good strategy in place. He knows what he wants to do. And not all drivers are created equal. This is a new driver in the car. He may be trying to get himself acclimated and get up to speed with this place.
And I don't know if y'all took a look at their stop time, because it was after their last pit stop that they kind of moved about a bunch.
Yeah. There's the issue off track left. We got several emergency vehicles there as we go by with the leader. Coming around to complete another lap here at Sonoma Raceway. 61 laps completed with Tuttle Motorsports in the lead. Orange Yeller in second. Tuttle Motorsports, the 107 car, is third. Uncommon Friends has moved into fourth. RVA Graphics has moved into fifth with Ergolab in sixth. Visceral tumbling to seventh place. Just turned in a 2:04 on their last lap. Now a 2:10 on that last lap. Visceral continuing to fall by the wayside.
Visceral was turning 158s, 159s, 157s, and then now they've jumped up to 2:04s fairly consistently. 2:09, a 2:05, a 2:05, a 2:04, and then a 2:10.
Mm-hmm.
So their time has really dropped off.
Maybe a new driver that's not familiar with this, or maybe they...
Yeah, it could be.
It's post-pit stop. Everything is...
Mm-hmm.
The slower times are all post-pit stop, so it's... I wouldn't say he's loafing, though. Would you, Doc?
No, not loafing.
Basil Weenie Racing not showing turning laps right now. That might be one of the cars affected trackside.
Ergolab's not turning laps.
That's not what I'm showing here.
It may just be with the yellow that they're not getting around the pit loop quite quick enough, so it kind of will flag them for a second.
Could be.
Actually, I'm showing that Ergolab is turning laps, so I'm not sure. I'm showing 62 laps turned and Ergo in sixth.
Race monitor says 60 laps turned, but in sixth.
Oh, so something's going on there.
I'm showing Ergolab down in 12th.
Huh.
With 62 laps turned by Tuttle.
Okay, that's strange. Yeah, I'm showing him in sixth with 62 laps turned by Tuttle, Ergolab. You're showing in 12th place. I'm showing the Flying Hawaiians.
I got them in 10th.
We're all over the map.
We're all over the place.
I'm going to look at Race Hero and see if it's different. Okay.
I'm looking at Race Hero.
Race Hero.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was looking at Race Monitor.
Yeah, look at Race Monitor. See what they say.
Okay.
These folks, in case y'all don't know, these are all third-party applications. So timing and scoring knows exactly what's going on.
Okay.
Too bad we don't.
So I'm showing a match between the two applications. I'm showing Ergo shown in 6th on Race Monitor. Oh, and it's just refreshing now. Okay, it refreshed and it's the same. I'm showing Flying Hawaiians in 12th. It's refreshing again. So we may be having some communications issues there. Out there with timing and scoring.
Issues.
Oh, we know. And timing and scoring can't fix those. They could try. Well, that's really not.
Lord knows they could try.
These are issues that
We wish them luck.
That aren't going to go away anytime soon. Yeah.
Race Monitor, I've got waiting for data.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
It looks like they're trying to refresh everything.
Yeah.
So. All right, so we won't talk about the standings for a minute until they get things sorted out. It's great to see the sunshine coming in the race cars, though. That's a welcome
We haven't
sight.
seen much of that lately.
Visceral Racing Group on board with them as they came to the track with high hopes, find themselves not quite as fast. A little surprised by how fast the Tuttle guys are this weekend. On board with the leader here. Seems to have things well in hand at the moment.
Okay, now I got Ergo Lab in 6th.
Oh, yeah. There we go. We got it sorted out. Basil Weenie continuing to fall through the standings now in 22nd, not turning laps. Also, Pomona Speed Shop, Bunny Boys not turning laps. The RVA Graphics 511 car, looks like they lost an engine, so they're done. And the Pontiac Bandits car, also not turning laps. We know there was some oil down in that corner, assuming they may have also suffered some engine failure in that car. Bill reporting there is a car on a flatbed. And there it is. Looks like it's blue. So I have to turn to our color commentator for that.
Oh, it's blue.
It's like
now
like
it's green.
A baby blue. What was it, green now? Okay.
I think, yeah. Green car.
I'm not sure there. That came from Bill. He might be colorblind.
Well, I gave the color. Oh, he says it's green. Yeah, I saw it. It's kind of a turquoise-ish type, baby blue type color.
That's the Scirocco.
Oh, it's a teal Volkswagen. Okay.
That's the
Scirocco. Bunny Boys.
I always have a soft spot for Scirocco's.
Oh, yeah.
I think
we actually have one.
You know, I think if you could put a swap into Scirocco, it'd be an awesome platform. It's front-wheel drive, you know, fairly aerodynamic.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
I don't know. My buddies, you know, pit maneuver experts with that 200 SX with the M50 in it did pretty well.
All right, folks, we're at the bottom of the hour. We're going to break for Marshall, and we'll be back here in just a moment. Stay with us. Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone, Tuttle Motorsports, your leader. Stay with us.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to Sonoma Raceway here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Velton, joined by Doc Waldrop, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong, as we're back here live. It is the 2020 championship race for Champ Car. And right now it's Tuttle Motorsports in the lead. On board with Uncommon Friends. Thanks, Rachel, for giving me that link. Appreciate that. Is it Rachel or Rochelle, I wonder?
Rochelle sounds more exotic.
Yeah, we're gonna go with that. We're in wine country. We're gonna go with Rochelle. It's not what it is, but that's okay.
I think it's Rachel.
Yeah, that's not gonna stop us from butchering it, though.
Nope.
Not when you're messing with the likes of us. So we got a picture.
Y'all are a special bunch.
We're special, all right.
My mom always thought I was special.
There's our friendly Scirocco.
Oh, that's a shame.
It's a sad sight. Well, maybe they'll get it back out there.
Poor little Scirocco.
Yeah, it's a sad day. Sad face. It's all right. So looking at the standings right now, we've got Basil Weenie has returned back to the racetrack, by the way. And we've got Tuttle Motorsports leading in the 108 car. Orange Yeller is in second, back about a lap. And we got the sister car of Tuttle Motorsports also shown back a lap. Uncommon Friends is in fourth. Ergo Labs move up to fifth. RVA Graphics is in sixth. Visceral has slid down to seventh place. They just turned a 2:04 on their last lap. They've had a driver change. So, yeah, their mission is just to keep that car out there, run their own race. And we'll see how things shake out at the end. That's all they can do. A little thank you wave as they go by one of the competitors out here.
A fellow Z, it looked like.
Could be the Flying Hawaiian Z car.
Yeah, I think it was.
So an interesting little tidbit are 1, 2, 3 of our competitors right now. We're taking out the number 2, the 214, because that's not in the championship, are also our lowest point holders right now too. So the 107 actually has the lowest points right now if it ended in this fashion with 5 points. The 108 has 6 points, and the 111 of RBA Graphics also has 6 points. Uncommon Friends sitting in third, that would be third on there, would also have 6 points. So they're all kind of neck and neck as far as points go if it finished this way.
Also, something that's kind of neat is the Uncommon friends that we're on board with right now. Jay Leno was driving this car at Auto Club just last year.
Cool. He didn't want to come out and do this one?
I don't think they wanted him to come out and do this.
Oh, okay.
This is a big race, and those guys aren't accustomed to driving the kind of races we are. But it was pretty cool.
Probably not the best time to have a guest driver, huh?
There was some sheet metal, I believe, that was autographed.
Yeah. I don't think that was entirely Jay's fault, but
no,
the contact was done by somebody else. But he was off track at the time, and I think there might have been something down on the track that led both those cars into each other. But yeah, it's a big race. That was fun. We had him in the Uncommon Friends car, and the Flying Hawaiians were hosting Adam Carolla.
Oh, so the Scirocco sheared off 3 wheel studs, so they only have 4 on the wheel, so 3 of them are gone.
There's that Mustang that's moving slow around the racetrack. They all look slow when you're on board with the Flying Hawaiian Z or the Uncommon Z car. Looks like the number 910 now leaving the pits. That is Winkler Motorsports and the Miata that was so strong earlier this morning as they were battling for the lead, but ran into some electrical issues. Now heading out. So the top 25 cars all on the racetrack right now. Winkler returning to the racetrack. So you got Pomona Speed, Bunny Boys, 559 Racing, RVA Graphics and Wraps, and Bandits all not turning laps now. It's 2 EC cars in the RVA Graphics and 559 car. And if you have I guess they call it cable or satellite. I don't know what they call it these days. Non-local channels. There's one of the car shows that's on now. It's called Goblin Garage, and they just did a special on a Z car.
Really?
Yeah.
I've heard of this.
Well, Goblin used to be an auto manufacturer that went under.
Oh, really?
So these groups, few people got together, a couple guys and a woman. They're Brits, and they go around, they take these cars and they dump 20, 30 grand in them and then resell them for a $2,000 to $5,000 profit. But they built some pretty neat looking cars.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I want to check that out.
It's right up your alley. I enjoy it too. It's a lot of fun. Same channel you watch all the other,
car stuff on?
Garage stuff on, yeah.
Gotcha.
Real bumpy through here. A little bumpier than I expected to see it as he heads up through 1 into 2. Car's really getting tossed around there. Got the visor down almost all the way because it's getting bright out there. Go back on board with our leader here. In their Mitsubishi. And then Visceral Racing Group. Go ahead, Tiffany. What was that?
Just all that green out there. It looks like you're somewhere, like we're somewhere else.
That's not real.
Like we're in Ireland or something. Oh, saw the Tuttle car come across.
Yep. That was turn 11. This is the front straightaway here. Turn 1. You can see how close they're getting to the wall there. Visceral taking the wide way through here, trying to give some room.
Hey, did you guys talk about the stud breakage on that VW Scirocco?
Yeah. Well, we were talking about me, so we were talking about studs, and then
who makes them. You know, where they got them from, because that's odd to have just three. It's a 4-lug wheel to have all three of them break, and it's a what do they call that? Non-centered wheel. So the wheel's center is actually bigger than the hub.
Oh.
And they were so lucky they didn't lose the wheel too under braking.
Extremely.
Yeah, especially on this track, it's such high speed.
Well, it is a racetrack, Bill.
I'm not used to going really fast. Hey, guess who I'm driving for at the VIR 24?
Oh, you say that now. You talked about driving for everybody.
No, I want to drive for Visceral Racing at the 24. Ron asked me, and
he asked you. Huh?
Research. He's done a lot of research, and my driving skills and my abilities, and
you blackmailed him?
Have we checked him for the contavirus or something or
coronavirus?
Yeah, coronavirus.
And so I had
Perhaps he's a bit feverish. Perhaps he's taken complete leave of his senses entirely.
Yeah. I told him, I said, show me the money. And so I had to show him $5, and now I got to see.
Yes, I've been talking to Ron extensively.
They cannot put fuel in that car because their fuel can tubes won't fit the fuel filler.
Oh,
so
no.
They can't pour fuel in it. I've got a car coming up. I've taken the place of Jay at Pit Out. So hold on a minute. I'll be right back. We have a car coming up here.
Just see that Volkswagen on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Working on that right rear, it looks like.
Where those wheel studs are sheared right off.
Where there's a will, there's a way. I'll take your southern accent and play off of it.
I see.
So.
I mean, do I really sound that southern?
Yeah, you got the southern thing going on. There's nothing wrong with that.
It just is what it is.
Let's hear you say "bless her heart."
Oh, you have to say it with lots of sarcasm, though.
Oh yeah.
Will was just left pit lane.
And Bill, you sound like you're talking underwater for some reason. Is your microphone covered up?
I'm sorry.
Are you talking into the wrong end again?
My headset.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
Is that better?
It's much better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's gooder.
Yeah, it's
gooder.
It's goodly better.
I had the headphones over my ear with the Bluetooth headset in, so sorry about that.
Oh, Uncommon Friends just passed the 107 Tuttle for third place, second place in the championship.
How about that?
Woohoo! Well, that's woohoo unless you're a Tuttle fan. The 108 getting ready to put a pass on the zoom kaboom as they go up the hill to turn one. Visceral right on their tail. 840 moving up as well.
Can you imagine if Visceral if Tuttle wins this championship?
Well,
oh my
now,
gosh!
I was just looking at everything. Right now, the one with the lowest points would be Uncommon Friends, sitting in second because they came in with 3 points. Even the 108 that's in first place came in with 5 points, so that puts them at 6. So Uncommon Friends has 5. So they're sitting in the lead right now if it ends this way even.
Uncommon Friends came in with 3 points. Yep.
All right. Let me check your suit and everything. Good to go. Okay, be careful out there, bud.
Ergo Loud came in with 7 points, so even they're in fourth in the championship right now, they still have 11 points total. So
cool. Good to go. Have fun.
What is he saying?
I think he's releasing people from pits, and he's left his microphone on.
Sorry, I was talking to drivers that were coming out pit out.
Why don't you mute your microphone there, Bill? If you're talking to people.
I'm sorry.
We're on the show here. It's okay.
I don't want to interrupt the show at all,
It's because it's all so important.
That would be a little too late for that.
It is getting warm out here. I had to take off my fuzzy coat. It's at least it's in the 50s now, at least.
Yes, Mike has asked you to remove your bunny slippers. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, so they're not really flame-proof, but, you know.
But they are closed-toed, so.
Yes, they are closed-toed. So I'm down here with Jay Monty. He's our head of tech with Champ Car Endurance Series. So, Jay, how did tech go this weekend?
Really interesting. We took every car, tried a lot of time. Had a few incidences. A couple guys had to go back and fussy but get things fixed, but every single car made the field.
So did these Californians have a hard time understanding you and Ray?
They like to hear us talk for some reason. I'm not really sure they keep saying I didn't understand what they said.
So what was the number one issue that you saw with the cars this weekend?
The inability to read the rule book.
Not reading the rule book.
It's a little lower than that. That seems like a lot of people had difficulties understanding the rule book. But we were able to get pictures out and got them all through.
Cool. Yeah. Any other stuff you want to add that'll like piss off all the racers out there for us?
Just wait till next year, buddy.
So
I'm coming back strong and hard.
So we heard that you also picked up another part-time gig with some other series. I don't know what it is.
It's just a good car.
Yeah. So what are you gonna do with IndyCar? Like getting guys coffee or?
No, it's full tech.
Yeah.
Right there.
So you get all the tech guys all their coffee and cream and stuff when they need it?
Water boy number one.
There you go. All right. Thanks, Jay.
Yeah.
All right. Back to you guys.
All right, Bill. Thanks for that. Great to hear from Jay. If you didn't hear, Jay's going to be working with the, what do they call it? NNT or NTT IndyCar series. He's going to be helping out with tech. So, and it's not going to be bringing coffee. Yeah. So congratulations, Jay. That's great. It's pretty cool.
He was just in Austin for that brief test they had there.
So right now, after 74 laps of racing, the standings for this event are Tuttle Motorsports in the lead with Orange Yeller in second. Uncommon Friends is shown in third place. Then it's Tuttle Motorsports in the 107 car, back 11 seconds from that Z car. Then Ergolab is in fifth, back about 4 seconds. They're on the charge to get by the Tuttle 107 car. RBA Graphics and Wraps, the 111 cars in sixth. 94 Motorsports, number 840. Lexus SC300 is in seventh place. Then it's Visceral Racing Group slipping another spot, now down to eighth place with Porsche Deflectors in ninth and 94 Motorsports in their Toyota Supra in 10th. How about that?
That's awesome. In the championship points, we have Uncommon Friends in the lead with 5 points, followed by the two Tuttle cars, both at 6 points, followed by the RVA Graphics car with 7 points.
Yeah, your class leaders right now for A-Class is Orange Yeller. For the A-Class in contention for the championship, it's a Few Good Cylinders. B-Class, now B-Class, which is sponsored by DiscoveryParts.com, it's Ergolab. Down to C-Class, Flying Hawaiians and Tuttle Motorsports are leaders for the two C-Classes. Flying Hawaiians for the non-championship runners. And Tuttle Motorsports, of course, in contention for the championship title. Class C, sponsored by Money Shift Racing. D-Class Bandits not turning laps right now. For EC, it's Porsche Deflectors.
So just hearing back from Pomona, they've had a major engine loss, so I don't see them getting back out today.
That's a shame.
They had to coast in just to get in off the course.
Oh, really?
So something major broke.
That's too bad.
I was talking to Roger Cohen, and he said he was having the drive of a life for about 5 laps, and then whatever happened, it let go. So.
And some people say the car gets faster right before it explodes.
Oh, yeah.
And I've always heard that. And I was at Sebring a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, man, my car feels really fast. And it was leaking a little oil, and I was like, I'm putting it on the trailer.
It's freeing up, yeah.
Yep,
a little
all those
smoke.
parts get really free.
Really free.
Yeah.
Too free.
I've never felt the car pull like that. And so I was like, yep, load it.
Yeah.
It's going to be dripping oil all the way back to Birmingham, you know? No. I don't have a winch on my trailer, so it's like, load it while it pulls itself up on there. Plus, it's always cheaper to fix it before it blows up than afterwards.
Yeah, sometimes a little harder to figure out why it was going to blow up, but, you know.
Oh, we kind of know that one. It's got its issues, so, yeah.
So,
it was already kind of suspected. Go ahead.
Don't you just wash the scarring from the flames off of it and then figure out what happened? The charring?
She didn't catch on fire. That's.
Oh. She just lost oil.
Yeah, it was just leaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that shot there from overhead up at the top of the hill. Beautiful area. Everything is so green from the amount of rain we've had here recently in California. So, you guys, anybody looking to earn a few race bucks? We're always looking for volunteers in the San Francisco area. Come on out here to Sonoma. We'll put you to work on pit lane. Kind of need the help this weekend. The big pit lane.
Yeah, so head on out to the racetrack and go see them. You get paid. You probably find some lunch food out there, so make sure you head over there. They got that quiet hour from noon to 1, so that'd be a perfect time to make your presence known. They'll put you to work and earn some bucks to boot, so please head over there. TireRack.com is the title sponsor for the Champ Car Endurance Series this year. And you'll get free shipping on all orders over $50. That's right. Tires, wheels, brakes, suspension, and all parts and accessories. It's the way tire buying should be. So check them out at TireRack.com. Also, AutoZone is helping us out with our broadcast. So make sure you patron the AutoZone stores. Duralast parts are manufactured to meet or exceed OE quality, durability, and performance. Whatever make of car you're driving, Duralast parts keep your car driving tough. Batteries, brakes, starters, and alternators, and shocks. Check out the Duralast line. They'll ship them right to your door. You don't even have to go to the store. If you want to borrow a tool to get the job done, say you don't have a specialty tool, well, they have a lot of tools that you can borrow through their Borrow Tool program. You can find out information about that on their website. They have a ton of tools you can borrow. You just give them a deposit, and they'll ship that to your door as well if you can't get out there to the stores if you're a remote location. So make sure you check them out at AutoZone.com. They also have several how-to videos that you can take advantage of if you need some pointers on changing out, say, a headlight, for instance. So make sure and check them out.
So Paul, this morning we drew for $400 worth of Tire Rack, what do you call it, gift card.
Yeah.
That we give away to teams to do a lucky draw, and the Huffman Racing team won that one. They're a new team to Champ Car. They're number 35 Mustang SVO. They kind of need those tires. They're a little slow out there, but they're a new team. Just happy to be out there having fun. They've done a couple of the lucky lucky dog races up north, and they're just getting up to speed here, and they'll do pretty well. They'll like those new tires from Tire Rack. Hopefully it'll help them speed up a bit. But they're getting faster as they get more acclimated to the track. The driver we meatballed earlier today, he had an 18-year-old young man, had a few laps in the car, but that's about it. And he's learning. He's having a good time out there and having fun.
Okay.
Family operation. There they are, the Huffman family. And accepting their $400 worth of parts, tires, brakes, whatever they want to buy. They can get it there from Tire Rack.
That is so great. That's just so great that Tire Rack does that with us. They not only support the series, but they're giving away tire money too, and that is huge. It's just, oh, man. It's a great organization to be affiliated with, and we're so grateful for their, affiliation with Champ Car, and they support the racers directly like that.
Yeah, I got to get on board with Tire Rack here pretty soon. Going down to the Atlanta race when it was raining so heavily, I had some white knuckle moments where might not have had total steering input. Yeah, it was pretty nasty on the Thursday when I headed down.
Yeah,
So I was hearing from Roger Cohen, they don't think they're going to get that Pomona Speed Shop car. Well, they're not even, I don't think they're even trying. That one's done for the weekend. It's done. So he's available to drive if anybody needs an extra driver.
Yeah.
He's there for the weekend. So
Roger's fast in almost anything he gets in.
Oh, it's incredible. He has a talent that I wish I could just like soak up.
Yeah.
It was funny. We were out playing around one day and he was in the Lexus and I passed him. Like I came up on him one time and then the second time, like he didn't point me by. We were at a track day. And so I just passed him kind of without a point by. And he was like, he was done after that. He came in. He's like, okay, it's time to change the tires. There's no reason she should be getting around me. It was funny.
Maybe you're just that good, Tiffany.
Yeah, maybe you're just.
Roger's got talent. Yeah, he's quick.
All right, folks. So we're gonna.
He's young. He just doesn't know any better.
All right, folks. We need to break for commercial, so we're going to take a few minutes, and we'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. 78 laps completed here. Tuttle Motorsports is your leader. ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a moment. Stay with us, everyone.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hey guys, this is Chad Thornton, and on behalf of Racing Radios, welcome to the 2020 Champ Car Endurance Series. Since 1979, Racing Radios has pioneered communication systems for the sport of racing. With a long-running history and passion for motorsports, Racing Radios supports those who build it, run it, break it, fix it, and run it again, pushing the limits of what's possible with the resources available. We built Racing Radios on these same values. As a 2020 Champ Car sponsor, Racing Radios will provide our experienced support team and trailer at select Champ Car events throughout the year. Free gear and exclusive discounts for the winners of the Racing Radios 14 Hours of Charlotte event. And most importantly, 15% off orders for all Champ Car teams. It's time to kick off 2020 right. Build it, bring it, race it, get out there and go racing. Visit racingradios.com and click on the Champ Car registration button to get your 2020 team discount code.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
All right, and welcome back, everyone, to Sonoma, California, here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Velton with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend for the 2020 championship run for Champ Car.
So the 107 cars dropped back quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, sure has. Back
Way
in
too
6th
early
right now.
to be fueling on a regular time.
Yeah, looking at the standings, you got the 108 car still leading with Uncommon Friends, now moving into 3rd place. But I guess they're effectively leading this race in the points. Is that right, Tiffany?
Who's
Uncommon Friends is leading in points
Yeah.
right now. They have 5 points. They're followed by Tuttle, the 108 car, is 6 points.
And look who's in 4th place, Ergo Lab.
How about that?
Argo.
Let me adjust their points.
5th place is RVA Graphics, Tuttle 107 and 6th, 94 Motorsports is 7th. Bissell Racing Group has moved down to 8th place. Then we've got 94 Motorsports in 9th, and you've got a few good cylinders now moving into the top 10.
See if anybody's points are changing from what I have.
So the front end of the field getting shaken up a little bit. Top 20 cars are all on the racetrack right now. Winkler Motorsports also not turning laps again. They just headed out of the pits not long ago. Pomona Speed Shop back in 27th. Looks like they've retired that car for the weekend.
Yeah, they're done.
Bandits doing a motor change. They hope to get back out there.
Ah. So the Bandits team with an engine failure within the first couple of laps of the race. Had that car towed in and now looking to do an engine change. Trying to get the car back out before lunch. Which just under an hour away, so... Bill says the number 107 Mitsubishi we're on board with right now, that's fallen back a little bit. Said the car sounded all right, but he is behind some slower traffic right now. It looks like he's in the clear. As he heads down through turn 10 into 11 here, the sort of a hairpin turn that takes them back onto the front straightaway. He comes around to complete another lap here at Sonoma Raceway. Thank you for joining everybody over on our YouTube channel. Great to see everybody coming in to see what's happening out here in the race. Right now we've got Tuttle Motorsports leading after 82 laps by about a lap over the field, with Orange Yeller in 2nd and Uncommon Friends in 3rd. And that's not representative of the point standings for the championship race. That's information we're giving to you occasionally throughout the broadcast to keep you updated on that. Sort of a race within a race, really.
Absolutely.
Visceral Racing Group came into the event in the best condition possible with points, so they were moved to the front of the field to start the race. Bill says the 108 car just seems to be more high-strung as compared to the 107.
Well, I mean, 108's leading the race, so
obviously he's put a lap on the whole field, and
right.
So he's
the
obviously
car's really quick,
turning better lap time. So the car's working really good.
It'll just have to last till the end of the day to make this.
And that
point
has been a
count.
problem for Tuttle in the past.
Right.
Yeah, the reliability thing has really been their biggest challenge. They really haven't had big problems with speed.
No, they've always been fairly quick.
And I'm seeing the track is a little bit bumpy heading up through turn 1 and towards turn 2. And this kind of hits into the suspension are the very thing that the Tuttle guys don't want to see. That's shown to be kind of the one of the weak links for the car. Is looks like the maybe the Acura comes in. Hard to tell from this angle for a pit stop. Being guarded there by a crewman with their fire extinguisher. On board with 9-4 Motorsports and their Lexus SC300. So yeah, that was indeed Bill saying the Acura that has come into the pits. Looks like a standard pit stop for them. So fuel and driver. Thanks, Bill.
You're the best.
Well, I got Bill Salen also over on the YouTube feed telling me the same thing. So everybody's pitching in.
And Utah Valley is up to 14th in the championship runs. Just FYI, they've kind of
they were
kind of working their way up.
They were doing much better early in the race. I think I saw them as high as 4th at one point.
So the way the rules work in Champ Car, you come in to do a pit stop. You have to be in the pits mandatory minimum 5 minutes if you put gas in the car. So that gives you time to make a driver change and get all the fuel in the car you need and have a little bit of time left over.
Aha, Utah Valley had an incident out on course.
They'd stop moving around and make it a lot easier to add these points together.
Yeah, you just got to kind of pick a point in time.
Well, we'll have a good rundown during the break because then they'll stop moving around on you.
Right.
And you'll be able to say,
Well,
okay,
better, yeah.
At noon, this is the way things stand.
Yep.
On board with 108, our leader of the race, not necessarily the leader of the point standings right now. That's Uncommon Friends in their Datsun Z. But Tuttle Motorsports making no bones about it. They are on a charge to put
they've just got the wrong car in the lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the other car was in first place, they would be ahead of the points. Yeah.
Unfortunately, that car is back in 6th place, and it's not making a lot of ground up here. 2-minute lap times, RVA, same lap times. They're back about 6 seconds, so they've got some work to do.
I wonder if something happened because that car was up there and having maybe not as fast as the 108, but very quick lap times, and all of a sudden they dropped to where they're at 6 right now, and then haven't made up any ground and running about 2-minute lap times. So I wonder if they're having some mechanical they're having to work around, maybe like they lost a gear or something, or you know, those axles are at.
I'm looking at their lap times. They did turn in a 2:06 on lap 60. You know, they're the pit stop. They had a 2:21 and then a 2:18. But they did have kind of a slow lap there on lap 60. But 2:04 they turned in there on about lap 69. So they've had a couple of slower laps here. So not sure
if there's anything, you know.
Yeah, they're having a little trouble getting under 2 minutes, 2-minute lap times here. So other than that, pretty consistent 2 minutes and 2:01s. There's a 2:02 in there over the last 15 laps or so.
Right, not bad lap times. Just seemed like it was a quick jump.
Doesn't help you when your competition is turning 156s, 157s.
Yeah. It seems like they went from second or third down to sixth, like in one lap.
Yep.
Which I guess they did because they're all on the same lap with Uncommon Friends, Ergo Lab, and RVA Graphics. So they may have maybe had a spin or something like that, or a hiccup, and then got passed by those guys, and maybe they're at the tail of that pack because they're still in the same lap.
It seems like most of these teams, although this is actually a 7-hour race, are driving it like an 8-hour. They're trying to make 2 hours and they come in. They're not breaking it down as much as maybe I would have expected, being that they're not tied to that 2 hour thing, because which they would be if it was an 8-hour race.
Well, you certainly wanted to do this first 4 hour as a one stop.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen a lot of full course yellows, so I would imagine they try to stretch those stints out as long as possible, seeing if they could pit under yellow, and then when they couldn't and they approached that 2 hour mark, then pitting is what I would imagine, or just trying to stick with the one stop altogether, because you don't want to risk going over a stint limit. If you came in just a little early, you'd then have to pit again before the end of before the lunch hour. Trying to make that, you know, like you said, a one stop in the first half of this race. And then the second half, we're going to have a kind of a different strategy going on with this only 3 hours. I'm sure they're going to try to make that one.
It's going to allow you some flexibility.
Right. But they're not going to be able to do that in one stop, simply because if they didn't stop before the lunch hour, they're going to probably be out of gas. So they're probably going to have to stop right at the beginning of us getting started back for fuel, because they can't fuel during the red flag.
Yes, and we've seen teams do that both ways.
Right, just stop right before the end, or
stop right after the course goes green again.
So Tuttle, or Bill has just told me the Bandits they're already back on the racetrack. They did an engine change in 2 hours and 45 minutes.
That's insane. That's awesome, though.
It's a Pontiac. If you
know,
leave the tranny
engine
in
is
there,
up front. That makes it a lot easier.
It's nothing but engine.
Yeah.
We were fooling around with my car last night. I was like, man, now I know why the Americans put the engine in the front. And he's like, my husband's like, see, this is why I don't like to work on caged cars, because we're, you know, like acrobatics trying to get to that mid-engine car of mine.
Right.
Something to be said for the motor up front, right? Or the engine up front.
Part of what makes it not fun is the heat. When you bring a car in off the track like that's hurt, and you got to deal with hot headers or exhaust manifolds, exhaust, coolant. It's not fun dealing with
and all that stuff is at race temp, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it takes a lot of the fun.
Scalding water, no fun.
Right? It's like reaching your hand in the oven.
Especially
try not
when
to
it's spraying everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm a big believer in power tools. That really does help with things like headers and that kind of thing, if you can get them in there.
Yeah, to keep your hands away from everything that's hot.
Right. I used to be an auto mechanic, and you find out real quick what you need to be doing and not doing.
But not to touch.
On board with 9.4 Motorsports in their Lexus SC300. The 9.4 guys in this car up in 7th place. The sister car, the Toyota Supra, in 10th.
Which, as far as championship points, that's the 840 is in 6th, and the number 83 would be in 8th. You want to try to, I've been playing with it long enough now that I kind of can pick them. Because you're going to remove the 214 that's in 2nd and then the 264 that's in 9th. Both of those are not in the championship, so that puts them back to back as far as championship goes. Both 9.4, the 83 car is sitting with 13 points right now if it finished this way, and the 840 is sitting with 9 points. If I did that right.
Here's Basil Weenie back out on the racetrack and turning laps. I'm not sure if that's the right video.
Nah, that doesn't look like
green at all.
That doesn't look green at all. So that's not really the right feed. It's interesting, but it's not the right. It's not the right race.
I wonder who can figure out where it's at.
Take a look. I'm not really interested in it. I would sit here and watch it.
Right.
See if I can find the right feed for you.
Hey,
and
we can
go
watch
from
it
there.
during the red flag if we need to, yeah.
And Bill's saying he thinks that Basil Weenie feeds off, which it looks like it is. Otherwise, he wouldn't be on a different video. So coming down towards 11:30 here. It's 11:20 local time, Pacific.
Hey, Paulie?
Yeah.
I just want you and Tiffany to mentally prepare for this. I may not be with you during this hour break.
Oh boy. Okay.
I'm dying here.
Gotcha,
Maybe take
brother.
a break.
Gotcha.
I'm sure that Bill will come and aggravate us.
Yeah.
Maybe he can interview some teams while they're on a break.
No. Really?
I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible.
Anything's possible, true.
So we got number 35 spin. We got a black flag. It says black flag 35 spin turn 6, and may have tapped the wall. Not sure who the black flag is for, or I'm not sure if that's separate information or all together. But the 35 car is the Huffman Motorsports. They seem to keep coming back into the news for unpopular reasons.
Yeah.
Not the kind of good reasons. So it looks like, the Camaros come into the pits. And this photograph we got here that I'm about to show you comes from the Bandits car. Looks like they've got a tub with some parts inside that aren't supposed to be there.
Oops.
Yeah, a lot of separate little parts.
Yeah,
Well, that's a
like
part of the
they might
engine.
have come apart and got ground up. And
Yeah, like
made a
they
little
should have been a
mushy mess.
cohesive unit.
Yeah.
That looks like a water
Organized
jacket.
better.
Yeah. Kind of looks like a water jacket, so yikes. Not good.
Kind of does look like a water jacket.
And the 107 car here. Thanks, everybody, for sending us the feed information, like for Uncommon Friends, so we could ride along with you. Appreciate that. Yeah, if you can pop an engine in and out of a Miata in an hour, that's pretty good.
Heck yeah. I've seen those VW guys in the little bug swap a motor pretty quick. But
Jamie Buggs swapped a motor in under 15 minutes on pit road in Sebring.
that is something crazy to watch. But
Evidently, there's only 4 bolts and they leave one of them out.
Yeah.
they've got that down to a science, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So also, we're being told on our YouTube channel, somebody mentioning that they're saying Visceral will skip fuel on this stop this afternoon. They'll skip a fuel stop this afternoon. Okay,
They
driver
can go
change
3 hours.
only. Yeah, nice advantage for it with a huge fuel tank. So
yeah.
So they'll
All right,
probably.
down here on pit lane, the 35 cars in pit lane. They did a spin just a few minutes ago. They might have tapped the wall a little bit, but they're pouring fuel into the car. Put a new driver in the car. Number 10 is still replacing his wheel studs. He's having to do a little grinding and drilling and stuff. While the 57 is in pit lane right now. They're doing the driver change and putting fuel in the car. And that's the update along the grandstand part of pit lane.
woohoo! All right, thanks, Bill. Your microphone still sounds a little like it's covered or something. I don't know. All right.
At least you turned it on.
Well, that's true.
I mean,
Yeah,
baby
sorry,
steps.
I'm
Baby
doing
steps.
the wrong mic again. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, okay. That's better.
I'll get it right one of these days.
Why start now? Just have fun with it.
We can't wait, Bill. It gives us all something to look forward to in our golden age.
Yeah, just have fun with it, man. What is that tunnel to the right on Uncommon Friends? That is the fuel tank. Yeah, they put their gas tank right next to the driver, so that's what that stuff is. And the new rules are everything has to be enclosed in a bulkhead, so they've got that all enclosed.
If you ever get a chance,
to get a new set of decals and put them on your car. The next pit stop.
What now, Bill?
Oh, the 57 car doesn't have his decals installed properly. He's one of our championship cars. If they don't have their decals installed properly, per the rules, they have to be right here, all in a row. Then we have to, they don't count, per the rule book.
Yep.
They come in a strip. Just plop it on there and you're good to go. You can't put them all over the car. We don't allow that anymore. If you go over the registration, just grab 2 more. Next pit stop.
Okay, he's talking to the team right now and explaining you got to have the stickers on the car properly. And some of the folks out here on the West Coast, they don't race with us, but maybe once a year or twice a year. So they're not quite up on all the rules and everything. So, but they.
So if you,
go ahead,
sorry.
Doc.
No, I was going to say, if you ever get a chance to see the Uncommon Friends Datsun, go marvel at it. I mean, it's just the engineering on it, the fabrication is phenomenal.
I remember the first time our guys saw that car, I think was maybe out in COTA several years back, and that's all they could talk about for a while.
Yeah, I saw it at NCM.
They were drooling over that car.
And when he lifts the front of the hood up, he's got some vents in the hood, and when the hood is closed, they line up perfectly with the brake ducts and stuff. So it's just, it's a phenomenal build.
And one of the few 70s model cars out here. I mean, everything else is kind of 80s, 90s.
The Pontiac.
Yeah.
The Pontiac is
later grocery getters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Trans Am's a 79, but
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would sneak that one into the 70s.
Barely.
Flying Hawaiians in their Z.
I mean, just think about how old that car is and what we're asking of it to do. Like,
I often think the same thing for myself.
Same here, yes.
Well, at least my body feels that way.
Right.
Do you realize what you're asking me to do?
Red Skelton how he kept performing after all those years. And he said, I have a rule. He says, I wake up in the morning. I open my eyes. If I don't see flowers, I get up.
There you go. Of course, we're out here at Sonoma Raceway for the championship race for 2020. We've got a quiet hour from noon to 1 for everybody to grab lunch. I think it's actually a California law or something that they're abiding by. I don't know. But that's what I'm hearing, and so we'll be red flag during that time.
I think it is. It's a law for the corner workers, I think.
Did they have to stop and feed them?
Yeah.
Interesting rules.
Oh, come on. It's California.
I know.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ay, ay, ay.
We're used to it here in the South, but only on Sundays.
Yeah, we got similar funny laws.
On board with Zoom, Zoom, Kaboom. In their Mazda Miata. Of course, the Miatas are so strong out here at Sonoma Raceway, formerly Infineon Raceway, formerly Sears Point.
Yep.
Goodness.
And I'm sure they would love to have another title sponsor come along and sponsor them.
Sure.
So
Just change the name again.
if you'd like to have your name in front of the Sonoma Raceway facility, make sure you go ahead and give them a call.
Yeah, drop a couple of $100,000.
Right. I think we should call it the
Racing.
Tiffany Alexander Sonoma Raceway. No.
I'm sure that they'd be willing to listen to hear you talk about that, Tiffany.
As long as the check clears.
Well, there may be a problem with that.
Yeah.
Speaking of checks clearing, this is a good time to run our commercial break here at the bottom of the hour. It's 11:30 local time, 93 laps completed with Tuttle Motorsports leading this race. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be back in just a moment here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
All right, I guess I should bring this show back on. Paul Veltum here along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander. We're back at Sonoma Raceway for the 2020 Series Championship race. On board with the Lexus SC300 of 94 Motorsports. Welcome back, everyone, to the show. It is Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. And we appreciate their participation with us in this effort to bring you full-length race coverage each weekend of these Champ Car races. Someone asked us earlier at the beginning of the show if we were going to show, we're going to broadcast every race. We don't broadcast all of them, but about 90% of them. There's usually a couple of them that we don't do, that I usually need a break, or Bill needs a break or something. So
Bill's always on break.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harris Hill we generally don't do simply because of the bandwidth out there, the services and all that great.
Yeah, the VIR race at the end of the year, there's usually stuff going on. It's always busy in November and December, and I try to get that one skipped, and usually we can do that.
I hope we do a NCM. That's always a great race.
Yeah, I think NCM's going to happen because Bill was going to drive there, and now he's not. And
now he's not.
I think Tiffany wants to help, so
yep.
I think that's going to
drive.
Oh, Bill's saying yes. We're going to.
Yeah, we haven't got a full team yet, so if anybody wants to drive with you racing, they're willing to bring the car. But we have, I think we still need one or two more drivers to complete a lineup. So.
Yeah, everybody I've talked to is just not down with it for. Usually it's financial reasons, really. Yeah, but it's
almost sold out if it's not sold out already. Last time I looked, there was only like 2 spots.
Dangerously close.
Yeah.
I had to withdraw our team from Watkins Glen. I was looking forward to that, but my son graduates on that Friday, so.
Might be in big trouble if you miss that.
Yeah, there's no way I miss that.
So we've got car number 214 in the pits, and it's Candlelit Memorial in Memory of Orange Yeller. That's the name of the team, and I'm not saying it ever again. I'll just say car 214 from now on.
Yeah.
All right, so Ergo Lab came in, did a pit and driver.
The Orange Yeller car, they were playing a trick on us. They kept adding a word every time they raced to see how long they could get before we complained. Well, this race complained. So now it's just, what is it, Orange Yellow? It's just 2 words now.
Oh, okay. It's Orange Yeller.
Laura had enough.
It's ridiculous.
Where did Ergo Labs go?
I was just looking for them. They're down to 11th place.
They pitted.
Ergo Labs just pitted. They just went out. They should be crossing the start finish any second now.
Yeah, they just pitted.
Yeah.
It's a little early.
Yeah, unless they were trying to get it done before that lunch break kind of thing, so they're ready to go afterwards. It is a little early for that.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be able to go, an hour and a half after we come back from that lunch break, because I think that car can go 2 hours.
Well, just remember, it is a 7-hour race, so
yeah,
it's okay.
So all they have to go is an hour and a half after the break.
Yeah, so it's not, and I don't know that there's really a reason to push and only do one stop in the first 4 hours. I mean, the math, that I don't think it makes any difference really.
I think everybody's going to have to do 3 stops, whether they do that one extra one before or after. Now, Visceral's going to probably try to double stint their fuel after, so they'll probably fuel at the beginning of after the lunch, the beginning of that 3-hour gap, and then just do a driver change is what I'm thinking.
I don't think they take fuel.
Well, they can't go from 2 hours, 4 hours, 7, yeah, the last stop, they'll probably not take fuel and just do a driver change. That's what I'm thinking. Run that 3-hour all as one. Maybe if they fuel at the beginning of it. You got to fuel here at the end of this 2-hour block or at the beginning of the next one, I would think. Or they could try to push it into the next one, then take fuel then.
On board with Visceral Racing Group is they're driving for the next about 20 minutes or so when the field will be brought into the pits nose to tail in order as they come off the field. And is that like a van that's on the racetrack? What the heck was that?
I don't know.
I didn't recognize that. Looked like it had a number badge on it, so I don't know what it was.
Went out to get groceries and stumbled onto a racetrack. And
I don't know. It looked like a minivan or something like that.
They have EV around there that's...
I don't know what that was. I didn't see lights on it, but it was just for a moment.
Yeah, I caught it I was looking at the point standing and then kind of caught it for a second. When Ergo Lab pitted and dropped down, then it kind of shook up the numbers a bit.
Boy, the 2 Tuttle cars and the Uncommon Friends are all like right together. They're just going through the start-finish line up the hill to turn number 2. Here's the 108 car. Here's the 107 car. I think, yeah, he's coming up there, and then we've got Uncommon Friends coming up there too. So they're kind of all right together there.
I think that 107, I think he's on the back S's.
Okay. Gotcha. There's Visceral coming around 11. Whoop. Clicked into the wrong one there. Oh, 559. I thought they were done. I guess they are back out there. So that's the Subaru WRX. Is that a wagon? Okay. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. Because I thought it had a number panel on it. It was kind of washed out. So 5 minutes till they close the pits. Looks like the VW has been fixed, and the Scirocco is going to be going back out. So coming from the tower, the 5-minute warning before they close the pits. This is standard procedure as they get ready for these quiet hours. 9-4 trying to find a way around that slower competitor.
I think that was Ergo Lab.
May have been. Coming through that same hairpin turn 11, we'll see if Tuttle Motorsports catches up with Ergo Lab and puts a pass on them. So Winkler Motorsports not turning laps right now, down in 24th. Silver Fern in 12th place, also not turning laps. Roto Pluker has tripped the pit loop.
Blah, blah, blah.
And that looks
That
like...
makes me think of that game that you play on, like the Price is Right, the Pluker, you know what I mean? The little, somebody knows what it's called, where you drop the little circular round things and it bloop, 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 you know, down the board. No?
Roto
Pluker machine.
Roto Pluker is a 1970s music reference by, what was his name? Come on. Roto Pluker.
I was being born, probably. Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'll
busy.
find it out exactly. It's the musician died a few years ago. Actually, probably a long time ago.
Okay, I just did. I just took another pound out of both the rears and the front left.
Okay, so thanks, Bill, for trying to remember something and not really getting anywhere. That's always frustrating. It must be the sun's kind of baked the moisture out of his brain.
Plinko. They got it. They knew I was talking about it.
Frank Zappa song. That's what it is.
Okay, Frank Zappa. Got it.
Okay, I like the Plinko reference better.
Roto Fluker is a Frank Zappa reference.
What?
Roto Fluker.
Whoops, that's not the right feed at all. Looks like we lost the Uncommon Friends feed as they've come into the pits. And so, yeah, I don't know what I was showing you there. But they've, Uncommon Friends are in the pits, not turning laps. So is RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 111 car. And Porsche Deflectors, the EC car. So back inside the 107 machine. So now it's 1-2 Tuttle Motorsports with 9-4 Motorsports and the 840 car in third. Uncommon Friends is fourth. Vissel Racing Group is fifth. Orange Yeller is in sixth place now with the RVA Graphics in seventh. Porsche, well, we can't mention them. Then it's 9-4 Motorsports in eighth. Flying Hawaiians is ninth. And Ergolab in 10th after making that early pit stop. 15 minutes to the quiet hour. Once they close the pits, if you go in there, you're in trouble. They'll either send you right through, unless you've got like a major malfunction. You can find yourself pushed back into EC.
Dying here. Dying, I tell you.
It looks like RVA in the pits there. Looks like they're pulling out. They decided to make a pit stop right before the pits were closed. And it looks like they're going to be able to get out just in time. Back on board with your leader, who's up 2 laps, or maybe a lap and a half at least, over their sister car, the number 107. So it's Tuttle Motorsports 1-2 here at Sonoma Raceway at 102 laps into the race. Uncommon Friends tumbling down the standings a bit here as they're in the pits, trying to, again, get that pit stop done and out of the way now, as opposed to waiting later. We've had no full course cautions. We've had some locals. They've been doing hot pulls. So how about that?
We had a brief red flag earlier.
Oh, that's right. I take that back then. We did have that. I forgot about that.
Well, no, you said no yellow, so you were correct.
Well,
No,
they're
it's handled pretty
technically
quickly, so.
full course caution when they go back, so I don't know. So we had a red flag. For an engine fire on one of the RVA cars. That was their EC car. Yep. The field looks to be spread out a little bit now.
The field really flipped upside down as some people are, it looks like they're choosing to pit before this lunch hour, and then some are staying out, and they'll probably have to pit shortly into the restart. So it'll probably flip-flop again within the first, 10 minutes of the restart.
Oh, gotcha.
Some are choosing now and some are choosing later.
Right.
That's going to really, I'm trying to keep up with who is pitting now or just recently did, but yeah, then nope. See, Uncommon Friends did. RVA Graphics and Wraps did.
Yeah, a look at the where things stand right now. It's great to see our pylons working so well. But there's a look, and you can see all of the cars that have tripped through the pit loop so far that are playing some kind of a strategy with effectively racing a 7-hour race.
Yeah, a lot of the cars that went to the top 5 are cars that did not pit before so those cars will all those 1 through 5 will have to pit after after we get restarted. Because after that, 7, 8, 9, 10, I don't know about 10, but those cars have all pitted. That's why they fell. But you'll see that flip-flop after the restart.
So neither Tuttle car is pitted. 9.4 hasn't pitted.
The other 9.4 Motorsports, the 83 did, but not the Lexus.
Looks like we got a caution being reported in turn 1.
What do you mean you can't see it, Bill? It's right in front of you. Just kidding.
Yeah, it's not showing up on the cameras, but it's... Bill says he doesn't see it, but they've thrown a caution nonetheless.
Oh, if Bill doesn't see it, it doesn't exist, right?
Well, the boss, Morrison, is saying that it's they've thrown a caution in turn 1. So I'm not sure what the story is there. Don't see anything inside the car.
Double check who all is hitting or has already. Wow, it's going to take a minute for my race here to update. Okay, hold on. Never mind. So during this, we're going to break for lunch for a while. The races, we're not. Nobody's going to be allowed to work on their car. You can get the driver out or a camera, but that's it. No fuel, no working on the car of any kind, no tires, anything. If they need fuel, they'll have to wait to the restart, and after the field goes green and is restarted, then they can come in for a stop.
Yep.
And so if my calculations are correct, the first 5 place cars are all going to have to probably come in for fuel pretty quickly. I don't believe they've stopped this in the last kind of 2 hours-ish. So then we'll see these other cars that all chose to go ahead and stop now and won't have to stop immediately in the beginnings. We'll see that flip-flop a lot.
Orange yellow stopped, but they don't count.
Right.
Visceral has not stopped. 9.4 has not stopped. And neither Tuttle car has stopped.
Yeah. That what you said.
On board with Tuttle Motorsports,
Flying
still
Hawaiians
working hard.
hasn't stopped either.
Okay.
From what I see.
Tuttle Motorsports out here,
Yeah,
really, man. Tuttle's really getting it done. I mean, they're really putting screws to this field. That 108 car is just on a flyer. It just turned to 205. Of course, they got a caution in that turn 1, so that's going to slow everybody down a little bit. 9.4 Motorsports is up to 3rd place. Things are really going to shake up as they decide what they're going to do about these pit stops. If they're not going to pit now, they're going to have to pit shortly after they go green, or I guess I don't know how how they're going to work all that out. I mean, they need to take fuel. Maybe they feel like they don't need to take fuel. They're going to take advantage of the when they go yellow, that's probably going to reset the stint. So that's not going to play a factor into the stint times.
You mean when they go red?
once they go red and come back come back to green. So
we're not looking at driver stints anymore. Just these cars might be out of fuel by then.
How much gas is in the tank? And if they feel like, no, we can, by virtue of when we stopped and how much fuel we put in, we really don't need to stop at 2 hours. We can go further out or whatever. We don't need to stop, before, quarter till. So that time is come and gone. I don't think they could stop now without having either being shown all the way through. They just have to go all the way back out, or they'd be pushed into EC if they really wanted to stop. So that's where things stand right now for them.
The time to pit and fuel is come and gone. Yeah.
Obviously, with Robin Bank calling the shots, then you know that there's some good reason behind what they're doing.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
they will be
smart and luck.
They're going to be a much better team after this. I guarantee it. They're going to learn a lot, having worked with Robin for this race.
I would think so. They definitely brought in a lot of experience for this race with that. Let's see.
The Zoom Zoom Kaboom guys in their Mazda Miata in 14th. See, there's an EC car in the mix, so they're effectively in 13th place. As the Porsche deflectors were relegated to EC, they've got a lot of extra points on that car now.
And a lot of extra points.
Yeah, it's not even close. Now, as Bill mentioned earlier, if you want to come out and help out, we've got great opportunity. Beautiful weather. Come on out, help us out. Could definitely use some help at the racetrack. So, and they'll even pay you. So come on out, help us out.
Or give you some race credit. Either way. Yeah.
Yep. If you're here during lunch, you'll get some food. They've got just 5 minutes now till the top of the hour when they're going to bring everybody in. So should be going full course caution here pretty soon. In fact, I got a note here, full course caution at 11:55, which is what my clock shows. So should be any moment now. They'll send the pace car out to pick up the leader and bring them ceremoniously into the pits. There's the signal on Race Hero that we're going full course caution. So they'll bring everybody in, single file into the pits, and the cars will then be shut down. Drivers will get out. They won't be allowed to work on the cars. As Tiffany said earlier, they can service their cameras, but that's it. And then the drivers will get out. We'll have 1 hour of no racing, and then they'll come back and go back to racing to finish up the afternoon.
Doc will go die.
Doc is probably not going he can be coming back. I don't know.
Oh, he'll be coming back, but
okay.
I just gotta lay down.
Fair enough.
I can't breathe.
Somebody exposed you to some cooties, huh?
Between shingles and quitting smoking, the very picture of health.
The very picture of health.
That's funny.
So it's double yellows at the flag stations as they slow the field down. And I think Bill will probably be the one in the car. I don't know. We'll go out and pick up the race leader. That's Tuttle Motorsports, the number 108.
So 9-4 got by the 107.
Yes, they did. 9-4 has moved into second place. in their Lexus SC300.
Visceral's up to 4th. We got a couple of cars that aren't eligible for the championship at 5th and 6th. So Uncommon Friends in 5th. Ergo Labs in 6th. RVA Graphics and Wraps in 7th. Nine4 Motorsports, their Supra in 8th. 9th is a few good cylinders. And 10th is Zoom Zoom Kaboom.
There you go.
There you have it.
Jared.
I can hear Tiffany's calculator warming up.
Oh, it's smoking. It is smoking away, right.
Mm-hmm.
Jared, you're asking if Champ Car does continuation race weekends anymore. I don't know of any that they've done in the last couple years, where they would have a race and then they would pick it up the next day and add it together. There was some kind of magic going on there.
Yeah, I mean, NCM probably was the last one I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
We had a Park for May on Saturday night.
Yeah, but just for the championship cars, but yes.
Yeah, but yeah, that was just for the championship cars.
I'm kind of glad they stopped doing that because it involved math.
Yeah.
And math is always hard, so it's kind of nice having that reset.
It's my flesh wound, though.
It's just but a flesh wound. Flying Hawaiians shown in the pits. But yeah, that's it seems they've gotten away from that, which is, yeah, there you go. I kind of like the double 8. I like the 8+7, and then 2 different races. Then, you know, the teams that really benefit from that are good with fuel, they have a race where they're going to shine, and the guys that struggle with that, but otherwise would have a good race, then they're going to shine in that race. And if you have a really bad race, your weekend isn't shot. You've got another, you got another shot at it the next day.
Well, you look at our schedule. It seems like at the beginning of the year, there's a lot of 14-hour races. Road Atlanta, Charlotte, Daytona,
VIR.
Yeah. VIR, yeah, and then the schedule gets to be more the double 7s or an 8 and a 7,
right?
That sort of thing. So everybody can breathe kind of a sigh of relief.
Well, those hot summer races are a little more difficult to do. The long races, I don't know.
Yeah, well, then we stick the VIR 24 in August. So just as a kind of screw you.
The one year I went, the very first year I went, it was freezing in the middle of the night, cold and wet, and I was like, "What is this? This August." It's like they'll throw anything at you at a 24-hour race. Or wet and cold.
Feet stink. Mother doesn't love you.
I know, right?
Tuttle Motorsports has been picked up as the leader and brought into the pits, where the cars will be brought in single file and shut down as we'll go red. It's a black flag all. Bring everybody into the pits.
Okay. I'm dying.
You go ahead and take off. We're going to break for commercial. We'll come back. We'll grab I've got an interview here I'll probably put up that I had with Money Shift Racing, which is pretty interesting. And I'll be back here in just a few short minutes, so stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hey guys, this is Chad Thornton, and on behalf of Racing Radios, welcome to the 2020 Champ Car Endurance Series. Since 1979, Racing Radios has pioneered communication systems for the sport of racing. With a long-running history and passion for motorsports, Racing Radios supports those who build it, run it, break it, fix it, and run it again, pushing the limits of what's possible with the resources available. We built Racing Radios on these same values. As a 2020 Champ Car sponsor, Racing Radios will provide our experienced support team and trailer at select Champ Car events throughout the year. Free gear and exclusive discounts for the winners of the Racing Radios 14 Hours of Charlotte event. And most importantly, 15% off orders for all Champ Car teams. It's time to kick off 2020 right. Build it, bring it, race it, get out there and go racing. Visit racingradios.com and click on the Champ Car registration button to get your 2020 team discount code.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
All right, everyone, thank you for joining us here on Champ Car Live, an exclusive interview with Money Shift Racing. I have Kevin and Chris here on the line in Ohio at their shop. And Kevin, welcome to the show. It's great to see you. And Chris, thank you so much for taking some time out to talk about Money Shift Racing. Now, you guys have been heavily involved in Champ Car dating all the way back to 2009 as racers. You've got this business as well. You've been involved in Champ Car, and you've really ramped things up, haven't you? You're sponsoring the pit race again this year. And I know last year, Kevin, you guys were at several events. You brought your trailer, your tent, you're bringing supplies, and you bring so much expertise to guys just like me, racers that need a lot of help. So tell us a little bit about the history of the company. You didn't just open your doors yesterday. You guys have been around for a little while, haven't you?
Chris and I here have been best friends for the better part of 20 years. We've always been involved with this motorsports industry, whether it was drag racing sport compacts or back in 2009, we got involved with this grassroots endurance road racing, Champ Car and everything else.
Yeah.
And all along the ways, we've always had this like vendor's license type of a deal because we were buying brake pads and tires and trying to get the best price for our own team. And as we were out to track, people were coming up going, well, hey, what kind of deal are you getting on your Hawk brake pads, and where are you getting your tires from? And we started kind of branching out and helping some of the teams that we grew as friends, trackside. We had some pretty specific relationships with companies like Cometic Gasket and DIY Auto Tune, some Race Quip and Safe Quip for safety gear. And then it got to the point where we started selling some more hard parts and customers were wanting to schedule installations. So we formulated a plan because we knew we needed a shop. People liked what we were doing, and the parking lot got fuller and fuller and fuller, which is good for us. And we've been rocking a full-time schedule ever since.
That's really fantastic. I really like the service that you're offering. I like the rapid prototyping, the 3D printing, and all that stuff is really cool. Tell us a little bit more about Money Shift Racing and about what your initiative is for the 2020 season.
Well, for 2020, we just want to get out there in front of all the racers and let them know that we're gearing up for them. We're here to help them. Like you said, we do take a trailer to multiple races a year. We're bringing things like roll bar padding, drain pans, a lot of engine oils and lubricants.
All the stuff we forgot when we were racing.
Yeah, you get to the track and you're, sometimes 6, 8, 10 hours away from home and you're like, oh my goodness, I just forgot this and this is going to ruin the whole weekend. Well, hopefully we've crossed all those T's and dotted those I's and we have it for you. We have more products on our trailer as far as like cool shirt adapters, pumps. If anybody's pump ever blows out, we usually have one on hand and really just trying to do whatever we can to help out everybody else that's out on track.
Now, I know you've got plans to going to various venues again this year. Which tracks do you plan on going to so far? What's on your calendar, Kevin?
So I know for sure we're definitely going to be at Nelson Ledges, mainly because that's right in our backyard. Same thing with Pit Race, as you've already mentioned. We are a title sponsor for that event. We will probably also be at Gingerman, and then we've had discussions that we might make an appearance at Watkins Glen this year. We're going to try to be there in a support type of a role, and then we're going to try to get back to Indy just because last year was amazing for us and for all the racers there. It's hard to miss out on an event like that.
Okay, so you're going to be, not only are you showing up at the races and you're bringing gear, you're bringing hardware for those that may need it, but you're also racers in Champ Car that dates back to 2009, so we get it. Let's talk about some of the services that you offer, because Money Shift Racing offers quite a few unique specialty services there in the shop, so make sure you tell us about that, Kevin.
We kind of classify ourselves as a jack of all trades. Our typical 9 to 5 hours, we're in here and we're, hanging and banging brakes and tires and exhaust systems and everything else to help out all of our, local customers in this area. On top of that, we also get into 3D printing and design. We do a lot of rapid prototyping.
Yep.
We've had some customers, some fellow champ racers last year that reached out to us that needed help dialing in a coilover setup on a car that, you just can't go to your typical performance part shop and say, hey, I need a set of coilovers for this.
Okay.
So we help, design and engineer and ultimately manufacture the pieces they needed.
That's so cool.
And then a full spectrum of, we'll do, pre-track inspections. We'll do nut and bolting for teams, make sure everything's ready to go. We have corner weighting, we have full set of scales here so we can set up corner weights and get ride height set up and everything else. So pretty much somebody walks in the door and they need something done, chances are we can help them out, get them ready to go. Even if it's not on engineering around a problem, even if it's trying to find, whether you want to stock up on oils and brake pads and other consumables for the year, or you need to update your belt so your seat, or you want to put a different quick disconnect on the steering wheel. We have access to thousands of brands of aftermarket products out there. As far as getting people what they need and getting it to them at a fair price, a fair racer price, it's something that we also take a lot of pride in. We're grassroots racers just like everybody else, and we're here to help out as much as we can. You know, we really believe in the camaraderie of this series. Even, you know, the races that we're at, there's a lot of times where we have our toolboxes in the truck or in the trailer. If there's a team that's got a catastrophic failure and they're on the fence about whether or not they're going to swap out that engine or change a clutch or do whatever, and they need extra hands, come get us. We're not afraid to get dirty at the racetrack. If we can get more teams involved and we can help them along the way with better pricing on some parts here and there, you know, we're all about doing that.
But if they beat us at the track, we expect after the race goes cold, they better have some beers for us.
Yeah.
That only sounds fair to me. So it's moneyshiftracing.com. We can find you on the web. There's a lot of information there. I think it's great. I'm excited for you guys. I'm excited for you to be on board. I'm excited to see what comes to Money Shift Racing in 2020. And we're all very grateful for your involvement in Champ Car and look forward to seeing a pit race and many of the other races going forward this year and in the years ahead. Thanks so much, Kevin and Chris, for joining us on Champ Car Live. It's great to hear from you guys. Looking forward to seeing you in 2020 at the track. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live. It's the 2020 Series Championship race at Sonoma, California. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop, Tiffany Alexander, Bill Strong, and we're currently at Red Flag, of course, for the next about 45 minutes or so here, as we're under our quiet hour. Teams getting lunch, the corner workers and everything getting lunch so that they can get ready to go back to racing here. So Doc's going to take some time off here and try and recover a little bit. He's under the weather. So Tiffany, as you're coming back up, we talked about trying to get an idea of where the standings are points-wise, which is, of course, going to be different than the race standings that we have here in front of us, which do affect the point standings. Right. So what were you able to find out?
Okay, so I'll try to do these in order-ish, but work with me here. Okay, so at the top of the point, like if it ended like the right now when they didn't come back and nobody moved around in the standings, 9-4 Motorsports, the number 840 Lexus, is in the lead of the points right now because they have 5 points. They came into this with 3 and are currently sitting in second place. So 3 + 2 = 5. So they're at the top of the list, followed by we have 3 teams with 6 points. The 107 Tuttle machine has 6 points. They're sitting in third and they came in with 3 points. The 108 has 6 points because they came in with 5 points and they're in first right now. I'm looking to make sure if they it didn't change, right? And then also Visceral came in with 2 points and they're in fourth right now. So they're sitting at 6 points as well. So all of those are tied at the moment. We do know that a couple of these teams will probably have to take fuel after the restart. They did not have a stop at the end of this morning, and then so that we'll see that shuffle around most likely. And our top couple, I think it's like the top 4 teams, I believe, did not take fuel, and so that's why those points went down because they moved up. So let's see. After that, we have 6 points, and I don't think anybody's sitting at 7. At 8 points total is Uncommon Friends because they came in with 3 points, and now they're in 5th in the championship. So they have 8. and RVA Graphics and Wraps came in with 2 points, and they're sitting in 7th place overall, and so they have 9 points. Everybody else is over that, but I'll go ahead and give you just the standings of where everybody's at. Basil Weenie, no, I think that's Basil Weenie. I always want to mess it up. That's after their puppy. They're sitting in 16th, so they have 18 points total right now. Winkler Motorsports, number 910. They're in 17th right now, came in with 3 points, so they're at 20 points right now. Zoom Zoom Kaboom, number 184, came in with 6 points, and they're sitting in 10th place overall, so they're at 16 points. A Few Good Cylinders, number 7, came in with 6 points. They are sitting in 9th place right now, and now this is not what you see on here. I'm taking out the cars that are not in the championship, so just FYI. They have 9. They're sitting in 9th now in the championship, and so that's 15 points. Blow My Wad, the number 135, came in with 6 points. They're in 11th, so that makes them at 17 points currently. Silver Fern, the number 57, there's 2 different cars, but the 57 car came in with 6 points, and they're in 14th place right now, and so that gives them 20 points. Ergo Lab came in with 7 points, and they are in 6th place right now, so they have 13 points. Utah Valley came with 7 points, and they're in 12th right now, so that puts them at 19 points. Willwood, number 119, came in with 9 points, and they are in 13th place right now, so that puts them at 22 points. Rotopluker, number 37, came in with 4 points. They're in 15th right now, so that's a total of 19 points. And then the Bandits car, I think they've had some issues, replace the motor. They're sitting in 19th place. They came with 5 points, so they're at 24. The Pomona Speed Shop car has been retired. They came with 4 points, and then they retired that car in 18th place. And so that gives them 22 points overall. And that's all of the championship cars that are here and contending. Hope that makes sense to everybody. If you got any questions about that, I will be happy to answer those. Or if I did any poor math, try to check it and back check it. So,
all right.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, thanks for doing that. Appreciate you going through all of that, Tiffany.
Yeah.
And there's a lot to it, but appreciate you, going through all of that and keeping track of it throughout the day today and tomorrow. So what happens today is going to play into what happens tomorrow, but not necessarily determines the winner of the championship. Hey, Bill.
Do you have me?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, okay. Just talking to one of Tuttle's drivers here, and the 108 may be having some electronic issues. Can you hear me?
I just love saying that.
I can hear him.
Okay.
It's I hear you just on one channel. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I'll have to work on that a little later. But wait, can I put this to mono? How's that? That better?
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
Hey.
Yeah, put it on stereo, not mono. So,
are you done eating? You want to wait till you're done?
No, I'm done. The 108 seems to be having some issues.
Okay.
It sounds like the throttle body, when they come off the throttle, it doesn't want to do what they want it to do, so they have to ease back into it. So
the 108 is in first place right now.
And they have to switch. I guess they have to reset the ECU every now and then, but it's still fast, still being driven really well. So we'll see how that works out for them.
Right.
They got a lap on the field. That'll be interesting. And also, I mentioned this earlier, but the first, second, third, and fourth car shown in the standings right now all did not take fuel before the red flag. So we're imagining that they will probably have to fuel shortly after the break. Whereas Uncommon Friends, Ergo, Lab, RVA, and I believe 94 Motorsports, the 83 car, all stopped before the break. So they kind of fell down in the standings, but they shouldn't have to stop when we restart. So you should see those kind of flip-flop that top 10. I'm guessing, unless they have something else up their sleeve. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm just looking through my notes.
Never could tell with race car drivers.
So what we
Sorry,
had...
Polly, go ahead.
No, it's okay. So just a quick rundown of what's sort of transpired, some of the some of the high points. There's been obviously other things that have happened, but the way the race started out, we had Tuttle Motorsports and the Winkler racing team up front battling for position up in the for 1-2, and Visceral Racing Group was in third. And then around 8:25, Bandits went off track with engine failure, so they had to be brought back to the paddock, and they started working to replace that engine, which, by the way, they did get that engine replaced and got back on track right before lunch. At 9 o'clock, it was Tuttle Motorsports, Orange Yeller, and Visceral Racing Group, and the Tuttle of 107 in fourth. It was that was the running order at that time. Then we went to a red flag. We thought it was a blown engine on the RVA Graphics EC car that they brought out this weekend, and it turns out it's been discovered actually it was a transmission that blew, and so that took them off track, and there really wasn't a lot of change until there was a pit stop by Visceral. They changed drivers. And then they were having trouble keeping pace with the field. They've dropped down the standings. Right now they're shown in fourth place in the race with the two Tuttle cars ahead of them. And we talked to Ron briefly in the pits, and he said basically we're just going to have to run our own race now. We don't have the speed. We were a little surprised at the Tuttle Motorsports speed, so we're just going to run our own race and see what happens at the end. So, and Bill said he's got Shane Lewis with him.
Yeah, here, we're just setting him up here real quick. He doesn't have headphones, but we got a mic on him. Hey, Shane, so you're driving the 108 today for Tuttle Motorsports. How was it out there to start out with?
Well, super fun. I mean, this is a great racetrack and pretty top-level competitors here in the Champ Car Series at this particular event. And, all of them, but I was just mentioning that a couple of guys that were running up front in the beginning, they were hustling these cars. So I had a front row seat to some pretty amazing driving and having fun out here.
So was when you everybody got settled in and started, you guys started moving up faster and faster. You had a pretty good length there, lead over everybody for a bit.
Yeah, in what was really great was this morning's conditions. It was nice and cool. Air temperature was cool. Track was good. And it helps too because we started with a brand new set of tires for a 7-hour event. So anybody can look like a superhero when the track is good and the tires are brand new. So you just once I kind of got a clear gap there, I just decided to put some nice clean laps in. Didn't have to deal with any traffic until for quite a long time. So that gap you saw was just because clean air.
Now, you guys are having a little bit of issue possibly. It's not affecting your race because you guys are still up there and still going quick.
Yeah. Well, not to give away what's going on, but yes, we are having a couple electrical issues. So in my particular stint, we had to cycle on and off the ignition switch a couple times. We're not sure what's going on, but all we do is do a quick cycle of the switch and everything kind of seems to clear itself. So I can do several laps in a row with no problems, and then all of a sudden it comes back to haunt us a little bit. So right now with this lunch break that we're on, obviously we can't touch the car, which is a bummer because it'd be nice to get under the hood and see if we could, shake a couple wires or do something to make it better. But no, I think the car will be good for the distance of the race. That's a cross the finger thing because now I kind of know how to cycle it and make it work.
Now you're a rather good race car driver. What else do you race?
Well, I appreciate you saying that. No, I had some of the guys asking me, and they're like, "Man, you're going really, really quick." And I'm like, this is all that. Like, they have like real lives, and jobs and families, and like I think I live inside of a race car more than I live inside of a house or anything else. So this year's a pretty spectacular year for me. As time goes on, we all get older, and it's kind of hard to fess up to the age number and a few other things, but I've had some opportunity this year to run a lot of 24 hours races around Europe. So I'm going to be doing Dubai when I get done here. I'm going to go to Monza for the 12-hour, Nürburgring twice, 24. So I'm going to be doing a lot of endurance races.
Who do you drive with over there?
Actually, it's an all-American team that's over there. Charlie Putnam has been doing races over there in Europe for quite a few years, and They wanted a good solid fourth, which was me, for the 24-hour races. So we've got 2 brand new Mercedes GT3 cars, which are, I have to tell you, that they don't know that I would probably sleep in the transporter just to get the opportunity to drive these cars. Don't tell them that, because they travel me pretty well. But I'm really fortunate to get a chance to do those things. And I will say, no jokingly, being here at Sonoma with everybody here is just as awesome as doing the other stuff that I'm doing. I have a really good time here. The guys from Florida, obviously, everybody at Tuttle and all the guys they're all my friends, and we're here to have a really good time. And I'm fortunate enough to get a chance to do all kinds of races, but having a great time here with ChampCar.
What's the highest level of racing you've been in?
Somebody asked me said, time's going on. What is it you want to accomplish at the end of your career and where you want to go? And I have to tell you, I've been fortunate enough, like my bucket list has now changed. I want to go do like the Baja 1000. There's a couple of things because the watch that I wear in all the races, the one that's on my wrist right now, is the best trophy that I've ever gotten. That dude right there is the Rolex winner for the Daytona 24-hour. I'm one of the very few Americans that got a chance to. I've won the 6-hour Nürburgring twice in the 24 in class there, so kind of proud to wave the American flag over the Nürburgring. Won Dubai, bunch of stuff. Been to Le Mans 4 times, so and Champ Car at Sonoma, so it's good.
So what's your favorite track out there to race at?
In the world, it would be the Nürburgring, hands down. Hands down, that's
the full course, right? The
full course, the Nordschleife. The great part about the 24-hour is that you get to run the Grand Prix circuit as well as the long course at the same time. So there's no place like it in the world. And I will tell anybody that has ever driven a car or a car fanatic, you have to go to the Nürburgring and drive it, whether you race it or just get a chance to drive it. North America, that's a tough one because we are really fortunate in North America to have some amazing racetracks. And most of them, Champ Cars, it's on their schedule, which is really cool. People get a chance to drive, the best road courses around. And right where we're at here today, Sonoma is a fabulous racetrack. It's a tough one. If any of the drivers have not been here before, so 2 of our drivers on our team had never been here before, and the learning curve is big, like really big. Fortunately, nowadays, there's a lot of simulators that have this track on there and a lot of different cars. So simulators are probably the key to anybody, trying to go to a new racetrack. But in the U.S., on the West Coast, probably here Sonoma. On the East Coast, I'd have to say maybe VIR.
Cool. That's my home track, actually.
I love it.
That's a good track. Now, how do you prepare for a race like this? In driving cars that may not be up to the standard that you're used to at the pro level, how do you prepare for a race like this?
I'm going to be honest that this car here physically is harder to drive than the Mercedes GT3 car. It's more demanding because when you're on a tire that, I'll just got to give you the example of the other car that I'm driving this year. You take the Mercedes, it's got complete aero, it's got diffusers, it's got wings, it's got everything that you can imagine downforce-wise. It has ABS that's adjustable. It has traction control that's adjustable. The power steering, paddle shift, air conditioning. The car's stupid fast, but really from a driving standpoint, it's easy to drive. The loads on your body are big and you have to stay mentally focused all the time. But believe it or not, these cars move around because we're on a much harder tire. Right. This tire is going to go the entire 7 hours today, no problem. And the demands of what we're doing here at the Champ Car races are actually situational awareness, the people that are around you, how to take care of the car. What I really like about endurance racing and doing the Champ Car stuff is it's how I started. And I believe what made me successful over the years is you used to have to take care of the equipment. You had to be there at the end of the race. And now the cars, we'll talk at some of the top level stuff, they're so good that you can't break them. So you're like qualifying every single lap. Here, you've got to really take care of the car. You got to take care of the car. I think every lap about the axles. I don't want to hit a curb too hard.
Right.
The brakes, everything about the race car you have to think about. Be situational aware because the cars are so diverse. We might be turning about the same lap times, but the Miata's one way. The one car's another way. There's a lot of diversity here. I hope they get the Trans Am car back out. So I'm working on the garage.
Right.
That's there's such diversity here that mentally and physically, I must admit I'm tired. the Tuttle guys took out the power steering in this car, and my shoulders are a little tired after 2 hours.
And that's a front wheel drive car, so that under that torque steer from that 700 horsepower V6 has got to be insane.
Not quite that much, but it is
metric horsepower.
Yeah, metric horsepower. Yeah, it does. We went down and visited the guys at the Tuttle shop, and their biggest part of their shop is the gym. It's bigger than where they work on the cars, and I see now why.
Right. Now, Tiffany has a question. She's one of our commentators here. She says, what do you do what does he do to stay in a race car driving shape, to be able to race as frequently as you do?
It used to be where if you just drove race cars a lot, that was enough. And now it's not. The cardio work, a few things you got to do. Believe it or not, anything that you can do that's a good workout, but that keeps you mentally sharp at the same time. Like for me, I do a lot of mountain biking. I do a lot of things outdoors that just to be in the gym would bore me to death. If I get an opportunity, I'll spend some time in a shifter cart and do some karting, where it's heavy loads on your body. You've got to think about things really, really quickly. So, but I will tell you, it's much more dangerous for me to be on my mountain bike than it is a race car. I've hurt myself way more times in a mountain bike than I have a race car.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Shane. And thank you for joining us. And we're going to send this back to Paul.
It's a pleasure. Thanks, guys.
All right. We're going to break for commercial, folks. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen Rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to Sonoma, California. It's the 2020 Series Championship race. And I'm Paul Veltzum, along with Doc Waldrop, Tiffany Alexander, Bill Strong. It is Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We want to welcome everyone to the show as we are in our quiet hour, the final roughly 25 minutes or so before we go back to green flag racing here at Sonoma, and everybody's excited about that. Now, if you missed our illustrious statistician here, Tiffany, give the rundown as to where the point standings are at this time as we went to the red flag and brought everybody in. We'll try and get you some kind of a synopsis here on that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, the way this race is going to shake out, we've got sort of a race within a race, don't we? We've got a championship race that we're running with some of the teams being in contention for that championship title, while other teams have just joined into the event. And so as you look at the website here at racehero.io, in our event, for the Sonoma race, you can see we've got our C-Class cars. I think I can get my mouse pointer up there. So, yep, there you can see it. So the double C's here are for cars that are eligible for the championship title.
All right, so C-Class and then championship contender. And then like just the A-Class car there, they're vying for an A-Class win. They're not a part of the championship.
Right, so that's what's going on. So this adds a little bit of complexity then on these teams. Not only do these get pulled out, but also, for instance, this particular car comes into the event with a different point set than, say, this car down here. So where they actually stand in the points changes depending upon where they are and where the people are around them. And, of course, that doesn't just go for today. That's because it's a two-day race, so we've got points that are going to be awarded for this event and then or this race rather than in tomorrow as well. So we'll see how things all shake out then at the end of the race tomorrow. That's going to really determine who our 2020 series champion is going to be.
Right. And so for the 2019 season, which is what the championship we're going for, we're taking all the teams' top two finishes and adding those together. Then we add it to what their finishing order of today and their finishing order of tomorrow. And then the total will be whoever has the lowest points. Say you have say they've had two first place over the last year. So they'll come in with 2 points. And then they make a third today. So that's 2 and 3. So that's 5 points. That's kind of how it works. And then the best finish for tomorrow. And in the event that we have a tie of points, the best finish in Sunday's race will determine who wins.
Right.
So lots of math.
And then next year we're going to do it a little bit differently, right, Tiffany?
Yes.
It's going to be more of a
winner take all. Yeah.
So winner take all.
We'll do the points like we did now and add them up, and then that will be how we set the cars up to start the race. They'll be gridded with their points, and then it's winner take all after that.
Right. And so just getting everybody up to speed here. If you're just joining us, we're in the midst of a quiet hour that's required for this part of the country so that lunches can be given to the corner workers. But it's almost over. We're less than 20 minutes away from going back to green, and then we'll finish up. And
somehow I lost my sheet. I think we're checkered at 4 o'clock.
I think that's correct. 4 o'clock West
Okay.
Coast time. Yep.
Yep.
And so we're coming back with 3 hours to go.
Okay.
On the race. Yeah.
Coming back with 3 hours. So right now we've got the way the race started out. We had Tuttle Motorsports leaping to the lead early on. We were led from the pole by Visceral Racing Group, who by proxy was considered to be the car or the team that led the series standings going into today. And as they took the green flag, it was the Winkler Motorsports team that was in a battle with them up front, and it became a Winkler and a Tuttle battle early on, with the Visceral falling back into third place, not really able to keep up with that pace that was being laid down by those two cars, the Mitsubishi and the Miata. By 9 o'clock, it was Tuttle Motorsports Orange Yeller, which is a car that's not in the championship fight, Visceral Racing Group, and the sister car, the 107 Tuttle machine. Then we had a red flag that was, we had the red flag the field for the RVA Graphics and Wraps EC BMW E3. And that was due to a transmission failure. And that was about the bulk of what happened. The Bandits racing team went off track around 8:25 with a failed engine. During that first 4 hours of racing, though, they managed to replace that engine and get back onto the racetrack. So we're expecting to see them finish up the race with us today, and then, of course, tomorrow as well.
All right. Did you mention Pomona?
No, I did not.
Okay. They went out. They lost their engine as well. So they're retiring that car for the weekend. So they were a part of the championship, but they're out.
I'll make a note on that.
I don't remember the time. I can give you an estimate, though. Let's see. Somewhere around, well, that's going to be my time. Somewhere around 1:40 your time. How about that?
Yeah, and by the way, if you're interested in going back and looking at something from the event, from the race, even though we are live, you can always scroll back through using that playhead on YouTube and look back and see some of those events as they unfolded. So you're always welcome to do that. Also, it's great to hear from you on our YouTube feed. I'm able to kind of keep an eye on that and hear from everybody as for their thoughts and opinions and understandings. We get a lot of information just from the people that are watching the race and help me out with my spelling, which is always an issue. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Chime in on the Facebook chat. Not Facebook, YouTube chat, and say, whatever's appropriate.
Yeah, somebody asked me about, don't we record over or broadcast over to Facebook anymore a while back. And the reason that I'm not doing that any longer is because for one thing, I'm putting a link on our Facebook page for our YouTube broadcast. And secondarily, it's actually against policy. You're not allowed to broadcast to both. I think it's either the YouTube policy or Facebook. I think it's YouTube, now that I think about it. So we don't want to get ourselves in trouble with them. It's a privilege to be able to broadcast live to all you folks from this channel. We want to keep that going. So so that's why we don't. There's several reasons we don't, but that's one of the reasons we don't.
Right. So we try to publish the link, but it's always at ChampCar.Live. You can always find the race.
Yeah, that's the website link that actually runs you right out to our YouTube channel, where you can always go back and look at some of the older races as well, which brings up a point. Every once in a while I'll be on Facebook and a conversation will be brought up and maybe some dispersions cast our way about Champ Car driving. There's always that this club doesn't drive good or that club doesn't drive good, and I'm always saying, hey, look, if you want to know how our guys are driving, we broadcast all of these races. All you have to do is, and it's all on YouTube, full-length racing.
They're in-car cameras, so you can see how they're doing.
You can see the whole. You can see from multiple cameras, you can see what the driving looks like, and it's all right there. So it's obvious that the driving is very good. And we interview these teams at the end of each race, the top 6, 7, 8 teams or whatever that come into the Parc Fermé, or the impound rather. And there's always a lot of good things said regardless of where we go. So, I think a lot of that comes down to the nature of the driver that comes in the Champ Car. That's part of it, the quality of the driving. And secondarily, how the officials deal with, the aggressive driving, is we'll politely call it aggressive driving, and how it's dealt with. So that it's a combination, I think, of the two. And I think if you come out and you race with us, you'll realize just how good it is. I came into this series around 2013 as a veteran race car driver. Been racing since the mid-1980s with a couple of different organizations, and I was apprehensive, frankly, when I first came in, because the way that Champ Car handles things, it's more of a entry-level deal where you don't have to have a lot of schooling or anything to get permission to go out and race. And I was immediately impressed. I went on to the racetrack with some 73 cars at Road America. I couldn't believe how well polished everybody was. They really did well. It was only after I got to meet some of the drivers then during that weekend I realized many of them were guys that were just like me. They had come from other series in the past, and they wanted a different experience, and these were guys that had raced in other series. So it just made sense. No wonder their car control was good, is because they're guys just like me. So, yes, it is a series that caters to the new guys that are coming in. You don't have to go through the schooling. You don't have to present a physical and all of that stuff. But it's a gradual thing. We usually average on last year, I counted up the average was about 10 new teams per race. Last weekend at Road Atlanta, we had 15 new teams show up. And that was a big field. I think it was over 80 cars. Yeah. So you do have new teams coming in, but you get that, it's gradual, and it's not just because those guys are out there. It's surprising. It's not a big problem when you get out there. You have, these 5 teams are always super slow. It's not like that. They're generally up to speed. And if they're not, like today, we had a car that was not doing really well, not really up to speed. They were taken off the track and spoken to by the officials. So they dig into it, they find out what's going on, and they help them get up to speed so that they're not in danger.
Also, they could be having some kind of mechanical issue. So, we'll go ahead and get them off the track and see what's going on.
Yeah. So it's something that's watched very carefully, and it's managed very well. And that's why this series is successful. You don't have a series that's grown, like Doc said last year. At this time, we had, I think he said 460 odd teams signed up for races. This year we have 596. You don't see growth in a series that isn't run well. Right. You just don't. I mean, it's going to deteriorate, and we see growth year after year. We see expansion, and that's because it's well done. And again, the evidence speaks for itself. If you have any questions, watch the show. You can see it's all right there in front of you. Okay, so anyway.
Amateur doesn't mean bad.
No.
Mm-mm. A lot of people do track days, HPDs, maybe a ton of sim, different things like that before they, build a car. Sometimes they've rented seats in some of the Rive and Drive teams. Some people have raced for years. We have lots of, pro level drivers who come out and race with us and just think it's just a ton of fun, and are really surprised by the level of driving that they're encountering out there on the course.
Yeah, just like this fellow that Doc was talking to, that Bill was talking to a couple of minutes ago, and that's very common. But what I also see, Tiffany, is a lot of drivers that want to go racing, but they know they're not really ready. And so they want some kind of seat time. They want to do something before they hit the track. And so they're looking for opportunities that they can get maybe some teaching, some instruction, and that's actually something that you do. And so let's talk about that a little bit. Let's talk about this whole thing of getting some pointers about how to drive a race car.
I mean, there's lots of ways to go about that. You can go, you can hire a coach. You can do a track day and get, kind of luck of the draw as far as getting someone to get in your car with you and teach you some track etiquette. A lot of times you'll hear people at the track say in a race, be predictable. Someone who's brand new might not know what would be predictable, right? So you can kind of learn your way around the course and kind of what is normal, what's not, how to pick up speed, how to maintain your momentum, that sort of thing, how to get on and off the course, if the basics, learn your flags, etc. And in a fairly controlled and safe environment when you're just, you're doing a standard track day kind of thing. And some people have rented some of these smaller courses on a private day and worked on that with the coach. Just, a good coach can get in the car with you and very quickly kind of assess where you're at and what's that next level for you and what it's going to take to help get you there. And then to try to focus on that. So that's what we do.
Yeah. So there's a lot of ways to tackle it. There's a lot of guys that come into the series, like Tyler Pedersen and his crew that came in that were solo. They were solo racers. They raced in autocross.
Yep.
And so there's many different. There's a wide variety of talents and experience that come into the series.
Vast. I think two of Doc's drivers in the Brew Crew machine are both from the autocross background. And if you're not familiar with autocross, it's kind of a cone racing, as we call it. It's kind of in a parking lot. It's done by yourself, and it's little timed runs on a set course. Teaches you a lot of car control.
Yeah, in fact, Randy Pope's one of the pros or former pros that races with us frequently, said that that's how he started, and he recommends that. That helps you get some seat time and feel what it's like to put a car on the edge. Feel what it's like when the ABS comes on. Get some of that. And autocross for me, I think it's really intense. I mean, it's a big adrenaline rush for the 60 seconds or so that you're out there. And so it's an intense thing that you don't have time to relax and settle in. You're only out there for a few seconds.
Yeah.
And so,
you could do that with your daily driver. It's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, some people build autocross cars, but like a lot of people get into it just with. All the autocrosses I did back in the day, I did with the same car I went to work in. So lots of people do that too, and it's fairly cheap to get involved with.
Yeah, speaking of cheap, Champ Car boasts itself as being the series, it's the easiest series to get started in racing, and it certainly is totally geared that way because you don't have to have a car to go racing in Champ Car. You can rent seat time. We talked about that a little bit earlier with 9-4 Motorsports. That's what they specialize in, is providing a professionally prepared race car for you to go racing in. And there's information even on the ChampCar.org website for various teams that do this. Now, many, many more teams in Champ Car, I would say probably close to 2/3 or maybe, 3/5 of the teams out there renting seats. So there's a lot of opportunity.
Their drivers can't make it to a particular event, but they want to do it. So they're going to rent those other seats, that other seat time out.
And you could even rent your helmet and your uniform from on the web. There's companies that rent that stuff out. So you don't have to have a huge investment up front to put your toe in it and see if maybe or not it's for you. And that's great. You can get into a car like the 9-4 cars, for instance, that are with us this weekend that perform well, that stay on the racetrack. They very, very rarely break down because they're so well prepared, and just have a good experience. You've got great coaching from the ownership of these teams. They know these cars really well. They have multiple individuals that come in with very little experience, so they've seen all the mistakes. They know what to tell you to watch out for. And that can be invaluable to somebody who's coming in. But again, there are others that's like, no, I really feel like I need to get some coaching or do some autocrossing or some HPDEs before I put myself in wheel-to-wheel competition with these guys. And there's room for that too.
Absolutely.
Hey, what'd I miss?
Hey, we were
Well,
just
we're getting people back in the car.
dispensing our wealth of wisdom to the world, Doc.
Well, that shouldn't have taken long.
No, it only took about 2-3 minutes. We're done.
We're getting ready to restart this race.
I see that.
How you feeling?
I feel terrible.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I can't breathe.
It might be, maybe it's because you got food in your mouth. Maybe if you take that out, you can breathe. Just a thought. Well, looks like I got cameras going down. Sorry about that. But yeah, zoom, zoom, kaboom, getting belted in. Of course, in Champ Car, we have, we got some new requirements coming out that we're supposed to talk about that I almost forgot about and then I remembered about. And what happened to the plethora of paperwork that I had? I've lost 2 sheets now. I must have set everything aside and then.
I think one of them is they're recommending that you recertify your Hans every 5 years. So at the 4th year, we're asking people, we're going ahead and reminding people to get it done before the next year. Ron from Discovery Parts is at a lot of the racetracks, especially on the East region, and he can do that at the track for you. I know that's one of them. And then the 2010 helmets are going to go through this year, and they're going to be allowed for 2021 since some of the 2020 helmets won't come out till actually 2021. So you'll get this year, all of 2020 and all of 2021 out of those helmets. You don't have to replace them till the end of 2021 if you feel like keeping that one going on. Mine's a little stinky, so I might go ahead and get one at the end of this year.
After 4 or 5 years, you're good to just go ahead and replace it anyway. I'm going to read to you the note that I got from Bill, and I've kind of skimmed through it. It might reiterate something you've already said here, Tiffany.
Okay.
So it says the next revision of the Champ Car Endurance Series BCCR will include a statement about the helmet Snell ratings. Champ Car Endurance Series will extend out the currently accepted SA 2010 and 2015 helmets to January 1st of 2022. After that, only the SA 2015 and SA 2020 helmets will be accepted for driving use by Champ Car Endurance Series. So, and there's some other stuff here. The A2020 has published in its final form last month. And an accompanying cover are posted the Snell website. Okay, so these are just some other notes. You can. You're gonna see some things in the BCCR about the helmets as we move on into the next Snell rating. And remember, it's important that you're bringing a Snell SA rated helmet, not an M rated as in motorcycle. Those helmets are not permitted in Champ Car for racing. And you'll notice it says for racing in this in the statement here as far as how far back those ratings go. It's not uncommon for teams to use the older helmets for pit stops. So you can kind of relegate it and keep it as a spare for those situations. And
for crew positions when they're fueling and stuff like that, they still have to have a helmet on with the visor down, but you could use that for just a fueling helmet.
Right. In fact, what some guys do, they'll just put the word fuel on the side of the helmet in big letters so that it's clear what that helmet is for. So, yeah, keep that in mind. We're going to be getting in the BCCR, there will be it will include a statement in the next revision about the helmet Snell ratings and how that's going to play out in the coming years. So, for instance, I'm buying a new helmet this year. Well, that the newest rating helmet hasn't come out yet. So it's going to be good for 6 years, which is enough time. If I'm not done racing by then, if I decide to get another helmet, I don't mind getting one at 6 years. I really don't need it to go further than that. So that's just an update from the desk there from Champ Car. Hope you find that helpful.
If anybody's interested about our annual meeting, the board is going to meet at Watkins Glen that weekend in late May. That's when that's going to happen.
Yep, and I think in the BCCR it's also going to talk about free engine swaps with LS engines, right? Aren't LS swaps free now?
I'm sure there'll be a petition for it.
Absolutely. Doc's like, yeah, we're on board for that. Okay.
You can't get it if you don't ask, right?
That's right. Oh, there's so much truth.
The worst we can say is no, right?
Yes. All right, so we're getting ready to go back to green here. Field being let out onto the track, pace car. That pace car will come into the pits, and we'll go back to racing with Tuttle Motorsports leading the way. So a quick look at the standings here. As you can see up above, we've got Tuttle Motorsports leading also with the FTD with 9-4 Motorsports in second. The Tuttle sister car, the number 107, is in third place right now. Then we've got the number 918 of Visceral Racing Group in fourth. Orange Yeller is fifth. Flying Hawaiians is sixth. Uncommon Friends, seventh. Ergo Lab, eighth. Then we've got RVA Graphics and Wraps, 9-4 Motorsports and the number 83, completing the top 10. And as we look at the cars by class, Class A led by Orange Yeller, and a few good cylinders for the championship lead. In B class, it's Ergo Lab. B class is sponsored by DiscoveryParts.com. Down to C class, sponsored by Money Shift Racing. It's Flying Hawaiians and Tuttle Motorsports. And the only D class car we have is Bandits. As we go back to green, and Tuttle Motorsports leads us across the start-finish line to finish up this race. And they have come into the pits. The leader has come into the pits just on the first green lap.
Looks like both Tuttle cars.
Yeah, I figured they would need fuel. They didn't stop before the quiet time, so there was a couple of cars that did their full 2 hours right before the red flag. So they got to be thirsty.
So that's going to hand the lead over to 9-4 Motorsports as the Tuttles come in to take fuel, and this one's going behind the wall. The 107 is going behind into the garage area. They didn't even stop in the pits. Now, Bill was saying that the 108 was having some issues. Maybe they've decided the 107 is having a problem as well, and it's not even something they want to work on in the pits.
Right, so that means they're thinking most likely that it's going to take more than 30 minutes to fix, and they're the Tuttle car that has the least amount of points. They were coming in with 3 points into this race. So they had the best chance. The other car has 5 points.
Wow. That's going to shake things up a little bit for this event today. And obviously they didn't want to go into the pits while they were there or going early and be relegated to EC. So this is what they've decided to do. So it'll be interesting. We'll try and find out what happened there. Flying Hawaiians shown in the pits as well. So out of those top 6 cars, 3 of them are in the pits right now.
I figured that the top 5 or so would be ducking in pretty quick, and then we're going to see this field probably flip flop with the number 7, 8, 9. I know all of those cars pitted before, so we'll probably see some leapfrogging going on.
I'm seeing 9-4 is pitted as well.
Yep, the 840 needs to pit. The 83 already did. Is that right? Yeah. So they tried one on either side, I guess, of the quiet hour.
Here's 9-4 Motorsports and their SC300. Big developments here as Tuttle Motorsports number 107 car has gone behind the wall and into the garage.
Wow, with a blown transmission.
Is that the story?
That's what I'm seeing.
Oh, yeah.
What Andrea said.
And she wouldn't lie to me.
Yeah, she might be one of the few people who wouldn't lie to us.
That's true.
So once we get through with this the few pit stops that are going to happen right off the bat, I'll update what our points look like too. Because it's going to be different. Only have 3 hours to go, under 3 hours to go.
Yeah, 108. It's going to go quick. It's going to go quick. And it's a repeat tomorrow. We've got the same format.
Right, we're doing the same 8 hours, but with 1 hour quiet hour in the middle. So 4 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon, correct?
Yeah,
Kinda,
yeah.
Let's see.
If not, that's what I'm going with.
Yep. Well, that's what it has in the subs.
Okay.
So,
Must be official.
well, anything could change. We just know what we read.
That's all we can go on.
Uncommon Friends back out there on the racetrack. We were enjoying some in-car feed from them earlier, and looks like they're back up, so I'll try to get that feed back up there again so we can enjoy that.
Cars get really close to that little pit wall there. Using every bit of the track. As you can see, yeah. So this is... Did they pit already and come back out?
Who's that?
This is the 9-4 Motorsports that were in Alexis. I think they needed to, so they... No, they haven't pitted yet. That's what they're for.
The 840 has not pitted.
So they still need to, probably. I was trying to see when. I know they didn't do it before the quiet hour. So keeping up with that.
And the Tuttle car's been waved out. So new driver in. And, are they heading out? Where are they going here? They must have pitted right at the entry to pits.
Yeah, the pit road is curved at Sonoma. So they were pitted on what Bill calls the garage side. And this is the grandstand side.
Gotcha.
Rolling down the pit out to head out onto the racetrack. They're currently
Is that Bill running?
Currently scored in third place. He's got an injured foot. We call him Gimpy.
Then that was Bill for sure. Then he made it look painful.
Watching Bill run is painful.
Look at that sunshine.
Yeah, it looks good out there, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
On board with Uncommon Friends in their vintage Datsun Z car. Just taking it easy there as they're working their way around the racetrack. Flying Hawaiian's also shown in the pits, so don't know what the story is there for sure. If we see anything or hear anything, we'll certainly let you know.
Yeah, they've been in there quite a while too.
That's kind of what I was alluding to, a little longer than normal.
Well, and some of these race cars do not like to be brought in hot and sit for an hour. I mean, sometimes you'll have issues pop up just because of that. They won't, especially like the 944s, they don't want to crank afterwards and things of that nature. Oh, is that the Scirocco back out there?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Speaking of issues, which we all have.
It keeps me employed.
It's the shortcomings of others that keep me employed.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for them.
In economic downturns,
They get a Christmas card. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I mean, somebody's got to do it, right?
It's because of you that makes me look good. All right, so zoom, zoom, kaboom. also out here turning laps this weekend. Uncommon Friends really had a shot at it earlier today for a points win. But they're down in 5th place right now, so we'll see how the rest of this afternoon works out for them. What can they do in 3 hours? They're going to have to make at least one pit stop by accordance of the rules. And outside of that, what can they parlay against Tuttle Motorsports, who was up a lap on the field before they pitted? Now they're looks like they're showing
Now
a
they're
lap
down
up.
a lap.
Yeah, they're hurting.
Yeah, and the 108 was the one that was having some kind of electrical gremlins, right? They were having to cycle the car off and on sometimes to reset it.
Right.
But the 107 wouldn't even, that was the transmission. I mean, I think that was the one they were saying. So we'll see how that works out. We've seen them have to deal with that before and it not make it to the end of the race, so just checking on people's pit stops.
Yeah, they had a pretty lengthy pit stop that time through. They had a 9 minute and 42 second pit stop, coupled with a 2:14 on the other side of that. I guess if you add it all together, it kind of works out with the 6:52 and the two. I think they lost a few minutes there. Yeah, just looking at what we have here in Race Hero, it looks like they lost 4 or 5 minutes there with whatever it was they were trying to deal with. But it's just math, so it could be that they didn't really lose that much. And we got a message from Andrea that the 107 car, they plan on having that back out on the racetrack tomorrow. So we'll see what they do tomorrow with that car. 112 laps turned so far.
Well, they've got the Star Wars old hauler, so they've got enough room to carry spares.
On board with Uncommon Friends as they're wheeling their Datsun Z around the racetrack right now. Back with Zoom Zoom Kaboom. We're keeping an eye on various teams out there. The 107 in the garage now with a blown transmission. Looks like they're done for the day with that machine. Tuttle Motorsports right here. Working their way around the track. Not a lot of action around them right now.
Yeah, they're going to drive them by themselves, it looks like. Zoom Zoom Kaboom has plenty of cars to play with.
Looks like he released the clutch a little hard there and locked him up. RVA Graphics and Wraps, we haven't talked about them too much. They're in 7th place right now. They're working that E30 around this racetrack. This is a team that has done some pretty impressive winning with that race car over the years, including winning the national championship just a few years back when we raced at NCM Motorsports Park for the championship title. I guess next year's, last time I heard, was going to be at Road America.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
The spring race.
Let's hope it doesn't get snowed out. Or fog or any of that.
It would never snow at one of our races.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Maybe just a light dusting.
It's ridiculous to think that.
Yeah.
Crazy talk.
So looking at cars that are relatively close together, I'm seeing 9.4, somewhat close to Porsche deflectors, about 6.2 seconds. That's an EC car, though. There's quite a gap between several of the other cars, of course, Ergolab has a chance to do something with Uncommon Friends. Ergolab is in 6th place. Uncommon Friends are in 5th. And there's about a 5-second gap between the two of them. Ergolab just turned a lap that's about 2 seconds faster than the Z car. So they have an opportunity to catch and overtake them and move into 5th place. And of course, Orange Yeller is not a car that's in contention for the championship, whereas Ergolab is. So this would be good for them to overtake that Z and move up one more spot.
Ergolab pitted before the red flag, so they should be good to go for a while.
And Visceral Racing Group was Doc's pick for the win, and of course they came in here in the best shape points-wise, starting on the pole, and they were Bill's pick as well to win this race. So they're sitting in 2nd place, a lap down from 9-4 Motorsports, who we know they're going to have to pit, right? They're going to have to pit, and Visceral, their plan apparently is not to take fuel. They're going to do a driver swap and take advantage of that larger fuel tank, and we'll see what happens here.
I think they're going to have to take fuel this first stop because I don't think they stopped before the red flag, and then they could just do a driver change later in the race.
Gotcha.
That's my thinking.
Right. Could be.
Not go over their stint time or anything.
Really liking the way Zoom Zoom Kaboom is working that Miata around this racetrack. Of course, last year it was the Miata of Door Slammers that took the overall win on day one. A similar makeup to the B-class Ergolab Miata with that Ecotec engine plant powering that Miata. On day two last year, it was 9-4 Motorsports in the Lexus SC300, if memory serves. So 9-4 right up at the front of this with their car again. that Lexus. So right up against the wall there, Zoom Zoom Kaboom using all of this racetrack. They've got a lot of experience racing out here. We saw them racing. This is a new build for them. We saw them at Laguna Seca. The car was rolled, so they moved on to a new chassis, and this is the result.
So I was thinking if Visceral can do 3 hours, if they did the 2 hours before the red flag, and then they're going to get those yellow laps in there too, to start the red flag and then to restart, and they are able, and we're 40 minutes in, to do an hour on this side of the red flag, they'll stop once.
Right. And 9-4 Motorsports has come into the pits.
Do another 3. Yeah.
And he's just kind of sitting there with his hands crossed. Not sure what's going on here with 9-4.
Good for them.
I wonder if he's been black flagged.
Ooh, could be.
This was our front-running car. Is he getting fuel? He should need fuel by now, but I don't see anything going on.
Yeah, I just saw a flash across the rearview mirror. Before we switched to his camera, he had his hands resting on the steering wheel, crossed over like he was just waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the gas cap's being closed. There we go. There's some activity. So it looks like he's in for his pit stop. So they're not making a driver change. They must have done that before the break or after the break. So they just got to put gas in the car and send him back out.
Changing the tire there on the left front.
Yep. The hood's going to come up, and they'll go through their normal round of service and send them back out as the other 9-4 car rounds turn 11 with the Scirocco just behind it, starting another lap here at Sonoma Raceway.
So that puts Visceral in the lead.
Yes, indeed. Visceral Racing Group takes the lead at 115 laps for the first time since they led the field to the start-finish line to take the green this morning. And as Ron said, they're just going to race their own race. They were a bit surprised at the speed of the Tuttle cars. And since they don't have the speed to outclass them, they're just waving by these faster cars, and they're going to drive their own race. It's really all they can do.
All right.
There's a car heading out of the pits now. A blue Miata heading out to rejoin the event. Back on board with RVA Graphics and Wraps. 9-4 Motorsports has tumbled to 4th place. On board with the 7th place runner right now, RVA Graphics and Wraps. And I'll never forget, Doc and I were, and that was the Flying Hawaiians they just went by. But Doc and I were commenting on a race, one of the Robles, it might have been Auto Club, when their hood flew up as they were driving around the oval area there, smashing the windshield, destroying the hood. They were done for the day. That was pretty terrific. That was not good.
Not terrific in the good way.
No, it was a really amazing thing to see.
It was rather shattering.
That was much better put. Shattering.
Now that we're seeing all these cars pitting and kind of moving things around a little bit, we'll start updating the points. Let's see.
Yeah, 108's gone back out onto the racetrack. 9-4 Motorsports has tripped the pit loop as they're sending their car back out. And he's rejoined the race. Same driver.
I mean, with Visceral coming in with only 2 points and leading this race, they're going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, I mean, this is not something that Tuttle wants to see. He wants to see his cars up there, and he wants to see Visceral down the standings.
Absolutely.
And he doesn't want to see this kind of thing on day one. It's going to make it all the harder for him to overcome this on day two. Visceral Racing Group, it's not a car that never breaks down. You know, we've seen the car break, but it's not very often.
It's not one that breaks frequently, yeah. I mean, if Visceral finishes like this, they'll have 3 points, and that's really hard for anybody to compete with. The next highest car would be, like right now, 9-4 Motorsports, the number 840, is running in third for the contention, so that puts them at 6 points. So Visceral's got 3 points. The next closest car has 6 points if it finished like it is right now.
So lots to be considered by these the teams and the strategists as to how to put their best foot forward and finish in the best position possible by the end of this race.
Yep. And then we're going to add tomorrow's finish in. Now, Visceral could do great today, win the race, etc., have 3 points, have this nice margin, and then tomorrow finish 20th. And we're going to add those 20 points to their 3, and it's going to make it 23. And a lot of teams who might have done well both days can easily overcome that. So it's still anybody's championship at this point.
Yeah, it really is.
At least these top, 18 cars that we got out there, 18 or 19.
Visceral Racing Group's driver really hitting his marks, really hustling that car around the racetrack, using all the track plus the curbs. So all the track, then some. This was a team that raced with us at Laguna Seca last year. The car was broken. They broke a torque tube, which is a Porsche 944 thing, and sourced one locally, got it fixed. Didn't really get much done that weekend as far as strong finishing, but just left the car out here in California.
Yeah, parked on the side of the road. No. Just kidding.
Of course, they're from Connecticut, so then it just seemed to make sense to them to leave the car here over the long season break.
Yeah, all of a month.
Before they came out here to race at Sonoma for the title. Cars that are racing for the season title have a special placard on their cars that's gold and black and white.
Looks really nice. Definitely worth some bragging points.
I like the year that it had Yosemite Sam.
Oh, yeah.
Back, it said back off, championship contender.
Yeah, that was fun. I think we had those at NCM, didn't we?
I think so.
Yeah.
That sounds right. Possibly. And then one year it was at AMP. My brain was kind of getting those confused of which stickers were for which place. Because NCM was the championship year after the championship was at AMP, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Then last year it was at Charlotte.
Yep. Oh yeah, because I was driving that one. That is a crazy fun track to drive. I didn't think it would be that entertaining, being that it's a roval, but highly entertaining and a little pucker power. You haven't got in on that yet. I definitely recommend it.
And not the kind of pucker before you kiss, right? It's a different kind of pucker.
Like they said, I don't have to lift through here. Oh my gosh. You're holding on, it's bumpy. You're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm doing this. But then you come through the turn and then you're going, oh my gosh, we made it. Like I'm alive. Okay, keep going.
Just don't ask me to do it again, right?
Right, not till the next minute's up and you're back over to turn 3 again at Charlotte.
Right. All right, we're going to have to break for commercial here, and then we'll come back in just a moment. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Visceral Racing Group is your leader. Back in a moment. Stay with us. Yeah.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sonoma Raceway here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I am Paul Veltum, broadcasting live from Fort Wayne, Indiana. The Sonoma National Championship race in Sonoma, California. I'm joined by Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander as we're bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend on board with Visceral Racing Group, your leader. And a little bit of an issue, a little bit of a raised eyebrow here by our race director here over some aggressive driving apparently observed by some of the corner workers of Ergolab. So they're going to get a speaking to, sir.
Yeah, they're evidently in the garage. They had contact with the Uncommon Friends car in turn one. Turn one's a rather high-speed corner here. It's not the kind of place you want to have an incident with another car.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's some room there, but it's when you're going through there at full speed, there's exactly one ideal line, and if you're going to try and ride outside of that, you could find yourself sliding into somebody. So it looks like Uncommon Friends continued on. Ergolab might have got the worst of it, and they're in the garage. So, yeah, we'll see if anything comes of that. There was also some drama that unfolded. It was kind of spoken of mostly inside. I guess I would call it inside of Champ Car, and it has to do with traveling through Pennsylvania with a tractor rig type setup. I don't know, something about CDL requirements, and the requirements through Pennsylvania are much
Pennsylvania has real strict CDL rules, and if they see race car trailers in particular as revenue streams, and if you have decals on your trailer,
right,
they see you engaged in a commercial operation. And even though, most of us just put decals on because they make our cars go faster, but they see that as a revenue stream. So they're pretty hard on race car trailers.
Yeah, so just be really careful. You get into that 27,000 pound area, you don't want to, you have decals on the side of your trailer that says, Veltum Racing. And it's like, oh, really? So you're a company.
Yeah.
So you're commercial. Where's your CDL?
Yep.
Oh, you don't have a CDL? Well, then we're going to impound your vehicle. We're going to impound everything. And so
you're going to have to find a CDL driver.
Yeah.
And pay whatever ridiculous fines they've decided to levy on you.
It's really a pain when you're towing a long way to try to keep up with all the different rules in the different states. But, I mean, that's what you got to do if you're going to make sure your car gets all the way to the tracks.
So be wary if you're going to be towing through there and you've got you're heavy, you've got an enclosed trailer and you've got a lot going on there. Be aware. There's
got decals.
Right.
Now do some checking.
Because those rules change state to state. Or bring your buddy with a CDL.
Yeah. Then there's almost no way to avoid Pennsylvania going up to like Watkins Glen.
Yeah.
Or pit race would be tough.
Or pit race, yeah. Yeah, there's no way to avoid Pennsylvania going to pit race.
That'd be kind of hard.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's damn near impossible.
Okay. Helicopter in. I'm going to drop my race car.
Yeah.
I'm just going to get teleported in. Yeah.
Yep.
Scotty beam me up.
I'm going for I Dream of Jeannie.
Yeah. You would.
Yeah. What can I say?
So we're on board with Uncommon Friends as they're working their way around the racetrack. The latest upcomings here is Ergo Lab not turning laps. They're back in the garage now, apparently after contact with Uncommon Friends. So
oh goodness,
this has hurt their race as they are no longer in contention to win this race. They're out there. They're in the garage.
That's going to make for a tense board meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good point.
You get my drift.
Yeah, I get your drift. What she's referring to is Bruce Mills owns Uncommon Friends. He owns that Datsun. And then Jerry Inger, who is our treasurer, owns Ergo Lab. So.
All right.
Yeah, it's a racing deal.
Yeah, it's part of it. I was trying to just make sure I had all the standings up to date. I think I do. Double checking.
So right now, looking at the standings at 125 laps, you've got Visceral Racing Group leading by about a lap over Tuttle Motorsports in the 108 car. Then it's Orange Yeller, 9-4 Motorsports. Uncommon Friends is 5th. Then it's RVA Graphics and Wraps in 6th. Followed by 9-4 Motorsports in their Toyota Supra. Then it's A Few Good Cylinders in 8th. The Flying Hawaiians in their Z are 9th. With Silver Fern Racing in their Miata completing the top 10. Looking at A-Class, it's being led by the non-championship contending group by Orange Yeller. The other group within A-Class, it's A Few Good Cylinders leading. Then into the B-Class, which is populated only by championship contending cars, being led by Ergo Lab. B-Class is sponsored by DiscoveryParts.com. And, of course, Ergo Lab behind the wall right now. C-Class sponsored by Money Shift Racing is being led by the Flying Hawaiians and 2 white guys in their Datsun Z. The C-Class contending teams are being led by Visceral Racing Group. D-Class, of course, Bandits Racing, and they are not turning laps again. And EC being led by Porsche Deflectors. So there you have that. Quick rundown and breakdown as we go on board with our leader. Just turned a 1:58. You know, getting those lap times back down again under 2 minutes, it's really going to help that team out. So they've been consistently turning sub 2 minute lap times since they returned to the racetrack, since that 1 hour mandatory quiet hour expired. So Tuttle Motorsports behind them just turned in a 2 minute lap time. Now just turned a 2:04. So also, but they've got some quick lap times they've logged since they went back to green in that machine. 53 seconds is the gap from P1 to P2. So it's not a full lap. Then you've got Orange Yeller behind them down a lap with 9-4 Motorsports and Uncommon Friends, your top 5. And of course, Orange Yeller not in contention for the championship. So depending on how you want to keep your scoring, you would take them out. Here is 9-4 Motorsports in that Lexus SC 300. Oh, number 68 being black flagged. Actually, he's being meatballed. District Motor Club. Guess he's got a part of the race car stuck in his car. So they need to do something about that. And
maybe not part of his race car stuck in his car.
I think it's part of the racetrack.
Part of the track is stuck in his car. Yeah. And Bill is saying the 108 is missing like crazy coming through the last turn. I wonder if he was just
cycling.
I wonder if it was just hitting the rev limiter. But he said he was okay on the straightaway, so maybe that's all it was. He was just on the rev limiter. The 37, I guess the car number 37, which is Roto Pluker, won't start. Something about a sensor that's freaking out. So they've got some kind of an electrical, mechanical issue there. Isn't it always electrical or mechanical?
I mean, it's frustrating when it is. Either way.
It's like death. Isn't all death natural? I mean, really, when you think about it, aren't all deaths natural?
True.
All right, so the 108 trying to chase down the 9-4 Motorsports Supra.
And they're 3 laps ahead of them. They're trying to lap them again.
So looking strong out there. Their lap times 2:02 that last time through. Not really making any ground up on the Visceral Racing Group Porsche.
Nobody is, really.
Yeah, 19 seconds behind 9-4 is the Uncommon Friends Z. Their lap times are pretty much in lockstep with RVA Graphics and Raps, who's right behind them by another 17 seconds. 13 seconds the gap. Let's see, that EC car is in the mix, so it gets pulled out. Zoom Zoom Kaboom and Utah Valley University. There's 2 Miatas that are 0.2 seconds separated, turning almost identical lap times. So those two are really locked in a battle right now. See if we can go on board with them and see what's going on. The camera just went down. Let me see if I can bring that back up. There we go. There's the battle right there. The Utah Valley University team that actually won the Utah race, one of the Utah races last year. That was the event that the Bandits team won their first ever Champ Car race, and that was also the first ever Champ Car race for Utah Valley Motorsports. So they show up to their first event and they win one of the races.
That's like unheard of.
So Zoom and Zoom and Utah Valley, similar chassis here, both Miatas.
I think Utah won it on like the last lap too.
Yes, I think there was a pass on the very last lap to take that. Yeah.
When a car ran out of fuel, I believe.
Yep, something, a mechanical fuel, something like that.
Yeah.
Cremaster was trying to avoid running out of fuel, so they were going really slow. It was kind of sputtering, and then they really didn't see Utah coming and pass them. It was kind of a faux pas there. They might have been able to actually hold them off, but it's not the way it worked out. Utah took the win. And they're here today enjoying a race with the rest of the field. Ergo laps.
Run through who's at the top of the points list right now. If it ended this way, if you'd like me to.
Yeah, if you would, that'd be great. Please do.
So Visceral Racing right now, if it ended this way, they're in first place. So they have a total of 3 points, followed by 94 Motorsports, the number 840 Lexus. They have 6 points because they're in third right now. Then followed by, after that, there's 3 cars with 7 points. The Tuttle Motorsports 108 is 7 points. Number 46 Uncommon Friends has 7 points, and RBA Graphics and Wraps, the number 111 has 7 points, as the standings are right now.
Okay, thanks for going through that, Tiffany.
Absolutely.
So Zoom losing a little bit of ground here, but that's one of the close battles that's taking place out here right now between those two cars. In fact, I think it is the closest as I scan through the field here. It is between those two guys as far as fighting for position. And looks like both of them are in contention. Let's see, Zoom is in contention, and so is Utah Valley. So both of those teams in contention for the championship title, now separated by less than half a second.
So Zoom is in 10th right now, and then they're in 16th, over 16 points total, and then Utah Valley at 9th right now, unless they just moved, has 16 points total. So they are battling each other, very much so.
You can see how crazy tight turn one is. Of course, the faster the corner is, the narrower the driving line. So there's just not a lot of wiggle room there if you're full beans into that corner, and they really are. They're giving it everything they got. You can see it's a little bit bumpy, so there's a little bit of steering input that has to be done to keep the car tracking in the right arc. You got a helper back there, Tiffany?
I have a whole audience back here. The two littles are they like to be with me when I'm on the broadcast. They hang out in here, keep me out of trouble.
Right.
Mm-hmm. They're usually pretty good. The puppy, I'm still trying to get her trained that when this headset goes on my head, she has to be quiet. She's the one that occasionally barks, but yeah, they sit and watch me for hours on end. It's really quite cute.
They're fascinated.
They really are. They're really napping, but they're pretending to watch. They love racing. I should have named them some kind of like race car names or something.
Looks like the Bandits team rolling down pit road again. Might be heading back out onto the racetrack to rejoin the field.
Looks like the Scirocco there on pit road.
Oh, yeah. Well. Coming around turn 11 and then heading up here to turn 1.
Yeah, turn 11, there's two different thoughts. You take it wide, keep your speed up. Same thing with this corner.
Oh, 6 or 7 here, the loop.
Yeah. Excuse me. I'm dying.
That's okay.
You keep your speed up, carry it down this long back stretch, and then the same thing with turn 11 going on to that the pit road, because you want to keep that speed up, especially since going from 1 to 2 is uphill. So you don't want to pinch the car too much.
And you can really see how the drivers in this turn, how they're using, you can see the black marks as these cars track through here to the far left. They're all the way up on the painted surface there. It's maybe that's from the cars that were turning around there, but you can see they're using all of that racetrack and more at the exit there if they're really pushing the car through that part of the track. All right, so it looks like as we mentioned earlier, the Bunny Boys and their 82 Volkswagen Scirocco are in the pits right now, and they're doing a driver change. Ergo Lab still not on track. Car's not circulating right now. We've got Ergo Lab. Then we've got Roto Pluker, Tuttle Motorsports in the 107 car. That car has been retired for the day. Hoffman Motorsports in their Chevrolet. We've got Bunny Boys and their Volkswagen Scirocco. Pomona Speed Shop with that blown engine. RVA Graphics and Wraps in their M3 EC car with the blown transmission.
We went through some cars today. Some of these championship cars coming to, really take a crack at this, and it just did not work out well for some of these teams. That's kind of sad.
Well, if it were easy, everybody would do it.
That's my favorite line. Yeah, if it was easy, everybody would do it.
Bunny Boys heading back out onto the racetrack. Back on board with RVA Graphics and Wraps in their BMW E30. One of the stalwart racing cars in the series. Doc's car, they've pulled out of the Watkins Glen race. Doc's son is going to be graduating that weekend.
Yeah.
So he needs to be there for that. They'll be at VIR.
Because I had a room at Seneca Lodge, dang it.
There's always next year, I guess.
Party Central.
You're going to be at VIR, am I right, Doc?
The 24?
You're going to be at the 24.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're not racing in March at VIR.
No.
The 14. So you're just getting ready for NCM then.
Yes, sir. And the new car will debut there.
Oh.
And looking forward to driving that. Looking forward to driving that beast.
Absolutely.
Bill has just let us know that the visceral driver is suited up.
So now that they've extended that stop out to now, we have 2 hours ish with a little extra. If they stop now, they can go to the end. Just like Doc was saying before. No. I don't think anybody's going to be able to touch that. I mean, Tuttle's on the same lap, but they're going to have to stop before the end as well. So. And everybody else is 2 laps off of where they are. So. This is going to be hard to beat for this one. They've still got 2 hours to go, so anything can happen.
And another day.
Yeah, totally. For the championship, yeah. And tomorrow's points add in, so, I mean, you can place first today, and if you don't do well tomorrow, it goes away quickly.
So the SC300 coming back in. Driver's going to hop out. They'll make a driver change.
Disconnecting his cool shirt there.
Uncommon Friends crosses the start-finish line with a 2:01 that time through in 4th place. RVA Graphics and Wraps are in 5th. New driver hopping in there.
Seat's clearly on sliders.
Yep, scoots the
Came
seat up
forward
there.
quite a bit.
Yeah.
Hey, some of us have to be able to reach the pedals.
Yeah.
Always funny when I'm driving in some cars, I'm sitting on a little pad and then I got a pad behind me and then somebody still has to start the car for me. Elon said in the new e-racing car, they're going to make the instrument panel where all the little clicky buttons things is going to be closer to the
clicky button things.
You know, where you click things on and off. Yeah, it's going to be a little closer to the stick.
The switch panel.
Yeah, that's it.
So this driver's wearing one of the Stilo helmets. You can see the helmet is plumbed for drink. So Brian Peel there is the team car owner. And he just changed the water bottles and then just snapped that into his helmet.
Working on his yoga moves.
Yeah, he's young.
You see the driver putting his gloves on, visors up, so they're not taking fuel at this moment. They're just doing a driver change. Basically, you don't want to be in that situation. You want to have your gloves and everything on and ready to go when you hop over that wall.
Yep.
There's a lot of drivers that run with us out in California. They don't have quite the experience racing with Champ Car, and so they don't know some of those things, pit stops and whatnot. It's kind of new. So what he's doing here is getting his glove pulled up so he can show the official at pit out that he is wearing his driver's armband, which we always put on our left arm, so it's near the window.
And what I do is I try to put it on kind of a little loose. So you have to make sure you don't lose it, though, because that's another pain. And then I can put it on the outside of my glove, so it's much easier for me to show them as I go by.
Zoom,
or you can
zoom.
do like he did, where he flipped it up, and then you can show, and then just flip it back, and everything's in place.
Zoom Zoom got off track there as they were going through 10. It was pretty sketchy there. They had the whole car off the racetrack in that little strip of grass there up against the wall. Came out of it unscathed, though, but another close shave as we head into the commercial break. As we are at the top of the hour, it's 2 o'clock local time. That's Pacific.
2 hours to go.
At Sonoma Raceway. So we'll take a quick break and be back here in just a few minutes, folks. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Visceral Racing Group is your leader. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hey guys, this is Chad Thornton, and on behalf of Racing Radios, welcome to the 2020 Champ Car Endurance Series. Since 1979, Racing Radios has pioneered communication systems for the sport of racing. With a long-running history and passion for motorsports, Racing Radios supports those who build it, run it, break it, fix it, and run it again, pushing the limits of what's possible with the resources available. We built Racing Radios on these same values. As a 2020 Champ Car sponsor, Racing Radios will provide our experienced support team and trailer at select Champ Car events throughout the year. Free gear and exclusive discounts for the winners of the Racing Radios 14 Hours of Charlotte event. And most importantly, 15% off orders for all Champ Car teams. It's time to kick off 2020 right. Build it, bring it, race it, get out there and go racing. Visit racingradios.com and click on the Champ Car registration button to get your 2020 team discount code.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Oh man, welcome back to Drama City at Sonoma Raceway. Now it's Tuttle Motorsports who are in the pits. They're doing a driver change. They may have put fuel in the car. They got the hood up. Message coming from Andrea. Looks like it's down a cylinder. Might be valve train issues. So, yeah.
And that's the last car they have left out there. I mean, they brought two. One's already been retired for the day. So,
yeah,
their only hope of getting a good finish today.
And not really, saying any like I told you so kind of thing. But we brought this up. It's tough to finish them. You can come out strong and look like you've got everything under control and you're fast, but then there's the durability thing that just is so hard to overcome in this kind of racing.
It's always something.
Yeah, it is. Rosanna Dana. It's always something.
So much has to go right.
So much has to go right. You have to have some luck. Basically, your race has to go better than everybody else's.
Yep.
That's how you win it.
Luck and the other teams.
The sun's got to be shining out your ass.
The race gods have to come down and smile upon you.
Yes. Kiss you on the forehead and kick you in the ass.
Go forth, my child. Win.
So Tuttle Motorsports comes back into the pits. That allows Orange Yeller by them. Uncommon Friends eyeing that third spot. We'll see what happens with them They can pass them in the pits and stay out there.
Uncommon Friends, you just saw them go through turn 11
There it is.
with RVA Graphics right behind them.
Yeah.
They're on the same lap, too.
So
the graphics and wraps guys are playing their cards close because they don't even look like they're getting ready for a stop. But a lot of other teams along the grandstand side of pit lanes is. I just heard a squeal. I don't know.
Well, we're waiting with anticipation.
Yeah, he's walking away.
Yeah, I know. So anyway, yeah, RVA Graphics is right on the heels of Uncommon Friends.
It didn't sound good, but he's headed back out. It's popping and snorting and doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
kind of sounds like an exhaust leak, but it could be more.
Bill's talking about the Tuttle 108 car that's heading back out of the pits there, as we can see on our camera. Saying he's standing right down there by this. The car went by and saying, boy, it doesn't sound so good. Might be just an exhaust sound, but Andrea's saying, they got like a valve train, like a top end issue. They're down a cylinder. So, I don't know. Can he beat everybody with one cylinder, one spark plug wire tied behind his back? Maybe.
One spark plug.
Not as long as Visceral keeps turning in their laps.
Yeah, the green car, the 111, how's it doing? Well,
we're not getting you, Bill. This is one of the challenges we have with Sonoma. We always come out here, there's a little bit of a bandwidth issue.
I think it's a challenge with Bill more than Sonoma.
Bill just has problems with microphones being turned on. That's all. Once he gets past that.
Once he gets it turned on,
it's okay.
It was turned on.
See?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now I can hear you.
Okay. So I've got the Visceral Racing. They're just waiting for him to come in. They said he won't come in, and it's Ron in the car right now. Who's getting in? So it's not what's your name? Jay.
Yeah.
You're the fast guy, right?
Yeah, sure.
They call you the finisher?
I'm the finisher.
All right.
We'll see how that goes.
Has he complained? Has he reported in anything at all? Everything's working absolutely perfect, just like Tuttle said. Everything's.
Yep, absolutely.
There we go. All right. So these guys are getting ready. They're getting their gear on a little bit. They're halfway dressed. The RVA Graphics and Wraps guys are getting kind of dressed up. Silver Fern, here comes the 57 car down pit lane. I got to go yell at them to put their stickers on their car to see what they got. All right, back to you guys.
All right, so back on board with RVA. We're keeping an eye on them. And Uncommon Friends that are really in a great spot. They're running down in third place. Second place, I'm going to go out on a limb in the points.
They are.
Okay.
Right now, Visceral is leading the points with 3. Uncommon Friends has 5. Next is RVA Graphics is with 7 points, followed by Tuttle is fallen to 9 points now as they sit in 4th.
So standings in the race at 140 laps. You've got Visceral Racing Group leading with Orange Yeller in second. Uncommon Friends is third. Then it's RVA Graphics and Wraps, the number 108 of Tuttle Motorsports, 9-4 Motorsports. Then it's 9-4 Motorsports in the Lexus in 7th, followed by A Few Good Cylinders.
Uncommon Friends on pit road.
And then it's Silver Fern Racing and Blown My Wad.
So I said in 4th with 9 points was Tuttle. Also tied for 4th is with 9 points is the 840 Lexus of 9-4 Motorsports, and followed right behind them with 10 points is the other 9-4 Motorsports, the 83 Supra. Just to give you a top 5 on that too.
Thanks.
Sure.
So Uncommon Friends coming in for what may very well be their final pit stop.
So they're going to replace the right front tire.
Yeah, they're going to work on that right front corner.
Which means they are not fueling at the moment.
Driver hopping out. Of course, Champ Car rules. You cannot service the car in any way when there's fuel going in the car. As soon as that gas cap comes off, the fuel process is begun.
Absolutely. So when you're dealing with fuel there, everyone around the car is paying attention to the fueling process. You can swap a driver and a camera, but that's about it. Yeah, it's service the cool suit. I don't know if anybody's using a cool suit today.
Yeah, we saw one guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy getting out had the cool suit tubes.
I mean, it's amazing how warm it can get in a race car, even when it's not warm outside. Just, it blows my mind sometimes.
And it depends
like
on the car.
Temperature reader inside of some of these cars.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so we could see.
Depends on the car and the driver. When I raced at Road America in the Boxsters, some of the guys wanted it and some didn't. And so you just depended on the driver.
Mm-hmm.
The temperature was kind of at that point where you could take it or leave it.
Gotcha. My Boxster doesn't get good airflow, so it just becomes like a little,
And then you've got these races like at Road Atlanta. Our guys are like, can we put boiling water in ours?
Right. Can you put hot coffee in there? Yeah. Or it's freezing. They're talking about like trying to keep their hands and feet from going numb. So this should be the last pit stop for all of these teams as they cycle through. And then it's just kind of a race to the end.
.94 Motorsports back about 52 seconds from Tuttle in the 108 car. Pretty much the closest. Nope, I take that back. 37.9 seconds, about 38 seconds. Utah Valley to zoom, kaboom. Utah Valley trying to get that position back. Those two guys in quite a race here. It's a great story between those two teams. One with a new build and the other one very new to racing.
Between which two teams?
Zoom Kaboom and Utah Valley Motorsports.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, they came to this championship with very similar points as well. Zoom came in with 6, and Utah Valley came in with 7. Let's see. Has Uncommon Friends come out of their pit stop yet?
Look how much steering action input's going as they're heading up the hill there in the 9.4 machine. That's very busy.
Bumpy.
RVA Graphics and Wraps comes in to the pits. And a little bit of smoke there as they come to a stop. Here comes our fueler. Gas cap coming off.
Bill stands so close.
It might be just an illusion.
RVA Graphics just stopped. As they came over the wall, they popped off their fire extinguisher, so they got slowed up because they had to go grab another extinguisher.
Oh, it wasn't smoke. It was the fire extinguisher we saw.
Yeah, of course, that's kind of a
brace
common.
yourself going over the wall.
You have to grab it underneath the push thingy.
Yep.
Yeah, the push thingy on top is bad. Don't touch the push thingy.
46 is leaving pit lane.
There they go. Yep.
Uncommon Friends heading to pit out.
Camera working in 111.
Yeah. Yep. It's fine, Bill. Just visceral, Bill. Just visceral. Uh-oh.
All right. They look like they're getting ready to come in, too. They're all kitted up as well.
Looks like we stalled the Uncommon Friend Z. Fortunately, it refired, and he's heading out, pin out. So new driver in the chair.
After we go through this pit cycle, I'll see how everybody falls. I'll redo the points.
RVA Graphics taking fuel. They've got their fire extinguisher guy right there. So the rule is if that fire extinguisher is, once you break that seal, it's done. So it can no longer be used. So you've got to use a different one for your stop. And the mistake that people make is, of course, you got to have the pin pulled before you go over the wall. But if you put your hand on top of the fire extinguisher, as Tiffany called it, the lever thingy,
all right.
You can set it
just
off.
waving at their guys. He went right down the front straightaway. I think they wanted him to stop in, but he didn't. He just kept going.
So he's not getting the message that he's supposed to come in. Now, they could do what's called a courtesy black flag. That's where they ask the tower to black flag their driver to bring him in if they're having trouble communicating with him. So we'll see if they decide to do that. If they're having trouble with communications with that Porsche machine.
Yeah, it sounds like they've been trying to swap that driver out for about 20 minutes or so. I think 25 minutes ago he said the driver was suited up. So,
well, they thought he said he was going to come in, but he just went down the front straightaway. So obviously he didn't say that.
Right.
He said, "I think I'm going to win."
Ron never wants to get out of the car.
Ron's an amazing driver. He really knows how to hustle that Porsche.
You know, I want to say Roger Cohen did that while he was driving one of my cars one time. He was like, all right, and he kept going by. He was like, maybe a few more laps.
Well, we'll see if he comes in this time by. Bissell Racing Group still leading as Orange Yeller ducks into the pits. So that will allow Tuttle Motorsports to get around them. Maybe they're down about a lap and a half. That would bring the 108 car back behind the Visceral Racing Group machine as they're going to be coming into the pits here shortly to get serviced. They'll make a driver change and head back out. We're watching pit in here as one of the Miatas goes by. This is near pit in anyway, turn 11. I'm not sure we'll be able to see, might be able to see the break in the wall there.
Ends, like right across from us, as it were, where that Procore sign is.
And they come down and go around kind of behind where the camera is.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a great view. So. Car still making laps. You just got to last another hour and 30-something minutes.
Yeah, Uncommon Friends go by there. I see a car coming into the pits, but I don't know what it is. I'll be watching the camera here. Oh, wait a minute. This looks like Visceral might be right there. Let me see. No, I don't show them. It's hard to tell from this angle, but that kind of looks like Visceral right there to me. So I see Bill is down in the pits there, and he's having a little trouble communicating with us with the bandwidth that we have at Sonoma.
Might have ran out of bandwidth.
Well, now that he's racing with them at VAR, Visceral's going to be his best friend. He's going to be spending a lot of time with them. So that might be Steve there doing the fueling honors. And as indeed Visceral has gone salmon, so they are in the pits. Your leader is in the pits. And Uncommon Friends off the racetrack. Wheels it back on. Driver's only been out there for a couple laps, so trying to get acclimated, needs to get into that rhythm. Keeping an eye on him there. Continuing to fuel up the Porsche, which these Porsche 944s, they have a nasty habit of not starting when you get done when they're hot like this. The starters sometimes they overheat and they quit working, so they end up needing push started. So I hope Bill's prepared to help push start, because he's going to have to racing with that team. It might become necessary.
I'd hate to.
I wonder how many, let's see, laps are going to go down. 2.5-ish. That's going to put them on similar lap with Tuttle and 9-4, right in between there. The suspense is killing me.
Still preparing the car, getting ready to send that driver out. Typically, these teams will be able to get their fueling stop done and finishing servicing the car before that 5 minutes is up. So looks like they're just cleaning that windshield before they release that driver. And there the camera is back up. Thanks for that, Bill, as they're finishing cleaning the windshield, watching the clock before they release that driver.
Because when they take fuel, they have a 5-minute mandatory stop, so they have to stay in the pits for at least 5 minutes.
Yep, but there's a little clock put on their car that they receive on the way in, and it has to be 5 minutes completed if they take fuel at pit out. So you spend about maybe 4 minutes or so actually in your pit stall. And there's Ron just to the right there.
Still showing in first place.
Visceral had a handy lead as they roll down the pits here, and they'll have to come to a stop at pit out. That's the rules in Champ Car. You got to stop at pit in, stop at pit out. That's to pick up your clock and drop it off.
They'll check his time, make sure he's served the full 5 minutes.
Yep, they'll check his time and quick look at the belts here before they send him out. He's all set, so he's rejoining the race.
Looks like he's rejoining behind someone that might have been serving a penalty, maybe?
Black flag penalties usually a pit in.
Right. Maybe they were coming out from the paddock and they had him stopped for a second.
Yeah.
Yep,
Never know, his time might not have been up.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe they had him pull further in, yeah. Yeah, you definitely want to use up all your time before you, or close to it, really close to it before you go up there, because you don't want to cause a cluster at the pit out.
Yeah, you don't want to create a log jam of cars waiting to get out.
So Visceral Racing Group returns to the racetrack. They're shown in the lead at this moment with Tuttle Motorsports behind them. We'll see what happens as they come across the start-finish line. They got Zoom Zoom Kaboom. They're right next to him right now. You can see him in the rearview mirror of that Miata. As those cars are splitting that white Miata as the two head down this section of the racetrack. And there is Visceral on the inside. It is their advantage as they go around the Mustang. Zoom Zoom has nowhere to go but around the outside of the Mustang and loses some ground in the process. Visceral makes a clean getaway as they continue to lead this race, looking for that start-finish line.
Yeah, they didn't fall out of first at all during that pit stop.
Down into turn 11, here comes the Lexus SC300 of 9.4 Motorsports making the pass. Around the final corner here, they'll cross the start-finish line, and that'll tell us how they officially
lap back.
fall in. Here we go. Yep. So right now
He's
with
on lap 144, whereas Visceral's on 146.
Right.
So at 146 laps, you've got Visceral Racing Group leading with Tuttle Motorsports in second. 9-4 Motorsports is third. Then it's, and that's in their Toyota Supra. The Lexus sister car is right behind them with Orange Yeller. Then in fifth. Then it's RVA Graphics and Wraps, Uncommon Friends, A Few Good Cylinders, Blown My Wad, and Flying Hawaiians and two white guys finishing the top 10. Here we go on board with Tuttle Motorsports in the 108 car, currently in second place, back about a lap, as Doc just said.
That black line you see there in the windshield, that's a frost fighter. The electric defrosters that a lot of teams use.
Well, they were also reported to be having some engine problems, so I don't know. Running 5 cylinders might make it a fair fight.
I like it.
Here's 9-4 Motorsports and their Supra, or excuse me, their Lexus. And Utah Valley really having a great race with Zoom Zoom. The difference now just 5.4 seconds. Those guys are just going back and forth. Zoom Zoom right now has the better of them at 139 laps turned for that team. 9-4 tracking down the Tuttle machine, trying to get by. Presents himself down the inside, going into 4. Can he hang on to it through here? Yep. Car's working really good through turn 4. Uses all the racetrack. Now into the carousel. Here's that pass from the other car. You can see how clean that was. And actually, the driver got having a little bit of trouble there. Got a little befuddled, didn't he? Had a little trouble with the shifter. Look, he's having trouble finding his gear. And the Lexus gets away. Threw him off his game just a little bit, and he let it rattle him.
It happens. Wow, the points, like as they stand right now, there's a wide margin with Visceral with 3 points, and Tuttle, RVA Graphics and Wraps, and the 840 Lexus, all with 7 points, kind of as it stands right now.
Yeah,
all tied.
And the Lexus SC300 just sets their fastest lap time for the day with that machine, with this driver on board. Really hustling that Lexus around this racetrack. Utah Valley, looks like they're not turning laps right now. They may be in the pits. Zoom Zoom Kaboom might have an opportunity to get away. We'll see how things shake out with those pit stops, though.
Are you alive, Doc?
No.
No.
Basilwini Racing may have brushed the wall in the final corner. That being reported from Bill. Here's Zoom Zoom seeing Visceral Racing Group as they go into this next corner. All right. Man, didn't we just do a commercial break?
It is flying by. It's all the excitement.
I guess I got a break for commercial again. I don't know where all the time is going. All right. Back in a couple minutes, folks. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a minute.
think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
All right, 150 laps completed here at Sonoma, California, for the national championship here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. Welcome back, everyone. Bissell Racing Group, still your leader here. Looks like Ergolab has just gone back out onto the racetrack after being in the garage area for quite some time. And Bill's saying a car number 27 is on pit lane, but I don't have that car on my list, so I'm not sure what that is.
Bill has trouble with his numbers.
Yeah.
He knows his colors.
Car Wars.
Car Wars, okay. Thanks for that.
He knows his colors pretty well.
He's good with colors, and that's where you come in, right, Doc?
Yeah, exactly, as your color commentator.
Yeah. You're very colorful. Yeah, he's very colorful.
spots.
Not this weekend.
You're a shade of green.
Yeah. More like
green in the gills.
Pale gray. Feel like death warmed over.
Less than ideal.
Yeah.
Less than 2 hours, just about an hour and 20 minutes unofficially remaining in the race today. We're on board with our leader, Visceral Racing Group, who came into this race on pole.
Yep, they really haven't put a wheel wrong this weekend.
I think I hear Billiam.
Kind of.
Kind of.
Sort of.
Turn your mic on.
I don't think he's using his microphone.
Lord knows that's trouble.
Well, Bill, if you're trying to talk to us, we cannot hear you. It might be your microphone or something. Uncommon Friends, Dots and Z. You can almost hear it bottoming out, it sounds like, as it's heading up through turn 1 there.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, turn 1, your car's under a lot of load there.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. We kind of lost one of our devices that actually allows us to plug microphones into. So I'm having to use a Bluetooth thing, and it's not working. So, all right. So the 27, they're in pit lane trying to get fuel. We still got the 10. They're sitting in pit lane for quite a while with the hood up. As you hear the 108 come by, sounded really, really bad. From what I understand, they're not expecting that car to last. They're just going to run it till it expires. And but he's still going, and that's kind of what you got to do. As Visceral comes by us, followed by the 83, about 200 yards or so.
That was uncommon going by.
I'm going to send it back to you because it's getting pretty loud down here. Sorry about that.
What was that, Doc?
I said that was Uncommon Friends going by RVA Graphics for position.
Ooh. We haven't seen it show up yet, though.
No.
Oh, it looks like there's 2 laps in between those 2.
Oh, are there?
Mm-hmm. Oh, let's see. RVA Pack. No, they're on the same one. I'm sorry, I looked at the vectors.
So it's going to show up. That happened past start-finish line, so. Should be updating here soon.
Zoom Kaboom in the pits here, getting serviced. Looks like they're making a driver change. Looks like the Scirocco of the Bunny Boys team, as Bill said earlier when he said the 10. Car number 10 is Bunny Boys, and their Volkswagen Scirocco. They're in the pits right now. And when he said the 108 went by, he was referring to the Tuttle Motorsports car. The only remaining Tuttle Motorsports car on the racetrack right now. Here we're on board with 9.4 Motorsports and their Lexus SC300. A little trouble with the cameras there. That's all right. We'll just move on to another one. We can play that game all day. Car's not turning on laps right now. You got Zoom Kaboom in 12th. That's the highest ranked car that's not turning laps right now. Shown in the pits along with Car Wars, the number 27. And Orange Pumpkin, which is an EC car. So we've got a handful of cars here in the back. We've got Orange Pumpkin, 559 Racing in their Subaru, Roto Pluker, Huffman Motorsports, Tuttle Motorsports, the number 107, Bunny Boys in their Volkswagen, Pomona Speed Shop in their BMW. RVA Graphics and Wraps, a Mustang, I guess, a black Mustang, and then their M3 that they blew the tranny in. Looks like Bandits, although they're running around in last place, they are turning some laps. So quite a ways behind after blowing that engine, but they are out turning laps now. Visceral Racing Group looking for a win here today. And really in a good place to do it. The injured Tuttle Motorsports car not looking so good as it was before. Allowing Visceral to have their way with the field now. Car's putting them into threat. The Toyota Supra just turned a 2-minute flat lap time. So they're in contention to get by Tuttle Motorsports, although they've got about a lap to make up. 9-4 Motorsports in the Lexus continuing to best his times. Just turned a 1:55 with a 5. It's a very stout lap time for that car. Down 2 laps from the leader. He's got some work to do if he's going to catch and pass for the lead. But, yeah. Those are the kind of lap times that will only do them good in this race. A 156 just turned, a 155 by Uncommon Friends Racing. So those are strong lap times that for those guys. Zoom, zoom, kaboom, continuing to fall through the standings as they're coming around to come across that start-finish line to log another lap. And a look across turn 7 here. As you can see, the haze is lifted from the area, and the sun now beginning to fall, and it's really going to affect these guys as they head up in towards turn 2. They're going to see that sun coming right into their visors. Back on board with Visceral Racing Group. These guys are on a mission. They're here to win this race this weekend. They put a lot of energy into this. There you can see that sun coming right into the windshield of that Porsche as you head up that super steep hill towards turn 2. Hard enough to gauge as it is because it's a blind corner, and then to be blinded by sunlight at the same time.
How rude.
It's just not right.
So we've got a little over an hour to go, hour and a quarter-ish.
Yep, we're getting there.
So y'all picked Visceral, and I said 9-4 Motorsports, and look who the top 4 are. I'd say we're pretty good at picking.
Yeah, well, people talk, you hear things.
Sometimes it's just luck. I'm always amazed at how nice and clean and perfect those 9-4 Motorsports cars look. I mean, they just look perfect every time you see them. It just blows my mind.
They're off the showroom floor.
Yes. And he washed and everything. I don't wash my car.
Yeah.
Just the dents show up better.
Wash? We don't even beat out the dents.
Right.
Kenny gets a once over maybe once a year.
Right. In the off season.
Yeah.
Then it's cold.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. God. Could have gone all day without seeing that.
Yeah, I'm just getting some things set up here for us.
Yep, I'm updating all of our points to make sure everything is as accurate as possible.
I'm just sitting here being sick.
But we love you for it.
Aw.
There, we got it.
At least we're not sick of you, so that's good.
Yeah.
That's more than Bill can say. No.
Ouch.
She's got a point. So good. Oh, shoot. Well, we kid because we care.
It's been a whole week. Wow, Uncommon Friends just set their fastest time of the day. So they're trying to get it done, huh? They're up to what would be 5th in the championship there. That brings their points up to 8th.
And then, yeah, we've got Andrew over here saying, well, you know, the Visceral guys, their strategy is just to take it easy. She said every time I see him go around the track, he's by himself. He's strategizing for a 2-day race, not just focused on today, and it's working.
Yeah, I mean, he's got, what, 2 laps on the field? Well, it's down to 1 lap now, but as long as, I mean, he doesn't have to worry about Tuttle. Doesn't really have to worry about anybody, for that matter, as long as he stays in the lead.
Stays out of trouble.
And stays out of trouble. Yeah, he's golden today.
Just the self-discipline to stay out of trouble, right?
Yep. And I think that's why, like Andrea said, he's running out there by himself. He doesn't want to be in any races today.
He's trying to stay away from the trouble, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you want this to be the most boring day. You know, a lot of guys, yeah, man, it would have been a lot more fun if I would have had somebody to race with. He doesn't want anybody to race with.
Right. He wants them to leave him plenty of room.
Yeah. Go away from me.
I guess Basil Weenie Racing bent a tie rod when they made contact with that turn 11 wall. Visceral Racing Group leading the race fairly handily. Will Patience win this race? Will they be able to pull this thing off? I had bets.
We hadn't talked about a lot is a few good cylinders. They're up to 7th in the championship. You know, the overall championship. They're at 13 points because they came in with a few more points than some. They came in with 6, but they've been steady up there all day. You know.
On board, we're here with Uncommon Friends as they're working their way around the racetrack. Here comes Visceral Racing Group.
Zoom and Utah Valley are still mixing it up back and forth. Utah Valley's got the better of them right now. And Silver Fern just right behind them. All championship contenders.
So Ergo Lab has returned to the racetrack to rejoin the race after they spent some time in the garage after contact with Uncommon Friends. And the latest news, though, was that the number 108 of Tuttle Motorsports, which led the race earlier, has run into some engine trouble. They're just going to continue to drive the car. Sounds like it's down 1 cylinder. They're going to continue to carry on. and get the most out of this race. And this could play nicely into their hands. They're going to be finishing, if they can maintain, they can finish second, which means they're not going to.
That's the car up in front of Visceral here.
Huh?
I think that's the car in front of Visceral.
Oh, because they're right together.
108.
Yeah, he's right together. But I guess what I was getting at is, if Tuttle finishes second, there is no MOV. I was thinking about that MOV again, but there is none. So there's no reason to hold back.
Exactly.
That seat, the way that piece of cloth is coming off, I keep thinking he has like sheep ears, and it's kind of bugging me. I'm going to ask him to do something about that because it's kind of annoying to me. On board with 9-4 Motorsports and their Lexus. It's another one of those cars
Pesky Miatas.
Kind of came on the scene and looked like, oh, wow, these Lexus are going to destroy the field. They're going to kill everybody, and everybody's going to buy Lexus. And he didn't really do that. And there's several of them in the series, but it's not a car that everybody's gone to.
They use a lot of fuel.
They got a big tank, though.
Yeah, got a big gas tank.
Yeah.
It's a heavier car.
Yeah.
They have real good brakes, good power, good handling.
Yep. It's kind of like driving a tank. Kid.
Zoom down, shifting, going into the hairpin turn that takes them back on the front straight. Look at them using all that racetrack right up against the wall. RVA Graphics and Wraps in 7th place.
Actually 6th within the championship. And they're RVA, 9-4 Motorsports, the Lexus, and Tuttle are still all tied with 7 points where they're at right now. So they would be kind of tied for second place within the championship going into tomorrow.
See that Tuttle Eclipse right ahead.
Yep.
With Uncommon Friends with 8 points, and
look how
the other 9-4 car, the 83, with 8 points. They're right behind them.
Well, look how he really closed up on him going into turn 1. That Porsche's working so much better
than the 5 cylinders of the Eclipse.
It's rolling speed, that's heading up the hill. You're kind of pedaling it, so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all Visceral has to do is shadow him here. They don't have to go after him.
Nope.
They got nothing to prove.
I mean, absolutely nothing. They're a lap up on them. They need to be 2 laps? No, not necessarily. Nobody's got to stop for fuel now. It's just a race to the end. Survival mode now. I mean, if it finishes this way, Visceral's in first place today. That puts them at 3 points. That's 4 points over everybody else. So that puts them in a nice position for tomorrow. They just have to finish not in, fifth or above? 4 or above? Depending on where those other cars finish.
Passing the Supra is going to be 4 position for Uncommon, but they're down an extra lap, I believe. So they need to. Doesn't look like it in the standings though, but there should be. The Lexus should be in between them, but he just passed the Toyota.
Yep.
Yeah, he still scored down there. Yeah, he just got his lap back basically. And there's
another one, same lap.
These two guys fighting. Basically, your leader with an Uncommon Friends now squeezing by Visceral Racing Group, presenting himself, going into 4. Not going to happen. Uncommon looking for a way by the Tuttle Motorsports machine that's down on power. Easily whistles through the left side here, heading into the carousel, as I call it anyway. I don't think it's actually marked that way on the map.
Well, we'll go with what you call it, Polly.
Okay.
It's like a carousel. It's a big sweeping left-hander.
Polly's the host. We'll go with his terms.
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, he mutes us.
Oh, jeez. All right, into turn 7 here.
We know where our biscuits are buttered. Come on now. I'd have thought a nice southern term for you.
Why you just give me all these great segues, you know it? Because speaking of our biscuits being buttered, we need to break for commercial. So we're going to do that, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes, folks. Stay with us. We got another hour of exciting racing here on Champ Car Live. Things are about to get kind of crazy, I got a feeling. So stay with us. Back in just a few minutes. Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a moment. Yeah, here we go.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hey guys, this is Chad Thornton, and on behalf of Racing Radios, welcome to the 2020 Champ Car Endurance Series. Since 1979, Racing Radios has pioneered communication systems for the sport of racing. With a long-running history and passion for motorsports, Racing Radios supports those who build it, run it, break it, fix it, and run it again, pushing the limits of what's possible with the resources available. We built Racing Radios on these same values. As a 2020 Champ Car sponsor, Racing Radios will provide our experienced support team and trailer at select Champ Car events throughout the year. Free gear and exclusive discounts for the winners of the Racing Radios 14 Hours of Charlotte event. And most importantly, 15% off orders for all Champ Car teams. It's time to kick off 2020 right. Build it, bring it, race it, get out there and go racing. Visit racingradios.com and click on the Champ Car registration button to get your 2020 team discount code.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
All right, welcome back to Sonoma Raceway here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Doc Waldrop, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong as we bring you full-length race coverage. We got, looks like a car off, drivers left there, already on the rollback. This has been a race that's had pretty much no full course cautions. So we did have a red flag earlier this morning, I should say, when the RVA Graphics EC car blew a transmission. I guess there was a fire involved there, so they red flagged the race. But it's been mostly green racing.
Yep, so everybody's pretty much had to put it under green, yeah.
The track
actually has, other than maybe a local every once in a while.
And now this late in the race, we got less than an hour to go. You know, the majority of those required pit stops are done. What's in the cars is the fuel that they need to get to the end. That driver that's in the car is going to bring it home. This is it. Everything is in the hands of that final driver, and it's all up to this final stint to get the job done.
Right.
So this is when everything is going to count. We've got Vissel Racing Group just kind of behind the Tuttle machine, just kind of following him around the racetrack, more or less. Uncommon Friends, on the other hand, on a charge, as well as the Lexus SC300 of 9.4 Motorsports. We got a car that was brought in, served a 1-minute penalty, and that was the 83, the number 83 9.4 Motorsports Supra that blew through pit in without stopping to pick up their clock.
Somebody got ahead of themselves.
Yeah, again, we've got some guys that are new to Champ Car, and maybe you forgot the rules. The rule is you have to stop at pit in and pit out. Irregardless, you need to do that.
So this driver has done about 40 races with us. He just said, I just totally spaced it. He didn't know what just spaced it. He served his penalty with vigor, and they went back out.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
I've had cars, not stop, and later on they found me. It's like, I came in, I wanted to stop, I had no brakes.
So don't stand in the way. That's the moral of that story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anything could happen.
Never turn your back on a race car.
No, which is one of the main reasons we don't allow people to come over the pit wall before the car is stopped, because we don't,
Maybe
you never
they can't.
know.
Yeah, maybe they can't.
Right.
And this is a good time to make everybody aware, because we always have more people sign in to watch the end of the race than any other time, is that the next revision of the Champ Car Endurance Series BCCR, the rulebook, will include a statement about the helmet Snell ratings. So Champ Car Endurance Series will extend out the currently accepted SA 2010 and the 2015 helmets to January of 2022. After that, only the SA 2015 and SA 2020 helmets will be accepted for driving use by Champ Car Endurance Series.
I'd also like to make a small announcement. I went out to do sound checks on the cars today, but the batteries were missing out of my my DB meter. So if anybody has seen the batteries for the DB meter, please contact me. There is a reward.
I'm sure they'll give them back to you tomorrow about 4 o'clock, Bill.
I bet they do. They'll just suddenly show up.
Too funny.
Yeah,
They're
I
like,
took it outside, I pressed the button, and nothing happened. It's like, what the heck? It'd been sitting on the desk all night. So, yeah, fun times here at the track. I know never to trust any of you guys.
I wouldn't.
Especially with a DB meter.
But luckily, we have a DB meter on track. So that's sort of been the official one. And I've been kind of looking at what I planned on, kind of comparing my numbers to his numbers. Of course, that's not going to work out.
How's that working out for you, Bill?
Yeah, that ain't working. So there's a green car on the flatbed coming down the back straight. I cannot see whose it is, but it is green.
Yeah, we saw that when we were.
Utah. It looks like the Utah car.
I was just saying they're falling in the numbers right now.
Yeah, Utah University. Those guys had a heck of a great race going on with Zoom Zoom Kaboom. And unfortunately, looks like they've run into some problems with that car. Nine4 Motorsports really in the mix of it here, as they've got the leader of this race and P2 right in front of them.
Yep. Yeah, it's the number 2, just to be certain.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's Visceral just in front.
Yep. Going to go ahead and try and get by. Oh, I wish the camera would have kept going. You can see the driver looking at him there. It could have been contact there. I mean, that was
That might be the one car they don't want to let by, right?
Really risky situation there for 9-4 to push that. I mean, he could have got real ugly.
They just went by. Oh, hey, Paul, put me on mute.
Glad.
I thought you'd never ask.
Oh my God! Did we get that on air?
Yeah, I actually have that recorded. I think they're going to use that at the beginning of every race. Hey, Paul, put me on mute. And I'll make it kind of like a DJ kind of. Hey, Paul,
Yeah, right.
Paul, put me on mute.
I like it.
You can tell we're getting kind of slap happy. We've been sitting here since early this morning. So.
A little bit.
Tiffany had the best one today, though. I can't remember what the gist of it was, but man, that was funny.
I don't remember what I said either.
Oh, it was something about Bill. It was funny.
Huh.
All right, so 49 minutes remain.
I was getting tired of him too.
Yeah.
Sick of him.
Maybe that's what it was. And as we've been talking here, it looks like I'm seeing the Lexus up ahead, but okay, there's the Tuttle machine just a little bit further up now. He's started to get away a little bit. 167 laps turned, and things are looking pretty good for Visceral Racing Group. They're up a lap over Tuttle Motorsports. 9-4 Motorsports is second in the Lexus, so that Lexus passing is for position. And they would like nothing better to get by Tuttle Motorsports. Then it's Orange Yeller in fourth. Uncommon Friends is fifth. Then you've got RVA Graphics and Wraps, 9-4 Motorsports, A Few Good Cylinders, Flying Hawaiians, and Silver Fern Racing.
Yeah, Visceral bailed out of this fight. It's like, I don't want any part of you two.
I think they're definitely trying to play the long game. Finish well today, keep the car together, finish well tomorrow.
Yeah. Win the championship.
Right. Eyes on the prize.
And granted, 9-4's got some work to do to try to come back around and pass Visceral, but that's beside the point. That's assuming everything continues as it is. You know, right. 9-4 is doing exactly what they need to do. They need to be on the charge. They need to be on the attack. If you're not going to win the race unless you drive as though you want the win. So if you drive for third, you're probably going to get third. So he is on the charge. He's looking to get by Tuttle here. He might just get him.
And
Tuttle lining up on the outside.
The 840 came in with 3 points. So just 1 point off from Visceral.
Nice move. Does a great job shuttling to the right there, just in front of the Mitsubishi as they head down into the braking zone. Tuttle might have let him go. That was for position as well. As they come by the start-finish line here, 9-4 Motorsports moves into second place. Shown a lap back from Visceral now, so they are in prime position right now as that car shows no signs of weakening. RVA Graphics and Wraps lurking about there in the background, back in 6th place. And then, of course, Uncommon Friends up ahead of them by 52 seconds. Turning faster lap times yet. They are on the hunt as well. In fact, out of the top 6 cars, they are turning the fastest lap times of them all. And he's doing it pretty consistently.
Yeah, he's got that Z working for him.
Well, these guys all know this course so well. I mean, geez, I was watching John Morton drive this course 30-something years ago.
Oh, my goodness. He's on the same lap as 2, 3, 4, and 5, all in the same lap.
Yeah.
Fourth place, right, isn't in contention, so that actually puts him in 4th place for the championship. And with that pass we saw earlier on with 9-4, that puts them solidly in, if they finish this way, in the 2nd place going into tomorrow. Or would put them in solidly in 2nd with 5 points.
Visceral Racing Group continuing to hound that Mitsubishi Eclipse of Tuttle Motorsports.
I don't think he has any intention of going around him, but he's going to hound him just to, you know, so that they have to push that Mitsubishi Eclipse.
Yeah, this is, and if he goes too slow coming up through here, he's just going to go ahead and go by. I mean, there's no point in completely throwing his rhythm off not to. But especially if that Mitsubishi starts to deteriorate, you got a car that's hurt that's in front of you, it's not a good idea to just park behind them because you don't know what could happen. And it could empty an engine right in front of you.
Right.
True enough. But
driving through somebody's oil slick.
So here's 9-4 Motorsports again.
They're wheeling that car.
So you got a 32-second gap from Orange Yeller to Tuttle, but again, Orange Yeller not in this fight. Not they're in the fight for the race, but not for the championship. 50 seconds the gap from Willwood to Silver Fern. We haven't mentioned much about Willwood Racing. They do a lot of racing with us out west here. Much of it's R&D, but today they haven't been spending too much time in the pits. They've been out there on the racetrack. They're trying to do something here this weekend.
I'm showing them 11th overall in the championship standings, 20 points total though. but 11th place today.
Utah Valley, that was having such a great race earlier with Zoom Zoom Kaboom, they've gone behind the wall on the rollback, and it doesn't look like they're back on track yet. Still shown not turning laps. Here's Zoom Zoom out here in their Miata. Back on board with your leader, who really does have a good handle on this race. Tuttle out in front here, currently in the in third spot after having been passed by 9-4 Motorsports, but up about a car away from. There's a car separating the two from the leader. Oh, a little bit of tire squall there. Bill saying almost some contact with the number 108 between one of the other cars and number 6. I don't know who that is.
Basilini.
Oh, okay. Basilini's been having some trouble with that car.
Yeah, they seem like they've struggled a little today.
Well, they started off at 2 points, just like Visceral.
9-4 Motorsports splitting these two guys. Coming down into this corner here. Makes a late break of it. Saying, come on, Lexus Power. Here's Visceral going down into that same corner. So much passing happens going into that turn 11. We've seen so many dramatic accidents over the years in professional motorsports. That corner always sees a lot of action.
Yeah, cars using other cars as an additional braking device. Seen cars on top of cars there.
Oops.
The IMSA races here were always so awesome with the ground effects.
I used to love to watch the Grand Am races back in the day. I think that's where my bucket list started. It's like all those places.
9-4 Motorsports in second place. They are running out of time. 40 minutes remain in the race. The gap probably too significant for them to make up. They would need something to happen up front here. They would need some cautions. They would need something to happen. Looks like RVA Graphics separating the leader from Tuttle.
Like
heading down the inside, the outside rather. Did they?
Yeah.
RVA just went around Tuttle.
Tried to. Looks like Tuttle hung on to it around the inside.
You're right.
Oh! Sweeps to the right and just whistles right by him. I don't know if the Tuttle car missed a shift.
Hiccup.
Here it is in replay. RVA off to the left here. He crosses over the racetrack. And he's reaching down. I think he did a reset. Remember, they were having trouble with this car, and they were resetting the ignition. He may have done a reset on the front straightaway. You can see that electrical panel is actually loose there.
Yeah, it's moving about.
And we're getting a report that the blue Acura Integra is being pushed behind the wall. Or is that the RSX of Polish Hammer? Yeah, he said blue Acura. That the Integra part I threw on there. It's the Acura.
Acura, I see.
Gotcha.
On my list. I'd say that's a safe bet.
Yep.
Man, Uncommon Friends just dropped their newest fastest lap time. They definitely left something in the bank to use at the end of this race. I don't know if it's enough to get them up there, but on a limp, a weakened Tuttle machine, could do it.
Bandits Racing is out there turning laps. If you're a Bandits Racing fan, just got passed by RVA Graphics. They've got that car back on the racetrack turning laps after doing an engine change earlier today.
Bandit leading D-Class. Bandit is D-Class, Bill.
He's winning.
Yes.
He said, ha ha. Now, if Uncommon Friends could get a little, ahead, the car right in front of them is not in the championship. So if they could pass Tuttle, which I could see that happening, they're 6 seconds to 8 seconds a lap faster than them. That would put them in third place, which would definitely help their points since they came in with 3 points. It'd reduce them to 6, and that would get them out of being tied up with RVA.
Right.
Of course, that would still put them 3 points ahead, I guess you would say, or behind Visceral. However you want to say that.
So there's the Uncommon Friends driver, just being patient with that Miata as they head up that hill until he had a safer position to pass, and both drivers giving each other room. Andrea says that Bandits actually asked me if we could make the RVA Mustang an honorary D class so that they at least had some competition instead of EC. Yeah. That's funny. Honorary D class.
And so at the end of this race, we're gonna I'm gonna send my numbers that I've been keeping up with over to Mike, and he's gonna look over those and make sure I haven't lied.
All right.
And then post those tonight. Make those official.
Trying to determine, but it kind of looks like Tuttle finally got passed by Visceral again. Not sure. I think Tuttle is just having more and more trouble with that car.
Well, their last lap was 4 seconds faster than the one before.
Is he up there in front? I think what's up ahead of him is the Flying Hawaiian Z car.
Yeah, that's not Tuttle.
And the Tuttle car has a white Miata up ahead. As they're heading into the carousel section, this is on a delay. Of course, the Flying Hawaiians and two white guys have redone they've got a fresh build. That's what they're racing with now. Used to have a black Z car. back on board with the leader. Just got about 30 minutes left of this.
Can't tell who that is in front of him.
I think that's the Flying Hawaiians and two white guys.
Yeah, that's another Z car.
It's a red.
Okay, I was like, definitely look a Z car, but I was like hoping it
Yeah,
was
it's
common
the
friends.
black and red one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I blow our feed up to fit on a big TV so I can see what's going on. Sometimes it pixelates or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like pulled apart too much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So heading into our final commercial break, it's 176 laps turned, folks. We've got 9-4 Motorsports in second place, trying to chase down the leader, Visceral Racing Group, who's up about a lap on the field. With Tuttle Motorsports in third, Orange Yeller in fourth, and Uncommon Friends in fifth place. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Sonoma, California for the 2020 Series Championship title run at Sonoma Raceway. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, Tiffany Alexander. It's Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone.
So I'll run through some of the points real quick since we're winding this one up.
Let's do it.
Right now in the points, your leader is Visceral Racing Group with 3 points, followed by the number 849 Motorsports with 5 points. The next up is they have 7 points. So that'd be Uncommon Friends, number 46, and RVA Graphics and Wraps. They're both being scored at 7 points right now if it finishes like it is. Then in 8th place is the 108 Tuttle Motorsports. With 8 points. That'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Because I've got 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. And then after that, we get 11, 15, etc. The 83 car is scored with 11 points right now. So that puts them back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places. Sorry,
Okay.
I was counting.
That's great. Thanks for doing that. Zoom, zoom, kaboom's in the pits, folks.
If they finish like they are now.
Yeah, looks like zoom, zoom, kaboom. Changing a right rear tire is the word that we're getting.
I'm sure they'd want to finish this without having to do that. They're sitting in 9th place in the championship points for today. 15 total, but that's going to drop them down a little bit. Looks like Visceral's picked up the pace even more as 9-4 is trying to make up some ground on them. Just not going to let that happen.
Yeah, Uncommon Friends just really having a good race of it. Orange Yeller now in the pits. Looks like they're falling down the standings in that A-class car. So that leads the top 5 cars. Really, all those cars are in contention for the championship. And we've seen so many of these races determined in the last, 30 minutes, 20 minutes of the race. Anything could happen. Doc was just talking, Doc and Tiffany both remembering the Utah race where Utah Valley won that race like on the last lap when Cremaster ran out of fuel or nearly ran out of fuel on that final lap in day 2. So anything could happen. Bill letting us know the 108 is now backfiring really badly.
And that's your 3rd place car overall right now. So
sounds fine to me. I don't hear anything. Oh, that's right. We don't have the sound on. There's the Flying Hawaiian Z car there, just off to the right. Heading up into turn 7 here off the drag strip. Z car with the advantage there on the inside. That control panel really loose on that car.
Really?
Don't know if it's intentional so they can get behind it or what they're doing with it, but
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you'd hope that's not intentional. Yeah, in a way. Yeah. Or maybe they were messing with it on what one of their pit stops, trying to figure out the problem, or who knows. No, they've been cycling it off and on, so maybe they got it loose doing that. Whole panel. Yep, zooms back out. Yeah, I thought I saw them go back out. And they were kind of on their own lap. The car ahead of them was a lap or two ahead, and the car behind them the same. So they maintained their position, which is, I think, about 10th or 9th in the championship running order. So that didn't really cost them.
Here comes Visceral coming by the Tuttle Motorsports machine. It's been bad enough. It's time to leave them behind, it looks like.
Yeah, he was content to shadow him for quite some time, but now it's like,
As the Tuttle car might be continuing to fade. It looks like he ran a 2:05 on that last lap. Tuttle machine trying to fight back down the inside here, heading down the back strip, the drag strip part of the racetrack. Of course,
awfully close to it.
Yeah, very close as they're heading through the S's here.
Want anything to do with this?
No, he really doesn't. And I don't know why. I don't know why the Tuttle machine is fighting so hard, really, because it could get really ugly, and it doesn't need to be that way.
And that's first and third place on this race, yeah.
Well, I mean, Tuttle does have a reputation of being very aggressive drivers.
Yeah, they do.
Yep, so Uncommon just moved past Tuttle into third.
So here's Visceral getting by the Pontiac of Bandits as he heads up through one. The car takes some big bumps right here.
Oh.
That'll help Uncommon friends.
Dying.
Oh, don't die on the air.
Oh, come on, what a way to go.
Don't die on the air. If you're going to die, nobody dies on my time.
Right? Keep it together.
You're on my time. You don't die right now. There's a much more graphic saying that Robin Bank has. I can't repeat it on the air, but it's pretty funny. It's along
you're going to have to text it to me.
It's
then.
along those lines. Oh, you'll love it. It's fantastic.
Oh, Tuttle said he didn't come here to play. He's in this. He's in this for the race, so that's why they're pushing.
All right.
And he's listening to us.
There you go.
Hi, Mr. Tuttle. Now, I mean, they're not going to give up this lightly. They're going to try to get everything they can into that car towards the end. We've got 20 minutes to go. I mean, I understand, but you also don't want to risk hitting the leader either. So you have to do it and do it cleanly. You fight and you're aggressive, but you do it cleanly. That's the way you get it done.
I don't think there was contact. I think
there
it
wasn't.
was just good, hard racing.
Good, hard racing, yes.
But since Tuttle is listening to us, if he messes with us so much, we can really mess with him, can't we?
I mean, you're there. He can punch you.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course,
just make sure your camera's on.
He probably won't be able to hear you, but yeah.
I think it'd still be funny even without the sound. As long as the camera's on.
Yeah, as long as the camera's on. I think that's the most important thing. Let's keep our eye on our prize here.
Right. Doc may get his dying wish after all, you know?
Dying wish.
I could die a happy man, Bill.
Oh, shoot.
Har, har, har.
I could insult the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cleveland Browns in one sentence. Have Robin and Brian both get you.
That'd be entertaining.
And me. I'm a Pittsburgh fan.
Are you really, Paulie?
Yeah. Yeah, big time. My parents are both from Pittsburgh.
Oh.
That's the terrible towel, right?
Oh,
yes,
Bill
it is.
Strong, me too.
Yeah? Okay.
Yellow and black, whatever.
Yeah, I have one of those. I thought it was a dish towel at first.
Of course, I'm the outlier here, I guess.
They make really good dish towels.
Well, it used to be yellow, Bill. If you washed it again, it might be again.
Isn't his car like a dark red?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right, so at 183 laps turned, we got Visceral Racing Group leading the race with 9-4 Motorsports in second place. Then it's Uncommon Friends in third. Tuttle Motorsports in the 108 car is fourth. RVA Graphics and Wraps is fifth. All 5 cars fighting for the win of this Day 1 championship title race.
And that's how the points kind of shake down too. We've got Visceral with 3 points, 9-4 Motorsports, the 840 with 5 points if they finish this way. Uncommon Friends with 6 points, then RVA Graphics with 7, and then Tuttle with 9 if they finish like they are right now.
And
Tuttle's in the pits.
Some pretty significant gaps here between most of these cars here. So the 108 car of Tuttle Motorsports coming into the pits again. And we don't expect Visceral to come back in. Now, we know the Tuttle machine has been having some engine issues. So they're going to pick up their clock. And they've been waved on. Let's see if he can get this car motivated. He's having some trouble.
I have to push it.
Looks like the red light has come on. He's having some trouble getting the car to move.
Oh.
We have squeezed every bit of life out of this car it had left. Definitely not
And there's somebody coming to help give them a push because this car doesn't look like it wants to roll under its own. There's more people running down there to try and aid in giving the car a push down the pit lane. Meanwhile, out on the racetrack, Visceral Racing Group, as Doc said earlier, haven't put a foot wrong. They're just banging out laps. Zoom,
Top
zoom.
five changing here at the very end.
Zoom, zoom, kaboom. Just turned their fastest lap time of the day. A 1:58.
They're rocking it.
Tuttle Motorsports still being pushed. Looks like Robin Bank even came down and lended a hand, pushing the car.
Out of gas from what we gather.
So they've come out to put gas in that car. They pushed it a little bit too far and ran out of fuel with another 15 minutes remaining in the race.
Can't figure out what Uncommon Friends was telling his.
I was just thinking
friends.
that. He's not pointing somebody by, but he wasn't saying thanks either. Now he wants more horsepower, I think. No. You know, you kind of pedal yourself. Wow, this one's winding down.
back on board with the leader, Visceral Racing Group. And we've got...
Uncommon Friends isn't too far behind 9-4 Motorsports, 1.23 seconds.
Wow.
And that is for position. That's our second and third place cars.
And they're turning fast laps.
Well, yes, they are. Uncommon Friends is really cranking them.
They want that second place finish. I mean, I'm sure they want the first, right? But
yeah.
Well, he can see him too. He can see him. Here comes Tuttle.
Blood in the water.
Yeah, Tuttle's coming down pit lane right now with the 108 car.
Yeah, Visceral Racing Group's got his hands full right now with several cars just up ahead, trying to pick his way through some of the slower traffic. These guys are braking. They're trying to help each other get through without contact. Final 10 minutes here, folks, in the race.
Do we have a camera in Uncommon Friends?
Yes, we do.
It's working?
Yep.
Let's go to them.
There you go.
Looks like he got past 9-4. I'm guessing.
I don't see him ahead, so...
Yeah, exactly. And it was, the gap was 1.2 seconds, so...
They're right next to each other here. It's like 9-4 is just behind him.
Yep.
There it goes. Uncommon moves into second place. And
it's a good thing I got these additional announcers to help me out.
I'm telling you, those guys.
They're special.
Ought to have them stuffed if they don't die. I'm so tired I can't even swing a dead
Can't even swing a dead cat.
Swing a dead cat.
He's so tired he can't even swing a dead cat.
Oh.
Coming around the carousel here.
Uncommon Friends has to hold it together for about another, 4 laps?
Yeah, not long at all now.
3, 4.
That car is so quick, and he's turning much quicker times. I mean, he's got control of the situation. I am really surprised he managed to reel him in and catch him and pass him like that.
Mm-hmm.
Got it done. You know, this team is like hot or cold. You just never know. They've had so many problems with their cars.
Yep.
And it's just, name it. They've
feast or famine.
Several years ago when we started the broadcast, it was water in the fuel that they bought at the racetrack. I mean, it wasn't that they bought at the racetrack, but they bought locally. And it's just like, what the heck? It's just really strange things. And they're out here not missing a beat.
The racing gods do seem to be smiling on them well right now. So just hope they can keep it together for the end.
Meanwhile, our Visceral Racing Group, who's in charge of this race, up at the front, with just minutes remaining in this race.
Literally.
Chasing down, no one. They've got the Datsun Z up ahead of the Flying Hawaiians.
I wonder if the Lexus, that the Uncommon Friends passed them really fairly easily. I wonder if they're worried about fuel or anything, if anything's going on with them. They're still turning good times, but I kind of expected them to put up more of a fight. That Z car is fast. It might not be much of a fight to put up, you know? We have, if it finishes like this, we have 2 cars would be tied for second place in the points. The RVA and 9-4, the 840 and the 111 would both have, I'm sorry, and they'd be tied for third place, both with 6 points. With the Visceral with 3 and Uncommon Friends with 5.
Coming down into the final 5 minutes of this race.
Yeah, maybe a couple laps to go, and
some of the oldest cars out here in the track or in the race are going to take 1-2. If things hold out as they appear as though they will.
He's waving someone off. Something. Does he have someone behind him? Is there yellow?
Don't know. Looking back at 9-4 Motorsports, I can't even see that far out.
Okay.
Whoop, we just lost that. There, we got it. So I don't know what he's looking at. There's the Super up ahead.
I wonder if there's like a local yellow there or something.
Could be. Rocking up through the gears here. Just finishing things up. Got to stay focused. This is when guys get tired. They start making mistakes.
Never.
Don't want to do anything foolish here.
See, that's where I have an advantage on the field. I can do foolish things much sooner than this.
You need not wait to the end, huh?
Nope.
Looks like Visceral and 9-4 are right together, but out there. No, that's the Miata. They took the loop similar.
83140 really slowed. Yeah.
Is that Morse code? Or no?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, they just backed off by about 13, 15 seconds. I wonder if they're running out of fuel or they're afraid they won't make it to the end.
Right. There's so many things going on in the background with the team. You don't know.
Just thinking they may have used, I mean, those Lexuses are thirsty, right? So they may have used up a lot of fuel trying to track Visceral down and make their way up, you know?
So Visceral, next time by the flag stand, he's going to get 1 lap to go.
Woohoo! 1 to go. So they have to just keep it together for like 1 more lap. Put this one in the books.
On board with Common Friends here as we're just watching them cycle around the racetrack.
Who's in the car right now, though?
And here's
driving style.
Visceral Racing Group, your leader. We're just watching them as they come around to get the one to go. And the people in the pits will be invited to come out and come out to the wall and cheer on their teams as they come by.
It's a great picture opportunity. Especially get your car kind of going under the starter stand with the checkers going is always a nice picture, right?
Yep.
Especially if you're the first one in line for the checker. That's even a better picture. Winding it up. There's no, I mean, Visceral can go so far on fuel that's not even a question. So, or I wouldn't think so. So they should be good to make this last lap. And
oh, they can coast from here.
Right. So Uncommon has crossed over the loop. So they are on their last lap as well. Looks like that Tuttle car is going to be able to limp that one to the finish line as well. That'll put them in 5th. We're going to take the EC car out. That'd be 5 points onto the 5 that they came in here with.
And there's the flag in the air for Visceral Racing Group, who takes the win on day 1 here at Sonoma Raceway, the national championship race at Sonoma Raceway.
Everything they had to do.
Visceral Racing Group parlays a really nice win here with Uncommon Friends coming up to take 2nd place. Followed closely by 9-4 Motorsports in their Lexus SC300. He is a happy man. Thumbs up from the driver. So Visceral Racing Group taking the win with 192 laps turned after a combined 7 hours of endurance road racing, with Uncommon Friends in 2nd, 9-4 Motorsports in 3rd with their Lexus SC300. Then it's RVA Graphics and Wraps in their BMW E30 in 4th. Then it's Tuttle Motorsports in the number 108, taking 5th place. With the 9-4 Motorsports sister car, the Toyota Supra in 6th. Then it's Flying Hawaiians and 2 white guys in 7th. Few Good Cylinders in 8th. 9th, it's Silver Fern Racing, and Blow My Wad is going to take 11th, even though we're not turning laps at the moment. Looks like we're going to come out that okay, because the 4 laps up from Zuzu. We're going to work out the standings here points-wise as the competitors come by the start-finish line here.
You ready?
Yeah, go right ahead, Tiffany.
Okay. If my math is correct. I've got Visceral Racing with 3 points. They're going to be leading the points now to finish. Next up is Uncommon Friends with 5 points. Next is RVA Graphics and at number 849 for Motorsports, both tied with 6 points apiece. the next jump is 10 points to Tuttle Motorsports, the 108 car. I can keep going. 11 points is the 83 of the Supra. I don't know if I can go in order because some of these are kind of mixed up, but I think we got
total your column.
But they're not in order of the total. Got a bunch of numbers.
Well, go ahead.
I can just read them off in line.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just go ahead and calculate the column.
I mean, they're added together. They're just not in order of the totals. If that makes sense.
What I'm saying. You could do.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh, okay.
I'm moving them about as they moved around a little bit. So we got two different cars with 13 points, Winkler and a few good cylinders with 14 points. We have Basil Weenie and Blow My Wad, both with 14. 15 points is Zoom Zoom Kaboom. Then it goes to 17 points, Silver Fern, the number 57. Then I think we're at 20 points with Roto I can't say that one. Roto Pluker, number 37, has got 20 points. 21 points, Utah Valley University. And two cars have 22 points at Ergo Lab and Willwood. Well, then there's a couple cars down here that are also out.
Is that Uncommon Friends out on course, stalled?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like he's on pit road.
No, it does not.
It looks like he's not even pointed in the right direction. Cars are going across in front of him.
Good point, Paulie.
Yeah,
I'm not very observant of these things, but
I'm saying something ain't right here. Because if he was on pit road, he would be parallel with cars going by on the track, and he's obviously perpendicular.
Yeah, if I turn the master off, then I can't hear you. Should I turn the master off, though? Because I can hear...
So he's either spun...
He's talking to the crew, and they're trying to figure out how to use the electrics in the car. He's trying to decide what he should do, and he's trying to get some advice.
All right, ignition's off. I'm going to turn the master off, so then I won't be able to hear you. All right?
The question is, where is he?
Yeah.
On the racetrack.
Yeah, he's not where he's supposed to be. That's about all we can tell. Here comes an emergency vehicle to pick him up.
Wow. That, whatever it was, it happened...
on the final lap.
I mean, wow.
Let's see if he's probably going to tell him what he needs or what's up.
Ran out of gas on the cool-down lap. Out of gas, so I figured when you came up the direction, do you want to just plateau it back? Yeah, please.
So there you have it.
Ran out of gas on the cool-down lap.
That's how you run it to the very end right there.
Yeah, by gosh.
You got all there was to get.
Yep. Got everything out of it there was to be had. So what we're going to do here, folks, I don't know. Have we done all we can do here, Tiffany, until tomorrow, or is there more to be done as far as calculation?
No, we've got everybody. So if Tuttle gets fixed and back out, the 107 car, they only came in with 3 points, so they finished 17th today. So that puts them at 20 points, which is right in there. That have to do really well, and a lot of people would have to do poorly that did well today, right? And I think some of the other cars are out of it. And I'm going to pass these results along to Mike and get them approved, and then I think they're going to publish them on Facebook or the forum or both.
Yeah, they're going to post them in the garage.
Okay, in the garage.
Mike's gonna look at them tonight.
So there you have it. Looks like Visceral Racing Group, your provisional winner of this race, and boy, that does some good for their bid to win the 2020 season championship.
The car I forgot, Tiffany?
Probably.
Sorry, Paulie.
Nope, that's okay.
Thought I'd get that in there.
That's
quickly.
all right. That's all right.
There's that Swiss cheese hood.
Yeah.
He's going to fold that up, put it in his back pocket.
Okay. So if you guys don't have anything else, I'll go ahead and wrap up the show. Tiff, do you have anything else?
I'm good.
You're going to add?
We'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right. So what we're going to do then, folks, is we'll have Bill's going to do his pit lane interviews, and that'll end up on YouTube some way or another, whether he does it himself or I do it later, whatever the case may be. But yeah, that's going to do it for us, folks. A race that started out with Tuttle Motorsports and the Winkler team fighting for the lead with Visceral in third place. Ends up with Visceral Racing Group taking the overall win and dramatically helping their odds, their numbers to take the championship title tomorrow. We'll wait and see, though. So much racing yet to happen tomorrow. We'll begin at the same time. It's going to be 10:40 local time. 10:40 Eastern Standard Time, and 7:40 Pacific. We'll see you then, folks. Thanks so much for joining us. For Tiffany Alexander, Bill Strong, Doc Waldrop, I'm Paul Veltum, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.